YouTube, what's going on YouTube? We're back for the weekly Rembot Games live stream. That's right, yeah. Whoops, wrong one. Wait, no, that was the right one. Yeah, there we go. Come on, boys. Put your hands together. So, over the last week, what have I done? I bought $3 shades from the Reject Shop. Australians know what that is and why it's called the Reject Shop, that's for sure. And I created a bit more of a weather system for the game, right? For the island game. So what I mean by that is we already kind of had weather, which was like we had wind that was kind of affecting 3 or 4 different things, like the grass, the wave direction and intensity, the cloud direction. But we needed to add weather conditions. And so by that, I mean, like, you know, rain, clear, stormy, foggy, cloudy, etc., right? Cloudy I still haven't done yet. But at first, when I was, like, coming up with the idea, I was like, I should have, like, morning and then morning fog and then, like, evening and evening fog, because I was just working on the fog at first, because I think fog is going to be the hardest thing to actually dial in when it comes to this weather system, because, like, fogginess needs fog, but so does rain. So does heavy rain, so does like storming, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I mean, like I kind of just like messed around with it, started with the fog, and then finally got into sort of changing the cloud system or the cloud coverage that is in the Sky 3D plugin, which is cool because I've been kind of putting it off for a while because it's just some weird effects. So like when you turn the cloud coverage up like a lot, it actually has the opposite effect. Instead of making it darker, it makes everything a little bit lighter because you've got like more ambient light. Does that make sense? So like the clouds actually light up. So instead of there just being a point source light, the cloud lights up and you've kind of got this like atmospheric light. So I'm still trying to dial that in a little bit, especially for things that are like really cloudy during the daytime. You know, I kind of have to like either blur the shadow on the sunlight or do something like that, right? Because you'll see what I mean. Like, you know, when it's overcast, you don't see like really harsh, like sharp shadows coming from the sun, and that's kind of what we've got at the moment. So, all that being said, let's just get in there. I just want to show you guys what it looks like. So, I didn't do much to set up beforehand, and I probably should have. Here we go. We've got the... Oh, yeah, there we go. Got the... Subway Surfers, that's the one on the screen. You know, Subway Surfers was out back when I used to get games for my phone. But I only used it a little bit. Lens flare, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll add some lens flare into the game. So if I quit this, yep, cool. So a couple different things, right? We've got a system now where we can change the time of the day, right? Where I can sort of move forward, move backward, and then I've got another button that just randomizes the weather. So you'll see we actually implemented like a storm system. Let me know if this is too loud, by the way. I don't think it is at the moment, but like some of the lightning could be like really loud, or some of the thunder could be really loud. God forbid you got caught shopping at at the Reject Shop as a kid. That's right. They don't call it the Reject Shop for nothing. Although back then we had, what was it, Crazy Clarks and Red Dot. I mean, we've still got Red Dot, but Crazy Clark. Oh, you see that? So it's not the prettiest system, especially in the daytime, because I haven't really done much work. But see what I mean by, like, we've got really harsh shadows during kind of like where it really should be a lot softer. So I'm sort of working on that at the moment. Cool, it's not too loud. Awesome. Yeah, the thunderstorm looks really cool at night. I'm sure the bit rate is probably killing the stream right now. I'm not too sure. Too hazy, it cleared at night. Well, part of the storm is actually the fog, right? Where you're not really supposed to see too much in front of you. I'm going to take these off for now. We'll stick them back on later. So hazy, what do you mean by hazy? It cleared at night. Look, I can switch the weather conditions. So this is now just like foggy, right? And then we've got clear. Fucking bastard, dude. It's so cold. I want to wear the beanie, dude. Absolute dog. And he's just going to refund himself the money as well. That's the worst part. Will the thunder flash a dynamic light? Yeah, it already is. So we've got a massive, okay, so at the moment it's a massive omni light. I don't want it to be a massive omni light because I feel like that's kind of inefficient. We really should switch it to a directional light at some point. But an omni light means that we have actual 3D positioning. And because it spans over such a large distance, like the shadows, they're not very sharp. So I'm not sure. I thought maybe putting a spotlight towards the player, wherever the thunder goes off, wherever the lightning goes off, pointed towards the player from where the lightning is, might be an interesting way to do it, but I'm not too sure. So this is heavy rain. This here I think is... maybe this here is heavy rain. And we've got just regular rain. Oh, there we go. So the thunder sounds I'm actually pretty I'm pretty proud of, because, well, the lightning in general, I suppose. There's a couple things that go into it. One is we're calculating the distance between the player and where the lightning goes off, and then we're adding like a somewhat realistic delay, because we're not using like real world distances, because I don't want to actually put a lightning in the air 2 kilometers away and have to deal with that headache. So what I'm doing is, it works like the rain system. So the lightning system follows the player around. I actually might make a tutorial on this because it's kind of interesting. I don't have the nicest like lightning sprite, but that's okay. So the lightning moves with the rain, which already moves with the player, right? And then when the lightning goes off, all it's doing is setting a random rotation around that pivot, which is following the player, and then like a distance, right? And so we're essentially 4xing the distance by dividing the speed of sound by 4. So wherever the sound comes from, you know how you have to wait like, a split second. It was 4 times faster before I added that in there, but yeah, I don't want realistic distances. I just kind of want like this immersive sort of audio, you know what I mean? The signs look really cool at night. You're talking about like these? Pretty cool, hey? Now dance, monkey, dance. Shut up, dude. My typing is bad. Sorry, I should stop chatting and working at the same time. No, it's okay, man. It's all good. Yeah, it's really cool, hey? It's starting to really come along. So the lightning, what it does as well is it actually lights up the entire skybox. So I've seen like plugins where you can put a light like in the clouds, and it'll actually have like a 3D volumetric light cloud. You know what I'm saying? So more or less, like we could get like a lot more realistic looking effects, but Sky 3D I don't think does that. I think if I was able to make like another light that wasn't the sun or the moon, and this could just be like the dynamic like lightning light, because only one strike of lightning goes off at a time, then maybe I could do that. But yeah, I'm thinking it looks good enough already. Like I basically just light the entire skybox up just a little bit more. And each of the weather conditions has like a different default like skybox lighting. You know what I mean? And that is so it doesn't just get super duper bright in the daytime. You know what I mean? What's in those signs? Argon, neon? Hey man, use your imagination. I'm guessing neon, but look at that. So it really should be punching through that fog. This is the problem with the fog, is why it was one of the first things I wanted to mess with, is because the fact that you can't see the lights right there, yeah, it's a little bit concerning. You know what I mean? Like it's not super duper nice. Really, it should be lighting that whole area up, but we're not using actual volumetric fog, so yeah, there's still something to play around with. Although it is lightning storming. So let's change the... You know what I mean? You just got to dial it in a little bit for the storm. But yeah, it's pretty cool, hey? It's a pretty cool system. We've only got a few different... What do you call it? Conditions? I'll show you how the code works. So we created a resource called weather condition. And these are the few things in there that I want to change. So this is not direction of the wind, because maybe we want the direction of the wind to be dynamic throughout the day. We've just got this default sky dome energy. So at nighttime, and when it's cloudy and shit like that, we want to make things a bit darker. So that's what that's for. Cloud coverage should be obvious. Clear, we've just got to set to 0. Is storming, is raining. Because I think I want there to be like a condition where it's like it's storming but it's not raining. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. And then we got fog density and then the name of the condition. So that's all it is. And then in our weather manager, we're just loading each of those up. And then when we randomize the condition, where is it? We do the load weather condition. And so what that does, I mean, it just basically picks a random condition. And then what that does is it just grabs out all of the parameters and then sets them. So I think I want to do like a lerp between all of these parameters, as in I want it to smoothly change from one season to, from one weather condition to another. But part of that is, see, this is what I'm thinking. Like, there's a couple things that I want to do. One is make it a little bit more realistic, but I also want to have a weather prediction system. So going into each day, I want the weather to be forecasted. You know what I mean? So to be like, we just got to chuck the music back on. So like at midday, it'll be storming, or at, in the morning, it's going to be like raining. You know what I mean? So it's got a day-night cycle in already, thanks to Sky 3D. But it'll be a little bit of like using Sky 3D. Well, the way that Sky 3D works is it just uses current time, which is a float between 0 and 24, right? And then it just kind of wraps over. So what we kind of have to do is have a system that monitors, so we'll have a forecast for every hour of the day, we'll say, or every half hour of the day, right? Which is going to be like 48. Probably not half hour. Let's say every 2 hours. Because I don't want the weather changing too much. Let's say 4 hours. What do you guys reckon? What's 4 hours? That's like 6? 6 times 4? Yeah. So there'd be 6 different weather conditions in a day. I'm just not sure. It's definitely something that I want to do, you know? It's going to be storming at noon, 10 is lightly raining. Yeah, exactly. So I want to figure out like this system of like, I mean that's pretty easy to work out, because at first we'll just work out, is it going to storm today? If it is, then we put rain on either side of that storm. You know what I mean? So I'm just, yeah. It's easier to do permanent thunderstorm. Yeah. Well, the other thing is like a lot of, I'll turn the TTS back on. But like some games do, I've been trying to think of ways that I can make the ground look wet. But because we're trying to avoid PBR, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. You know what I mean? So what I want to do today is I want to look into
Islands usually have shittier weather all the time. I've heard UK is famous for always raining.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello,
that's
Rembert
it.
And fellow Rembers.
Yeah, what up, G-Wiz? So we're working on a weather system. I'm trying to work out like a forecast weather system and then being able to smoothly interpolate between the conditions. So I'll show you. This is like clear. This is foggy, I think. Foggy in the morning looks really cool. So that was another thing that I want to do. So you said like if it's raining at 12 or if it's storming at 12, then it should be raining at 10. I think every morning where it's not doing anything else, it should be foggy in the morning. Kind of just makes sense. Like this looks like 6 a.m. to me. You know what I mean? Fellow Remmers, Rem jobbers, dude. We actually don't have a name. Rembot gang? I don't know. We don't really have a slur to call like people that follow me. We don't have a slur for that yet. You've got the G-Wizzes.
Rem jobbers is the best.
Rem jobbers, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, what do you reckon of the weather system? Pretty cool, huh?
Failed game devs.
This is... Oh, here we go. Failed game devs. Yeah, speak for yourself, idiot. So at nighttime, this is what it looked like. And obviously at nighttime, we've got to do it to the moon as well, where the moon shouldn't have this harsh light shadows because it's supposed to be cloudy right now. Oh, that was a big one. Just see that? That's sick. So yeah, the lighting system is actually quite simple, dude. Sellouts? Nah, not yet. You wait till I get a raid. Sorry, a raid Shadow's sponsorship, and then I'll become a sellout. All right, boys.
Just grab the specular value of materials and turn it all the way up.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I would need to. But what about the indoor areas? You know what I'm saying? So that's something as well that we want to do today. I want to do an SDF. Oh, check it out. Gee-whiz. Gee-whiz. Up on the shit. Up on the shit. Show the wall. I put a couple, like, you know, some graphics in the background, like splatters and stuff like that. Very cool. Simply Rambits. And then obviously we had to put the cats in the game.
Can I paint that wall?
What, you want to be on the wall? Come and join the Discord, I'll put you on the wall.
I like ram jobbers, I'm definitely a ram jobber.
A ram jobber, dude. Don't start that trend. Don't do that to me. Cola and Sav, how cute is that? We got them up on the wall.
Donate 50 to get on the wall.
Yeah, donate 50 and I'll put your cat on the wall. Okay, donate 50, send me a photo of your cat and I'll put it on the wall, alright? Immortalized on the wall. But you gotta send me 50. Should we maybe have an overlay? Bro. $50 and I'll put your cat in the fucking game. Okay, hold on. Let's make that an overlay. Forever. Well, immortalize your cat on the wall forever. I should say
need
pet.
A billboard that you sell slots to people.
Like that guy that's like selling pixels. You seen that? He's selling like pixels to his drawing, like on TikTok or something like that. It's kind of like cringe. But he's making a lot of money. So it's like $10 a pixel or something like that. Wild. So, okay, one thing that I want to do today is I want to explore the sign distance field, like height map thing.
Material overlay slot and bump sheen up to the max was a way to do it.
Basically, you see this?
Fake vent yet?
Fake vent yet? Nah, not yet. There's a lot of things that I still need to add. So I don't know why this contact volume is not stopping. Why it's not stopping the fucking rain particles. Why are you not stopping the rain?
Was sheen even a thing, lol?
Sheen. You see, like, this fucking volume isn't stopping, like, the rain. I'm not sure why. I don't know, like, what's going on in my brain right now, but it's just not, it's not stopping inside this volume like it's supposed to be, you know? GPU particle.
Jimmy Neutron.
Like this. We want to look at the GPU particle collision boxes height fields SDF 3D. So there's two things that we can do. Hold on, you guys can't see it. Look, we've got the collision height field 3D and we've got the SDF 3D, which is basically like voxels, right? So what this should do is stop all of the pixels. I mean, sorry, stop all of the rain particles from going indoors, right? That's what this is supposed to do. But for some reason, like when I'm just using a box, see, this box should just stop the rain, but it's not for some reason. I don't know why. Is it because it's on the wrong visual instance? Particles. Let's have a look. But yeah, pretty cool, hey? Pretty cool update, right? I only ever saw Jimmy Neutron like one time, dude. Actually, no, a couple times. I had an ex that really loved that show. Movie. Croissant? Croissant? Okay, so we're on layer 10. Visual Instance 3D 10. Maybe that's what I've got to do. I haven't really tried too hard, but I've been messing with the particles. Let's see if this
the
works.
Neutron style.
Jimmy Neutron, I couldn't tell you anything that happens in that show.
I be saying that to people on Tinder.
Oh yeah, how'd your date go, dude? You don't need to answer that if you don't want. See, this is kind of working here. It doesn't look like it, but it looks like it is. Yeah, look, it is. Okay, so that's how we do it. We just got to do it on collision layer 10. Oh, sorry, on layer 10. So on particles.
I'm officially in a situationship. It's what I always wanted.
Don't tell her that. You say, no. It's whatever you want it to be, babe. So this is a contact volume. Yo, Henry, what's up? A contact volume. Have you ever used these before? What's his name? Okay, that's funny. So, you see what I mean? We're gonna have to do one of these.
Sorry, couldn't he help it, Gwiz.
You see what I mean? Like, we've got to do something like this. And then we've got to bake it. Dun 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 dun. So it needs to only affect layer 1, right? Just bake mask just on 1. Just 1. I've never done this before.
You watched GTA 6 leaks.
Yeah, but I don't really want to talk about them, to be honest. It's kind of like, I don't know. It looks cool, but like I just want to kind of wait till the game comes out. You know what I mean? I mean, we're only like, what, 2 months away at this point. So it's not that bad. But yeah, I did see some of the leaks, but then like as I was watching them, I was just like,
working so hard.
Kinda, yeah. You know, there's a lot of reasons to like not really be too happy. But at the same time, it's kind of what Take-Two gets for like nickel and diming us. You know, like they could, like it's 2026. If they wanted to release a PC version of GTA, they could. And the only reason that they're not doing that is because they're trying to nickel and dime us. So no, it doesn't feel good being nickel and dimed like that. But also, I just don't think this is the right way to go about it. I don't know what the right way is, but if that makes you feel any better. Visible message matching the bake mask. What are you talking about?
It's just marketing by Rockstar. I guess why they are not doing anything. They have everything to find the leaker and arrest them, but they are completely silent. Most
Yeah.
games show gameplay 6-12 months before release, like Dawn Walker etc. GTA will be bought with or without the hype because it's the GTA franchise.
Well, the thing is, right, you don't need to create hype for the franchise, right? And also, you don't, I'm going to be honest, you don't need to show gameplay to get me interested in GTA. Like, I know what GTA is going to be, you know? And people saying, like, oh, why should Rockstar be any different? Like, I'm not going to buy it if I don't have any gameplay. It's like, dog, it's GTA. You know what it's going to play like. You know, don't be stupid. You know how it's going to play. It's GTA. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it might be a little bit different here and there, but it's like, it doesn't matter, dog. It's GTA. You know? You got to punch people in the face, steal cars. You know what I'm saying? Shoot people.
Bruh.
You know? Do missions, etc. How the hell do we get this working?
Mod.
That's right. Look, bake the SDF. We can't. So what? We've got to have mesh. Like, as... I just don't get it. It's not that, is it? Surely not. I've never... Look, so we're getting this error. Look. No faces detected during GPU particles collision SDF 3D bake. Check whether there are visible meshes matching the bake mask within its extent. Well, I'm not sure if that means that we've got to have things as a child of this bake.
There is full nudity in game this time.
Yeah, there was nudity in GTA 5 as well. Honestly, a surprising amount of it. A surprising amount. I went back and like, you know what? I was showing my missus, I was showing my girlfriend, a GTA, and I was like, you want to go to the strip club? And so I went to the strip club and I showed her like what was it, single player was like. And even I was just like, Jesus Christ, I forgot that it was like this much nudity. Like there's like proper nudity in the game.
2077
like,
raised
what?
the bar with dong sliders. You're not AAA without one.
Yeah, and if you didn't turn your fucking
thanks,
massive boob slider up, cheers, man. Thanks for the sub. If you didn't slide your titty and your dong slider all the way up, then you weren't really playing the game. You know what I mean? So I need to listen. Let's learn a little bit about GPU particles collision SDF 3D. Yo, what's up, dog? What's up, dog? What do we have? Did I make a new scene? No, I didn't. I just have this. W's in the chat, boys. W's in the chat for a new week of streaming. Let's freaking go. You're not AAA without dong sliders, look. It wasn't the slider. It was the fact that in the character select menu, if you tilted the camera, if you tilted the dude around left and right, it would make the dong flop all over the place. I am well, thank you very much. Okay, baking a GPU's texture is only possible with an editor. That's fine. Oops. Particle process material collision mode must be collision rigid.
Como pueden notar no hablo inglés pero espero levarme bien con ustedes.
As you can see, I don't speak English, but I hope we can get along. That's the cool thing about YouTube is like you type and it automatically translates it. So thanks for coming into the chat. Thanks for being here, dog. Even if you don't speak English, that's fine. That is fine, dog. This is more flexible, but it requires a baking step. See, GPU particles collision height filled 3D. The problem with height filled 3D is it doesn't. I was reading about this last night. This class is limited since height maps cannot represent overhangs, e.g., indoors or caves. So that's not good for us. We need to have indoors. So we're basically trying to create, if I'm understanding this right, we're trying to create like a baked voxel height map. Voxel? I guess it's like sign distance SDF. So it's creating a baked height map out of like, you know, doing some voxel bull crap. But I need to understand why this isn't working. I might need to Google this, boys. See, over here we've got like texture, the bake mask, thickness. I don't know if I want thickness. Okay, let's Google it. Usually you can get a lot of information out of...
I'm actually stuck with same thing, it rains under a bridge.
I mean, you can use the 3D particle, GPU particle collision box 3D and then just put a box underneath it. But like, this seems more like the way to go. You know what I mean? This seems a lot more... intricate static geometry.
Momento me digeren que estes un stream en inglés donde reyes en los McDonald's y los Burger King.
What? Wait a minute. I was told this is English stream. Where the heck are the McDonald's and Burger King? Hey man, I don't control the ads that you guys see, alright? I just crank them to the max, you know what I'm saying? So you guys have to get like, you know, subscriptions and shit to keep watching me. You know what, I've actually avoided making channel memberships for YouTube for the longest time because I don't know what I would provide, you know what I mean? Like, I think that channel memberships for YouTube would be cool just because you guys can use like emotes. Look, add GPU particles collision SDF 30 node to your scene and adjust this extents to cover the target geometry. Okay, what I'm thinking the problem is, I need to change this to a node 3D. No. Okay. How do we do it? How the F do you do it? So like that, I mean, that's exactly what we're going for, right? We want like a complex mesh to either spawn like a sub particle emitter so we can have like little splashes on the ground and stuff like that, which we probably shouldn't.
31 minutos.
Do I know 31 minutes? No. I don't know what that is. Since GPU particles are processed entirely in GPU, they don't have access to the game's physical world. If you need particles to collide with the environment, you have to set up a particle collision nodes. There are 4 of them. Bang, 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 bang. There are some properties that you can find on all collision nodes. Yeah, the Karl Marx property... Yep. Box collision nodes. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Height field collision. Height field collision node is shaped like a box. The extents property controls its size. Extents always measure half of the sides of its bounds. Okay, shut up, dude. Resolution property.
In the middle KTE Paris.
Yeah, I like Malcolm in the Middle. Malcolm in the Middle is in the background of my if you watch this background element long enough, you'll see Malcolm in the Middle show up. I could be there. No, I think that's a haunting.
I am burned out from game dev. What should I do?
Make more games. You know, if you're completely burnt out from like programming and game dev and stuff like that, just make some music, you know? Do some like texture work, make some like, you know, advertisements, billboards and stuff for your game. You don't always have to be pushing forwards. Like you can also like enrich, you know? So if you're not pushing your game forward, yeah, like I said, you can enrich the environment, you know? Like right now, all I'm doing is like, you know, weather effects, which isn't really pushing the game forward, you know? Yeah, true. It might. It might actually. But
Go
yeah.
and touch grass, then visit diff areas.
So my advice is if you're feeling burnt out from game development, you don't always have to be like coding and making stuff and constantly inside the editor doing things, right? Like you can push the game forward without actually working on the game itself, right? Where if you want to make textures or you want to dick around with shaders or you want to even make music, that's my go-to, is making music for the game. And that's just if I'm feeling uninspired, you know what I mean? And then sometimes like that relationship can then get you re-inspired about the game because you've got this cool music and you need to fit it into the game somehow, you know what I mean? Take a break and work on microtransactions.
Or just draw ideas.
Yeah. Hey bro, octopus. Thanks, man.
Can you explain your breakdown of the scene tree and how you organize it, how you have that node doors? Curious on a good way to go about that.
Well, what do we got here? Doors. So indoors, all I've got is this one door area that I'm working on. And this is just a door area that you can walk up to and knock on. I don't know if you guys remember me showing you this, but the inspiration for this is what Schedule 1 does. Where you can walk up to... What's up, Compiler? You can walk up to a door and knock on it. So...
Sprag, your senses.
I think doors, there's a couple different doors that we're going to have in the games. So I'm just not too sure at the moment. But organization
I'm not
wise,
sure if the node needs to be 2D nodes, 3D nodes, and etc. Can any node go into any type of node,
Well,
2D and etc.?
if you're only organizing your scene tree, just use a regular node. But the problem with the regular node, and also why it's a benefit sometimes, is that you can't move a regular node around, right? You can't move a regular node around. I can move around the stuff inside the node, but I can't actually move the node around. Now, see this sundial, for instance, like I can move that entire sundial thing around.
Don't use regular nodes if you need 3D audio.
No, that's not it at all. It's more about like when we're talking about organization, it's like if there's ever a point where I want to move all of the things inside a folder around, then make it a 3D node or a 2D node. If not, then don't worry about it. So like vehicles here is just a node, a regular node, because I don't want to ever move all of the vehicles in my scene around at the same time because it doesn't make sense, right? Like why would I ever need to move all of my vehicles around ever? And that's why vehicles is only a node, because it doesn't have a 3D transformation. So I'll never end up in a situation where I'm accidentally moving all of my vehicles around. You know what I mean? So then machines as well, like these aren't ever going to get moved around.
Okay, so if we don't need to move anything node, if things need to move node 3D, that actually really makes sense.
Yeah.
Nodes group folder, 3D node folder, you can group move.
Pretty much, yeah. That's it. So just use nodes. Unless you're, yeah. I gotta work out why the fuck this sign distance thing isn't working. I thought that changing this over to a node 3D might help it, but I don't think it is. There's gotta be a quirk that I don't know about, you know? SDF collision, here we go. So this is what we want. SDFs can represent holes, tunnels, and overhangs, which is impossible to do with height fields alone. That's what we want. Performance overhead is larger. That's fine. Small to medium-sized environments. We can split this up if we need to. So look, to create an FCF collision mode, add a new child to your scene
I'm
and
taking
select.
too much ads. I will use Brave so you may no more have any chat from me. Yo.
That's fine. Yo, Cripple Mike, what's up, dog? Hey, bro, W's in chat for my boy, Cripple Mike. Let's go, dog. There we go. That's the one.
W.
My favorite French man. Oui. That's the only French that I know, honestly. Oui.
www.
So add a new child node to your scene. Maybe it's just got to be a child of the scene. I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense. You see, and then I'm going to bake it, and it's like, oh shit! It's baking, it's baking, it's baking, boys! This is a mad high resolution, so... this could be really cool.
Oh snap, it's baked.
It's baking, bro. Alright, so I guess you just can't have it nested. So I followed the instructions to the T, and it said
I'm doing
add...
well and you actually that's not true, you know Crevette too.
One of my favorite Frenchmen. Is that better? One of my favorite Frenchmen. Oh, you're talking about the words. Yeah, crevette means shrimp, right? I learned that from you guys. Oui, crevette, shrimp. That's what's up. Everybody, learn a little bit of French. You know, I don't know what it is, but when I watch my friends Plex, some shows just start up in French, and I assume it's somebody like you. The reason why is because of people like you know what I mean?
I'm fine with being the favorite.
I'm fine with being the favorite, yeah. You and Julian can... So it's not working. Look. Is it working a little bit? It's not even working a little bit, dog. Come on. What the hell is that? That's... dog, what? What the fuck? Hold on, let's do it again.
Bit of a leak there.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying out this thing called the SDF field, or collision, blah blah blah, sign distance, bada bing, bada boom. Let's chuck it here. Oh, by the way, guys, you guys remember how I got a bicycle stolen? So we got a bicycle stolen from the house. We got a motorbike stolen, but that was returned the same day. There was also a bicycle that was stolen. You guys would never believe this, right? We actually found the bicycle, the mountain bike, on Facebook Marketplace. On Facebook Marketplace. So the ones in chat might actually remember that. We, you know, that there was that, like, footage of the guy, like, shaking the camera. Idiot. No. Okay, I thought I saved it as idiot. No, I did. Okay, yeah, idiot. So, so by the way, so this guy...
Not surprised it's on Marketplace.
Yeah, I know, right? So this guy that like, you know, this is out front of my house. The freaking idiot just like came and tried to break into my house, right? 3 of them, there was 4 of them. You can see some shadowy figures in the background, right? There were 4 of them that night. So they stole my motorbike, and then the motorbike came back that exact same day, which was crazy. Great. Fantastic police work. Fantastic. WA police, fantastic police work. And actually taking us seriously the second that I,
you know? Twitter and all social media things are going to get leaked in the coming days.
Things are going to get leaked in the... Yeah, okay. All right. Well, that's ominous. That's incredibly ominous. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that's about. But just keep me on Discord, all right? So... Hold on. Maybe I can find the photo. I should probably... I shouldn't show you guys the actual photo. But I can show you like a scribbled out version of it. I've just got to find it real quick and scribble out the face. Because, absolutely crazy, dudes. Absolutely crazy. You would never believe this. Just hold on, hold on. You guys will never ever believe this. Just give me a sec. So, we, as in Nelson and I, we were looking on Facebook Marketplace, and what do you know? His bike shows up. This is literally the bike that got stolen from me. It shows up on Marketplace, and we were like, no freaking way, right? So, 2 different angles. 2 different angles here. Look at that. So, he knew straight away. He was just like, that's my bike, dude. I can tell that that's my bike, right? And like, even up here, you can tell that this ad was written with ChatGPT, right? And it's like, the guy was... You know, he was trying to make a quick buck. Look, quick sale, you know, price for a fast, hassle-free sale. I can't believe we found this, dude. I cannot believe that we found this, right? It was so funny. So then we go to his house. We've got the serial number because Nelson kept like the receipt and everything for the bike. So as soon as we get there, flip the bike upside down, we'll have a look on the bottom for the serial number, and no shit, the serial number's matched. We were like, are you kidding me? Like, the serial number's matched. That's insane. So immediately we were just like, all right, this bike's ours. We're taking the bike. And at first he was a little bit like, no. But it was like, dude, this is stolen. This is our bike. You got 2 options. You either give us the bike now, or I'm going to call the cops, and the cops are going to come seize that bike off you anyway. No. We staunched it out of him. We got it out of him. Yeah, we told him, like, look, the cops are going to show up. I'm going to tell the cops anyway, you know? And then, so, anyway, so his family came out, you know, this kid was like 20 years old probably, right? And then he tells us, like, I bought it from a kid from the train station. I bought it off a kid at a train station for $300, and he's trying to flog it off for like $650, right? Which is crazy. Now, the craziest part of all of this, you guys are not going to believe this, right? He actually got a photo, right, with the perp. Look, so I blurred his face out, right? But he literally got a photo, and this here, right, is Nelson's custom, like, he bought that for like $30 or something, right? It's like a custom seat, so we know that this is his, right? But like, from the train station, for some reason, the kid that sold it to him posed for a photo, which is like, why would you pose for a photo with stolen goods? Absolutely stupid. So anyway, I forwarded that onto the cops. So it was just like, look, like, we don't just have the bike, we've also got a photo of the dude that sold it to him.
RTSP surveillance system.
I almost do. Okay. I've actually got one. Check this out. I gotta show you guys this. It's so cool. So that video just before. That video just before was my Ring camera, right? Which is crazy because I only started paying for a subscription a couple months ago. It's just a doorbell otherwise, but like it's a security camera if you pay for a subscription and it actually saves the videos on the cloud, right? And it's not my house, that's the thing, right? Check this out. So I spoke to the homeowner. Boom. So we've got a security system getting put up. But look at this. Pan, tilt, zoom, everything. Oh, this thing weighs a couple kilos, bro, but this thing, oh, no one's gonna get away with it. No one's gonna get away with anything on the property anymore, dude. Freaking crazy, dude. Crazy.
You can beat them with that. Does that connect to a drone strike over Wi-Fi? Nice.
You know,
I have one in the bathroom so I could check if serial killers are behind shower curtains.
yeah, it's also got like, if you pay for the subscription service, you also get tactical nukes that you can drop on the perps. Yeah? And they're automatic as well. They'll send robot dogs out to your house with guns attached to the back of them. Let's not even joke about that. That's, whew. Shit is scary, dude.
Hook up a paintball gun filled with pepper balls.
I'm pretty sure we're moving into that illegal territory where you can do some serious time for that shit.
Did you see the Robot Olympics in China?
I did see that. How crazy is that? Dude, why is this not working? Like it baked in everything.
Not illegal home defense, or is that not a thing in AUS?
You're not allowed to booby trap your house,
are actually
dude.
pretty fun when you play around with them.
Yeah, so that's why I got RTSP. So Reolink has RTSP on it. Because if I want to create my own, analysis system and shit like that, I don't want to have to go through some proprietary software or library or whatever. I just want to be able to connect directly to the camera. So yeah, it's got RTSP. It's not a DVR, it's an NVR, which is awesome. And then yeah, we're gonna get a UPS for it and blah blah blah, but it's getting installed within the next week, I hope, because I got to go.
Easy.
We're actually I'm going over to Queensland in like a week and a half, so there's gonna be like a day. There's gonna be a week where I won't stream. Is it this? So I'll be on next Tuesday, and then I won't be on the Tuesday after that. So next Tuesday is streaming, Tuesday after that not streaming, and then the week after that I'll be back on. Yeah, I'm coming to Early Beach, dog. Early Beach. So if you're around, hit me up. Go fucking catch some fish or something. I don't know, dude. Whatever there is to do in Queensland. Yeah, it's my girlfriend's dad's like 70th birthday, so we're going over there. It'd be really cool. Bake mask.
My father installed a lot of them at my place because there had been burglaries in the village.
Just gonna do this. My father installed a lot of them at my place because there'd be burglaries. Hold on, my dad's calling me.
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up. Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
Muted still.
Yo. You guys like that transition?
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
Love that one. Yeah, I'm just sitting here talking shit anyway. Yeah, so going to Queensland because it's my missus, my girlfriend's dad's 70th. So he's always wanted to get on a boat and go travel around the Whitsundays. Yoza. Yeah, I got like a business email from somebody and they were just like, yo, this is like a video that I recorded. And it was actually a video that some fucking goober had recorded and sent it to me. He's all like, yeah, we can like, you know, increase. Like, look at this. It's from like some company called like Creator Growth or something. It was like he's showing off like my YouTube channel and he's like, yo, like, you know, we can build this up, like make 7 figures or whatever. And it's like, dog, no, we can't. Respectfully, no, we can't. I don't think anybody can really help me do what I'm doing better. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I just gotta put more effort into it.
We gonna wrap him up.
Hey, yo. Ah. I really don't understand how this bullshit works, dog.
I bought some TP-Link cameras and hacked an old Xiaomi one to enable RTSP.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, all cameras should have RTSP. But I guess until you need it, people don't really understand the benefit of it. It's just like, look, man, I just don't want to be
Yo,
beholden.
we can build up this channel, make 3 figures.
Yo, let's go. Hell yeah, 3 figures, man. See, it's still not working. Look. Alright, I'll figure that out another day. Honestly, it's going to be too boring if I just sit here and like I'm trying to figure out how to get particles to stop going through freaking walls and stuff. I mean, unless I have to do this. Is this the way it works? The visual layer on 1? No, it's still boned. But either way, there's a way that we can do it. It's in there somewhere. What do you reckon of the weather effects? Pretty cool, hey?
How are the grapes doing?
The grapes. Let's have a look. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, I've got to add you to the wall as well.
Looks
look.
really good.
I got to add you to the wall. Look, we got Cola and Sav on the wall. Hell yeah. We got to put HPZ on the wall there somewhere. Look, I'm going to write it down. A couple of you have actually added to the wall without your permission. But added gas bar. Is gas bar on here? Yeah, gas bar's on here. Yeah. Usojin. I can't remember if I added you or not. But we've got to add HPZ.
Wall S looking good.
Yeah, so the wall, by the way, it isn't a decal anymore. It's actually baked into the wall itself. So the reason that I've done that is because now we've got, you see how the wall wobbles around a little bit? Yeah, calm down. See how the wall kind of wobbles around a little bit? That was kind of like one of the things that it kind of needed to be like an actual texture on the wall. But I think I'm having issues with like the mip mapping. You can kind of see how it's like, it's not super duper clear from the side, but I guess you get that from all kinds of textures. It's just, I want to minimize it as much as possible. Ah, fuck it. It happens everywhere. It doesn't really matter. Look at that. Very cool. Who's Sojin? HSP. Bofane. Who are you? Bofane.
Hi, what S up? What that game is about? What S traffic?
The game is going to be a little bit like, what's the word? A little bit like Schedule 1, but with like fishing and like a little bit more like story based. So I was also thinking of like potentially making it so the
It looks good.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is just heavy rain, I think. I think this is just heavy rain. This is regular rain. This is clear. So no rain at all. No fog. And then this is fog. Yeah, like foggy. And then we've got clear again. Foggy.
Oh, I got that
There
idea
we go.
yesterday. WTF how I got into your live, and that's Godot, right?
What? What? Yeah, it's Godot. Oh! Look at that. The lighting's really cool, huh? Man, I love the lighting. So cool. Actually, like over here, where you can like... You can hear the fire crackle. You know what I mean? It's just so ambient, dude. From right here. So cool. Alright. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I need to go take a crap. Alright, boys. We need some more weather conditions. By the way.
How you made up that map, it's very nice. Can you explain map when click on it?
The map there is, I made a mini map tutorial. You can actually find it on my channel. But yeah, I'm gonna be up in a minute. It's a mini map tutorial on my channel.
You've made significant progress since then. You got some. I really like the lighting effect of the fire. Just vibing to this scene right now.
Boys.
This looks amazing.
Yoza. You guys like this scene? Pretty nice, right? Oh yeah, dude. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I really like this ambience. I think what we've got to do...
A friend came over a little while ago and we played Unaccessible. I chatted with him a bit and I think you're really good at setting the mood. Your games always have a certain
Cool, man.
atmosphere.
Thanks, dog. Yeah, I think generally that's the most important thing for me. Because like I've said this a million times, right? We don't want realism. What we want is immersion. That's a big one.
It's giving lo-fi beats to study to.
Yeah. And I actually thought about doing that. Creating like a scene to just leave 24/7. But like you need a dedicated computer to do that kind of thing. Unless you like record it. But yeah, I was thinking about other things that we can add to add ambience. Like birds and stuff would be cool, but you know, like adding birds, it really is weather dependent. Because like birds don't fly around when it's storming, you know what I mean? They go and find somewhere to hide. You know what I'm saying? Boom, like that. Make it, coffee.
Speaking of birds, where are the chickens right now?
Probably in bed. You need to have more conditions.
All this needs is a little radio playing some nice tunes.
You reckon? I think maybe adding a radio to the golf cart would be kind of fun. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. I actually had a dream about this, okay? So first of all, switching my weather conditions to being like morning fog and morning clear, over to just being like foggy, clear, rain and stuff like that. I was like half falling asleep and I had that idea. I was like, that'd be way better than the current system. Yo, fuck Unity, that's what's up. W's in chat for my boy. Knows what's up. That guy knows how to play the crowd. That's right. Because fuck Unity, dude. Hit me. Boom! So, what I was thinking, I had a dream about this. I wasn't even like half asleep. I actually had a dream about this, right? So, this little golf cart was actually blue. And it belonged to the island. As in, it wasn't really yours. But what you could do... Oh, here are the chickens. I wonder why they're not asleep. I guess because it's like 3 in the morning or something like that. They really should be asleep. Giddy. Just because I'm manipulating the time. That's why they're still awake. For anybody wondering, we still have the horn hooked up. So this thing was blue, and you moved it around right? So you would come up to like rubbish, and then you would put the rubbish directly into the back of the golf cart, and it would like had like a little wood chipper, but it was like a little plastic chipper on the back of it, and then you basically just drive around collecting like waste plastic. I was like, but what would be the benefit of that? You know what I mean? I'm not sure, but it was kind of interesting in my dream. You know, because like at the moment what you're supposed to do is like, you know, pick things up, put them in the back here. Oh, I've got the UI turned off, but put things in the back there. You know what I mean? It's like kind of go around scavenging stuff. Oh shit. So you'd like pick up some plastic, some milk, nice, a battery. You can jam this shit in the back here. Yeah. So part of like early gameplay would just be like driving around maybe driving around the island. I'm honestly not too sure at the moment.
Nice snow.
Snow. Yeah, it's rain. But I'm not sure how to make it look more like rain. I think maybe if I make it a little bit blue, but I feel like rain's not really blue, you know? But I feel like if I made it blue, people would shut up and stop calling it snow. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a look. Let's see. Perfect song for this too. Rain scene. So I would change it to
the island song. When will it be played?
The island song's only really gonna be that's cool. No, it's not. The island song's really only going to be played at the start. Can you guys still see that? I've just made the like... I made the rain not so like emissive. Actually looks a bit better. But if I make it blue, and then I make the emission blue, look, it looks like some fucking... It just doesn't
Maybe
work.
some transparency.
It's already a little bit of transparency. The problem is, right, like, and this is something that you've got to remember. When, like, rain doesn't really look like this in real life. You know what I mean? Rain doesn't look like this. Oh, that was a good one. See that? More speed on the rain, yeah. That is actually something that we need to do today. And I worked out exactly where we can do that. So for regular rain, this is okay, but I think for storming, we should do this. So I can increase the initial velocity. Oh, that's too much. To like this, right? Because that looks a little bit more like it's storming. Yeah? As opposed to like this, which kind of just looks like it's raining. Very cool.
W.
And you know, it's like piercing through the fog. I need to figure out how to make things pierce through the fog a little bit better. Like the neon and also like that. You see it like disappears. I got my work cut out for me, but the vision's there. That's the main thing, right? Oh yeah, and I don't know if you guys realize, but like, see the rain sound when we go indoors. The rain sound kind of like it gets filtered. Pretty cool, right? So if we go in here, you see it it filters it, so we can have conversations with people. Blah 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 blah, and then blah 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 blah. So what I'm thinking of doing is I've got to I'm gonna try see this GPU particles collision SDF 3D. I'm not really fucking with. Kind of want to add this particles collision height field 3D.
I just thought of something. You could do a horror event where chickens chase you during a thunderstorm.
Yeah. Well, we're already going to have a killer in the game at some point. He's going to run around and like be a menace. This is still it just doesn't work, boys. I don't know why this is not working. World mesh, look. Is it maybe because it's world mesh? How the hell are you supposed to make this work?
Rain physics particles.
Yeah, it's physics particles. It's GPU particles. So unless it's like it's piercing through where it shouldn't. Yeah, it's just GPU particles. Look, the bit rate on Twitch and YouTube is probably going to mess this up a bit, but it looks really cool in game. Oh yeah, so what I was saying was like when you're making a movie and you want to add rain, you actually add a little bit of milk to it. Apparently, it makes it like a bit wider so you can actually see it on camera. Because rain, like really, you can't really see rain, you know. So it's gonna be like a gray color, like a washed out gray color, if anything. But if you make it too light, then it starts to look like snow. But also snow kind of like it falls, you know, in our brain, snow kind of falls in like a wispy kind of way. So just by changing the shape of the rain to like a sphere and making it a little bit more wispy, not a sphere but like a circle, we can get like a more legitimate snow effect, right? But I think at the moment just the combination of fog and this particle system is really selling the rain effect. How does it look on YouTube? Does it look like blurry or what? Like that? I'm sure it probably looks a little bit better when I zoom in, but it looks good for me. You know what I mean? And that's really all that matters. So I know this one's the stream's probably not going to be too interesting.
Can you animate trees in a storm?
That's another thing. It would be nice to add a little bit of the wobbling around and shit. So these trees I actually made myself. Are they in a scene? Ah, it's an inherited
It's pretty
scene.
clean.
Damn it. I could make the leaves wobble round, right? So let's say the way that I would do that is we'd have to make a like a wind shader. So I'm gonna go to Godot shaders and see if we can get like a vertex spatial shader for wind. Wind. Oh yeah? This guy's like, check this out. Literally straight away. It's like an actual palm tree example. That's mad funny. Full wind effect. Huh. Wait, what? There's a wind mask. What? Interesting. So we can add a gradient to it. Okay, let's try this. Just make sure it's CC0 first. Okay, it's MIT. So we basically would need to add this to our third-party text file. Let's see if we can find another one that's CC0. Just so I don't have to remember. 2D wind sway, 3D tree sway. See, something like that. Literally just something.
You need to vertex paint your trees in Blender though.
Nah, I'm not doing that. Wind speed, wind strength, wind direction. MIT. Okay, fuck it. We'll use the first one. We'll see. If we can figure this out. So if I go palm GLB and then I go leaves and then use external, I guess we're going to need to create a leaf material here, right?
Unless shader has gradient mask that only top moves.
Yeah, well that was what one of them had. It's the mask, you see? That wind mask. We can just chuck a gradient on it. I don't know what direction it's going to be, but we can just try that. So we'll create a new mat. Unless we can extract that one, can we? Nah, I don't want to do that. We'll just make a folder nature. Standard material 3D. Palm leaf. Go to the palm. So this green here we need. I can extract these materials, but I don't want to do that because I feel like then there's this weird like link that they have between the texture and the material. Well, sorry, the scene and the material.
I'll have to go to sleep soon. I wish you a wonderful evening. See you, brothers.
Yeah, man. Good to talk to you, dude. Always a pleasure. W's in the chat for my boy, a cripple Mike. That's right. Everybody up out of their chairs. W's in the chat for my boy. Now this green here. How are we going to get this green? You see? Because if we re-import, all of these are going to turn white. So maybe we'll just go green. That was probably it anyway. Can dial in the green a little bit. Something like that. Just run the game to make sure it's the same. Obviously, we've got roughness that we need to deal with as well. The specular. It's kind of nice, honestly. So let's change this roughness. No, it's fine. Metallic. We don't want any metallic. Perfect. Now, a little bit of specular might not be that bad. Nah, screw it. So then I think what we want to do is on our next pass, right? Hopefully it'll work like this. But on the next pass, we can go shader material. Shader, new shader, and then we'll call this one, like, what's this one called here? 3D wind sway. Call it wind sway. GD shader. Okay, we'll see.
Hello.
Okay, now it's black. Oxeyes, what's up, dog? How you doing, man? Albedo, I mean, this isn't what we want.
I am good.
This is just stupid, dude. Enable wind. There we go. So this is the effect.
How are you?
Honestly, this is terrible. Yeah, I'm good. It's been a good week. It's been a good week of productivity. Yeah. What is this? It might be okay if...
What do you think Abu how to fish game?
How to fish? Yeah, that's friend slot. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not gonna hang shit on it, but it's not really my type of game. Yeah, it's unequivocally some friend slot. You know, like what do you call it? Couple hours of fun with the boys. Bit of a grind. A debt to pay, I'm sure. I'm not even too sure. I haven't looked into it too much. But people have been saying that my game's a little bit like that. It's like, hell no. My game's got so much more depth than that. Maybe not multiplayer yet, but eventually. Might not be as fun at the end of the day either, but... This height field here is... I can make it follow the camera, so like... It just doesn't make sense. Does that mean...
Cool.
See, how does the height field work? Yep. (20, 10, 20). It's supposed to be following the camera, but like, what does it even do? Visual instance 10. Like this height field. No, we get rid of that. Stupid, dude. And then these palm trees, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to... what do I want to do? Do I want to make it so potentially they have a bit of script on them where they sway around in the wind with the script? Or do I want to do that with shaders? Still not too sure. Obviously, doing the next pass is not the way that we do this, because it looks fucked. Incredibly fucked. Yo, what's going on? How you doing, dude? What's up, returning chatters? How you doing? See this wind mask? How the hell does this even work? Do, 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 do. Yeah, every now and then I want to play Dead Rising. And I remember how bad the controls are. Did you guys ever play Dead Rising? It's a cool game, but god damn, the controls suck.
Is it good?
Yeah, Dead Rising, badass, dude.
Yeah, I uninstalled because of the controls.
The controls are
What's the
so
game
bad,
about, bro?
dude. The game's about fishing. Fishing and selling fish. And shit. It's gonna be like a whole thing.
No, it was about zombies.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
Like Tycoon style.
No. Bit more like open world. Like mission based. Imagine just like scuffed GTA. Scuffed first person GTA.
How game loop prog?
Game loop doesn't matter. Not until we get like NPCs and stuff in there. See, the problem is there's a lot of stuff that we need to actually build an environment for before we can start thinking about that. Well, maybe not start thinking about it, but to properly think that through. This here is an anomaly of the lightning. This here, I think if we change that to cube.
Is it like Schedule 1?
A little bit. A little bit like Schedule 1, yeah. I've been telling people it's Schedule 1, except it's about fish and not drugs. It's honestly the easiest way to just describe it. What if we increase the blur? Now it's kind of like not really blurred at all. It's kind of like, what if we go 2 for the blur? Yeah. Yeah, just scuffed open world pretty much at the moment is what we're going for. Just working on the weather
some
effects
cities
right
on
now,
rocks
you
and
know?
give player boat to ride to them.
Yeah, there's gonna be like little things on, you know, like little, what do you call it? Like tiny little islands, I think I'm gonna add to the game. Just tiny little ones where there's stuff to do on the island. Maybe like, I don't know, sea thieves. You can go to the island with a treasure map and dig up some treasure or something like that. I'm not too sure just yet, but they're definitely, we've got the potential for that sort of stuff, because check us out, like, no matter how far out we go, we can just keep going. So we've also got a boat that we can drive. And this is a good example of the way that the lightning system works as well, by the way. So you see how even out here, the lightning doesn't hang around the island, it hangs around us. Oh, there we go. So I'm pretty proud of the lightning system. Honestly, I'm thinking of making a tutorial on how I've done the lightning. But one thing I don't like about the lightning is the sprite of the lightning itself. Like, it's okay to get across what it is, but I feel like it should be a lot better, you know? Should be a lot nicer. I'm not sure if I want to go down the realism path or if I just want to, I don't know, animate some cartoony looking bullshit. You know what I mean? Not too sure. Probably some cartoony looking bullshit, to be honest.
You will always be able to see the island on God's flat earth.
Yeah, that's right. Yo, Justin Crow, check it out. We got you in big letters on the wall. Justin Crow, look at that. I gotta take a piss, but check that out. Hold on, I'll put the lightning back on so you guys can vibe out.
Fug yeah.
In fact, that's actually something I need to do. I need to add like a weather menu. So I'm not sure if I want to add it in as the pause menu or something.
I had my name on that wall, lol.
Yeah, yours is
Maybe try using an animation with no
there
background.
it is, brother. Look at that. Animation with no background. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. I'm just like I had to make a lightning sprite. I looked for one online. I couldn't find one online. I had to just make one myself. Check it out. I got my cats. Another thing we've got to do, actually, while I'm on this, is the indoor-outdoor detection. So, you see how, like, it filters down? It low passes all of the rain audio when we're indoors. And then it's... Hello, kitty. Hello, Sav. And then it's kind of like normal when we're outdoors. It's kind of something I've got to work on a little bit as well. Look, Sav right there. She's fucking around. Oh, we've still got that message up on screen. Donate $50. I'll put you on the wall. Although if anybody wants to do that, anybody wants their animal on the wall, super chat me $50 and I'll make it happen. So the way that the indoor detection works is we've just got one single raycast pointing up at the position of the rain. So I actually want to make that a little bit more complex, where I've got an array of raycasts pointing in all different directions. And the more raycasts that hit, the more filtered the audio will be.
Think the lightning sprite outer line glow, there is something missed, the contrast is too sharp.
Right.
That's a cool idea, I was gonna ask how you did that.
So we need more thunder sounds. Meow. Meow. Look, we go Sav. Look. That's a pretty good representation of Sav, isn't it? Little Sav. Little Sav. It's a cool idea. I was going to ask how you did that. What's that? The lightning, or? Well, you're talking about the muting. So basically what you want to do is all of my audio for the rain. Dampening. Yeah, so all of the audio for the rain runs through a bus called the rain bus. So that's the rain sound. And then look, we've got one single effect on there called low pass filter, right? So it's the thunder sounds and the rain sounds are going through that. See, rain sound is going through the rain bus. And then the thunder audio, even though it's positional, it's also going through the rain bus as well. Area mask. There's also something I need to do here. Add like reverb and stuff like that. I need to try to... I've never really done the like adding reverb in an area. And I need to try and dick around with that at some point. So anyway, what we do here is the rain. The way that the rain works is it follows the play around anyway. It follows around... does it follow the play around or does it follow the view around? Yeah, so it finds the follow node. I think we set the follow node. Yeah, there's a follow node here. No? Is it not exposed? Okay. There's a follow node, which is the player. So it follows the player around. And obviously, like, this needs a little bit of work if we have a respawning system where we actually need to reset the follow node. Or if you're decoupling from the player, it really should just go to the get viewport, get camera 3D, right? So, okay, that's what it's doing anyway. So it's not following the player around, it's following around the follow node. So what we should do here is if follow node do this, it should be if not follow node, then we're setting the follow node, yeah? So really, that's like a, yeah, I should have done that earlier. It's kind of like a fallback. Just in case we're on a different camera and the follow node or the player doesn't exist, right? So all I've got here is one single indoors raycast, right? So if I go over to it, we've got one single raycast. Where the fuck is it? You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. It doesn't really come across too well on stream, but there's the node there, the raycast node. And so it goes 5 meters above us, right? So the reason it's 5 is because in the cop station, when you stand underneath the stairs, it was not technically indoors, like right here. There's more than 5 meters above us or something. So it thought that we were outdoors right here. So that's why I've got it set to 5. Otherwise, I just set it to like 3.5 or whatever. But this is the reason that it kind of sucks, is because if you're standing right on the edge, right on the threshold, it should half mute the sound and not completely. You know what I mean? I've been trying to figure out ways that I can do that. And I think what I'm going to do is just have an extra like 8 raycasts or something. And they will go... yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not too sure. I'm really not too sure how I would do that.
Do multiple raycasts yet?
Yeah,
you
but
can use
to
GPU
what?
particles collider, man. That sounds like it would work.
GPU particles collider. Okay. Lee X Lou. Lee X Lou. Now you're the guy that's good at particles, right? Yeah, that's right. You're the guy that's good at particles. Okay, so I got a question for you. If we want to stop the rain from getting inside this building, right? I can use the box collider, right? But I want to do like one of the SDF things. So check this out. If I go SDF particle GPU particles collision SDF 3D, right? Technically, it should be creating like a volume or whatever, like a baked height map of things that should and shouldn't have rain sort of pierce through them, right? So if I create just a little section like this, for instance, we'll use this as the example. What it should be doing is stopping the rain from getting inside this area, right? But for some reason, when I bake it, right, so we've got this here. Now, my rain particles are on layer 10, so I need to make sure the visual instance is on layer 10, I believe. And then the cull mask, whatever, you know, I'm not really too sure. But if I bake this now into this folder, I'll just bake over the top of that because that's, we don't need that anymore. Boom. Now I baked that, right? So when I run and I go over here, so we'll set it to daytime. How are the particles still getting in? You know what I mean? I'm obviously doing this wrong, but I don't understand how. Because I know that if I switch this over to a GPU particles collision box 3D, chuck it in my little contact volumes node, and then I create a box like this, and then I set this to visual layer 10, I believe, it's my particles on 10. and not on one. And then I run that, it should work, right? Because it's just a box. It's just a box that blocks the particles. Or not? What's going on here? Cull mask.
You need to enable collision on particles.
I thought I had it enabled. Unless I just don't have it enabled at all. This was working before when I did this. Let me try this. Okay. So let's get rid of this SDF, the GPU particle collisions bullcrap for now. Right? And then on the contact volumes, I'm going to move this up to the top just in case it being inside a folder is what's messing it up. Right? My rain here, let me show you. So my rain is on layer, visual layer 10, I believe. Yeah, it's on visual layer 10, okay? So it's on 10. Now in the process material, I've got collisions turned to hide on contact, right? So they should just be deleting. Do I have to use scale? Let's see if we use scale, see if that helps. And now if I run that, come on, just because of the grass, bro. I just got to get rid of the grass for now. And then I come over to here. See, it's still getting in. That's maybe a little bit better. I'm not too sure. Maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit better. But it's still getting in. So let's say I make this even bigger.
For rain volume, maybe do 5 raycasts all pointing up middle 1 and 4 that are offset by like a meter in each direction. Could do directional volume adjustments that way too.
It sounds like a lot of work, but if I'm just doing, because the rain sound is like, it comes from an audio stream player. It's not 3D. It's just an audio stream player. See, look, they're deleting now, right? But that's only because I've kind of scaled it up quite a bit. Maybe the speed of the particles is too much or something. I'm thinking what I can do for the audio is, yeah, I'll have like 6 raycasts total. But like, if I'm indoors, see, all of the raycasts should probably point up, right? So yeah, this is a problem that I'm having now, which is like, maybe I've just got to make the FPS of the particles higher or something like that, so they don't bleed through. But you see that? It's kind of working. It might not be like exact, but at least it's kind of working.
I'm not sure how you're dealing with the rain. There are many solutions when it comes to an open world like game. I prefer to attach the particles to the character movement small rain end.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. So I've got
it bigger and fixed.
Just make it bigger. Can't really just make it
multiple
bigger,
layers of collision, maybe LOL.
Yeah, so the rain, the way that the rain works is, yeah, it moves around on the player for sure. It's a little bit like the ocean. The ocean moves around on the player as well. But the rain, it moves around. Sorry, on the follow node, which is like the detected, you know, camera 3D that we're using. So if I go all the way up, you know, it's going to follow me all the way up. That's how I'm handling the rain. So really, we shouldn't have too much of an issue with indoors, but just like a little bit of rain is okay. But like, I just don't want to have to overshoot everything, you know?
And I prefer to use GPU particles collision height field 3D, but it depends.
Yeah, well, does height field 3D stop, like, will it stop particles from getting into here? Because I don't think it will, right? Because from what I read from the documentation, it doesn't detect indoors and like overhangs and stuff like that too well. I mean, I guess what I'm doing right now, it is quite complicated as far as particle systems go, but I don't want it to look too dodgy. I don't care if it's a little bit jank, but I just don't want it to look too dodge. You see, like, there's obviously particles getting in when they shouldn't. Part of that might be because my fixed FPS was at 15. Yeah, that's probably got to do with it. It's half of what it should be. Look at that. That's like a lot nicer now. But yeah, anyway, that's the box. The box collider 3D. That's working. Okay. But then this SDF field, I just can't figure it out. I'm at a loss right now. I guess I just don't understand how it's supposed to work. Maybe? You know what I mean? So like this is supposed to detect like indoor areas, right? But then if I run the bake, like it's not really detecting any of this bullshit. Unless I've got to make it even bigger. So she said, maybe not put it halfway between a wall. Let's just encompass this whole building real quick, just so that we can get a really good sort of sample. We'll go 128 with it, which is quite detailed. And then if we run that, because like as far as the documentation goes, like I'm doing things the way that you're supposed to do it, but it's not doing anything, you know? So I've got it selected on 10 as well. Not making sense, man. Or I just don't understand fundamentally how this is supposed to work. This doesn't make sense, man. I mean, I could put boxes everywhere, but I would prefer to not put boxes everywhere. I can try this collision height field 3D, because apparently that's supposed to follow around the camera, right?
Oh yeah, for indoors GPU particles collision SDF 3D is better, but it's not very reliable.
Yeah, it's not very reliable at all. See, this height field 3D, the height field mask, let's set it to 10. We'll set it to follow the camera around. So maybe you can teach me a little bit about this. So let's say I want to have it like 15 by 15 and then like 5. Right? So this is going to follow the camera around. And the height field mask, let's see. The visual layer is to account for when updating the height map. Only mesh instance 3D whose visual layers match with this height field mask will be included in the height map collision update. So I believe that's going to be 1 and 6. So we've got world and the world mesh.
Is REM associated with REM?
REM, dude, I fucking hate REM. This one goes out to the one I
Have you tried
love.
adding shrimp to the particle system?
Did you see that? Something just flashed on the screen. Send me a shrimp, I'll put it in there.
Make it rain crabs. I knew you'd hate REM. You hate Ramones.
Yeah, I hate the Ramones, man. Hey, ho, let's go. Skimming them a hump up. That's fucking the Ramones, bro. Hey, ho. Let's go. Skimming them a hump up. So I'm using this height field 3D at the moment.
Is it like a navigation mesh where it wants the collision boxes as child of the region? I do not know how any of this works.
Yeah, that's what I initially thought, but I don't
never
think so.
To anything else.
I'm not sure if that's... Let's try it. Nah, that doesn't make sense, dude. It just doesn't make sense. When moved, height field mask. Height field mask. Hi ho. Skimming them above. Fucking hate the Ramones, dude. They suck ass. Not saying I'm any more successful than them, but at least I don't make shit music. Nah, I'm just playing, dude. Nah, I'm just playing. I gotta use my buttons more. I'm not really using my buttons that much because, like, I'm freaking all in today. We're really trying to figure out these issues. Like a height field, like okay, so
Laser Horse Ramones.
Damn straight, Laser Horse better than the Ramones. Yeah, let's switch the hat round. Start rapping that shit, baby. Skip me flop. So,
Does the buildings and houses have two faces thickness? Maybe the GPU particles collision height field 3D works if you extend it more that it can covers the roofs. How did you do the minimap?
I'm not too sure. I've got a tutorial on my YouTube page on how to do the minimap, by the way. So this is one of the roofs, by the way. This is kind of the area that I was first working on when I was trying to figure it out. So the area that we've got right now, it looks like this in the roof. So really that should be like enough room, right, for it to process. But it's just not processing. I'm not sure why. Like I said, at the end of the day, I can do this all with like the boxes, but I really just, if there's a better way to do it, I don't want to do it with the boxes because that's kind of gross, right? The contact volumes. So, Springbone Collision Plane 3D, what is that? So we've got the collision box 3D, and I guess like for the most part, this is okay, you know? But it's just, it's not ideal. So like this here, like, because my world isn't like, it's not a box, man. It's all kinds of shapes, man. I don't want to be forced into some sort of box, man. But you know, maybe I can overshoot it and nobody will notice. Overshoot, undershoot it. Nobody will notice. Move that up to the top. Make sure that it's on visual layer 10. Otherwise, it's not going to block anything. I think we need also some more weather conditions. So one of those conditions I want to be like...
Can you zoom minimap?
Damn, look at that, dude. Nah, no zoom on the minimap. This is only a temporary minimap for right now as well. So look, it's all getting in.
Finding plugins that other people made.
When it comes to something like this, kinda.
Game is trash.
You know what I mean? When it comes to something like this, like maybe I should start looking into plugins. Like particle collision plugins, but I just don't think that there's going to be any. But this is what I was talking as well about, like, look, our at the start of the stream, like our light is just too sharp. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if I should be blurring this. Let's see, where is our sun energy? I'm not sure if we should be just turning the light off from the sun completely and then like relying on like ambient, you know what I mean? Unless it's, but this is daytime, like this looks like crap.
No, wait, do you have enabled the follow camera thing on the height field 3D?
Yeah, I did have that enabled. I have it all turned off now though, but I did have that enabled. I'm just not sure why it's not working, man.
Sorry, my internet connection sucks sometimes.
Yeah, that's okay, dude. That's alright. I'm just glad that somebody's trying to help me. Rain hail, that's actually not a bad one. You make like the particles change depending on how heavy. the rain is. So when it goes to clear, it actually gets quite dark. And I think that's because there's no clouds in the sky. I'll show you what I mean. Sorry about the chickens. But you see, if I turn up the... if I turn up the cumulus coverage, see, everything gets a bit brighter. Obviously, because we've got...
Do you get hail in WA? We usually get it once or twice a year in QLD.
We had some like a month ago, actually. So clear should probably look more like this. Yeah, we got some hail like a month ago. It was crazy, man. Like, I love it when the hail comes through and you're just like, what the fuck was that? You wake up and you just like run to the door because it sounds like there's like rocks just hitting your windows. I mean, that was my experience with it the other day. But yeah, I love hail, man. It's so cool. We do get it. We don't get snow over here. Except for like one specific spot. But even that one spot, it barely even gets the... It's not really even snow. It's more like a technical snow. You know what I mean? It's technically snow. But I wouldn't really call it
the camera
snow.
follow thing and make the high-filed 3D box really big with resolution 2048 update mode. When move fast, then move it just 1 centimeter so it updates once and stay stay fixed in place.
Okay, let's try that. So we're going to add a collision, a height field. So when you talk about a height field, right, height field is, it's more or less going to figure out the top position of everything, or is it figure out the bottom position of everything? Because look, if my particles are going through the ground, I don't care that much because they don't really last for very long anyway. So let's go, we'll make it quite 2048, that's cool. And then we'll make it on layer 10. Visual instance layer, yeah, let's have a look. Or visual, so it should be on layer 10 because that's the layer that our particles are on, I believe. So then we've got the cull mask. What is cull mask?
Wow, I like the terrain. How did you model it all?
It's all with Blender, just straight up Blender. You know, you just start with one plane and you just extend it. You know. You can actually go back through my lives on YouTube, and I think there are a couple of my lives where I'm actually showing how to do it.
Yeah, it figures out the hey, only problem is your rain is going also very horizontal.
Ah, yeah, look at that. Look, so the rain is not going into the floor anymore, which is cool. Yeah, the rain horizontal is okay, because I do want it to like, oh, look at that. Oh, wait, we've got a box there, don't we? Yeah, okay, that doesn't really... Brother, I think it's working, dude. I think it's working. Yeah, like a little bit of rain coming in through the windows is like, that's not too bad. Like, that's... You can expect that from basically any game, right?
There you go, it's not perfect, but...
That's not perfect, but that's great. I didn't know that that's how that worked. Thanks, man. This is why you are the expert at particles, dog. Let's go, dude. Everybody, hands together for my boy, Lee Lou. My dude. Come on, guys. That is some damn good advice. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, make sure you hit that like button, okay? Lord knows I need it, boys. Lord knows I need it.
LU Dallas multi-pass HURR.
Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. No, I'm really cool. I'm really stoked about that. It said that it wasn't good for indoors, but like I disagree. This is pretty nice.
The SDFG1 works the same. You maybe needed to increase the resolution, maybe.
I don't know, dude. Like you saw me trying it, right? You saw me trying that shit. This is the contact volume right here. No, that's not the contact volume. I had it there, but it was just like not working. Let's try it again. So SDF 3D. And then we'll make it, what? 136 by 20 by 105. 136 by 20 by 135, was it? 105. Cool. So then we get the transformation.
This only bakes one time when moved, so if you move something in the map, you will need to shake the GPU particles collision height field 3D so it re-updates.
Ah, okay. That's crazy. Or what? Reopen the project or something like that? That's kind of crazy. Can I just disable this? What if I do that? Oh no, that's awesome. That's so cool, dude. Wow. Like, obviously it's a little bit dodgy right now, but that's so cool.
Oh, I have to leave for now, but if you need anything, feel free to send me a message, bro.
Thanks, man. Honestly, really appreciate you, dude. Really, really appreciate it. I'll come and leave a comment on one of your videos or something. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, dude. You always seem to join at the exact right time when we need you, dude. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. It's like adding so much to the game by having that in. That's all. Height field 3D. Let's delete that for now. And then we'll put this one on 10. And then we'll bake it. And then we'll run this. See, it's not doing it. You see, it's all just going through the ground, man.
You can bake things from code I tested some time ago, baking navigation meshes at runtime.
That's working there, though. It's working. It is working, isn't it? It is working. Let's increase the resolution. You can bake things from code. I tested some time ago, baking navigation meshes. Yeah, unfortunately this SDF thing, it doesn't bake, it's not exposed outside of the editor. We were just reading the documentation before, because obviously, like, you know, unless a pro comes into your chat and tells you exactly how it is, you kind of just have to read the documentation, right? But if I can get the hang of this, then that's really, really cool, because it's a really important part of the game is the weather, because obviously, like, we were talking about it before in chat, like, islands tend to have like some pretty extreme weather, right? Because there's no mountains and other like geological features, especially like what do you call them, like you know like the paragliders, they use the heat to go up. What are those called? The little heat things? You know, there's not a lot of that, and there's no land for like heat to accumulate to then create those what are they called? What are they called? The heat things, the updrafts. Is that the one? Updraft? Updraft, heat. What do you call it? Vertical draft? The heat that goes up. Yeah, because there's no surface to heat up, so you don't get a lot of like the clouds kind of just like they barrel out of control when it goes over like islands, you know, there's
Hot
nothing stopping it.
Mixing.
Yeah, but you know, like what are they called? Where like the parachuters and the birds and stuff, they just like they sit on the thermals. That's what they call thermals. That's the one, isn't it? That's the one. A thermal. You know, so around islands, there aren't thermals or like, or mountains and stuff like that to mess around with the clouds. They just like barrel out of control because it's like on a big plane. It's like in the deserts, you get like massive thunderstorms and stuff in deserts, like huge rain in deserts because like there's nothing. Well, obviously you get the thermals and shit like that, but you don't get like mountains. You know what I mean? So look at this. This is supposed to not have any rain in it, but there's rain in it. That's not supposed to have any rain in it, but there's rain in it. Yeah, I'm not liking this one. convenience store was... Nah, look at that. See? This thickness here. What if we make it 5 meters, 2 meters?
I fixed the PC success.
Nice, dude. Yeah, so this isn't working. But see, the other solution was...
W.
So this SDF 3D we can get rid of. This one here, which our boy told us about, is kind of like... You know what I mean? Like, this seems to work pretty damn well. And this thing gets rendered, like, real time, I believe. So that's another thing, is I don't really want to... Look at that. So it's stopping stuff from getting in. Kind of. Maybe, like I said, if the... Oh wait, we've got that turned off, this layer. Why is that turned off, this layer?
The difference is that the height map is like a blanket, SDFG is 3D, so you can either do small areas with lower resolution or a big area with big res.
Yeah. Like this. This is basically, like, this is really good right here, right? The rain's not getting in. But it is over here. Yeah, so this is what he means by the blanket. See, it's like a blanket of shit. Alright, I need to piss again. Alright, you guys can enjoy the ambience. Look at that. Ambience. And then maybe when I get back, we'll draw some more like lightning sprites and stuff, you know? Add a little bit more richness to it.
Games normally do SDFG with small areas that get toggled on off as the player is near.
Right. Now. Okay, now what are we gonna do? Make some more lightning effects. We could make some more
Hey, what's up?
conditions or something. Yo, what's up, Frozen Shadow? What's up, dog? I'm pretty sure you're on the wall, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, look, Frozen Shadow's on the wall. That's my boy right there. Oh, yeah. So I think...
What's up, nonsense? What's going on?
Wait, did you see these?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Cola and Sav.
No, that's dope.
Especially Sav,
Oh,
look
yeah,
at
that's
her.
so cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I drew over her a little bit, so it looked a little bit more like paint.
Did you just like cut out a filter and Photoshop?
Sorry? Nah. I tried that. It was very grey, so I just like sat there and just drew over the top of it. Little eyedropper, paint, eyedropper, paint. You know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit with Cola as well, just so it blends in a little bit nicer.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Not with
Drew
Paul.
over Paul.
Yeah. Paul in big letters, yeah.
That is the photo of the cat. My roommate's cat.
Yeah, that's my roommate's cat right there. So yeah, it's a texture in game as well. It's not just a decal like it was before. But we can use that decal to see what it would look like if we want to add like more. Because I was thinking of doing that. Like as the game progresses, we might actually want to create more decal. Sorry, what do you call it? More like graffiti decals. See what I mean? So we've still got the decal there, so we can put it over the top of stuff and see how different areas will look. But check this out. This is why. This is the reason that Thanks, man, for the sub. What we've got to do is not have it be a decal, right? Because the
Sorry, bruh, I missed the last stream.
That's okay. What's up, dog? Oh, you're on here as well, by the way. Where are you? Look, Misty. That's you right there, dude.
Oh yeah, that problem sucks
Boom!
with decals.
Boom! He's right there, dude. Boom.
Ah, that
Don't
Esto.
worry. Don't worry. I didn't forget about you, dude. Yeah, I put a lot of people on here without you guys knowing, just in case you guys go, where's my name? And then you actually find it one time. It's going to be mad. Look, we got Zeph Star. I don't even think he knows that he's on the wall either. I started working on the Neversoft logo, and then I was like, oh, screw it, whatever.
Well, it's a flat wall, you don't have to use a decal, I guess.
Well, it's not a flat wall. That's the thing. You see this? See, it actually moves around a little bit. And like, that's what I want. I don't want just like, you know, a 15-meter long completely flat wall. So this one here isn't flat either. And that's obviously why this isn't working too well.
I see.
Yeah, that's right. So you see how like this is cut off here?
I'll promo for everyone, not just chill my own publishing company, haha.
Hell yeah, dude. Do it, brother. Go for it. So, be my guest. You see how it cuts off here? That's just because the decal, like, I've got to make the decal thicker, right? And then it doesn't cut off. But then look, our barcodes are massive because obviously our, I mean, you guys get it. Like, I'm not really teaching you guys anything brand new here by showing you dudes this, but this is kind of the reason why we can't use decals. But also, the design methodology that we've got for decals inside this game is we're only using decals for things that are temporary. Things like bullet holes, blood splatter, you know what I mean? Like maybe even like Forlorn did it in his game where you drop drips on the ground to make it look like wet. So as you're walking around, there's like wet drops on the ground, which I think is a brilliant use of decals as well. But the idea is that, all decals need to be temporary.
Yeah, I have a bleed system similar.
Hell yeah, dude. Just give me a sec. Wait, when am I leaving? Hold on. Gotta... Sorry, just sorting out this trip over to Queensland. I've got to make sure that
texture painting for the first Tim.
Yeah, I got to make sure that the work that I have to get done is all done before I leave. So that's a couple of like short videos for a mate and stuff like that. Check this out. The rain's not getting in down here, which is cool, and that's because of the height field, right? It's not like full SDF, but like it's done a pretty damn good job. You know, I think in the future I might just have to make my walls a little bit thicker. I mean, I don't think anybody cares if like a little bit of particles like bleed through. You know? By the way, I've been doing texturing and texture painting for the first time. Yeah, texture painting's really good fun, man. I really enjoy texture painting. It's difficult, but it's really satisfying. Yeah.
I couldn't find the stream where you made the terrain in Blender. Could you like just tell me the process? Searched YT, couldn't find any like this.
Honestly, the process is incredibly simple, right? This, like, I'm not trying to be a dick by showing you this, but like this is literally what you do, right? So you create a plane, just honestly, just like one flat plane. And then you grab, it might just sound like I'm being a dick, but I'm not, right? I'm trying to be helpful right now. And then you want to go to edge mode, right? Grab one of these edges and then just extrude it, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, you've got like this. You know what I mean? And then once you've created like a decent sized grid. So what I did is I did this for the path. Like I was looking down on it, right? And so I did this over and over and over and over again, you know, and then eventually I ended up with...
I think he was talking of the modeling of the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So then I ended up with a big long path that went like this. You know what I mean? I had like some cool paths I literally started with the paths of my island, right? And a lot of these paths I've changed and I've gotten rid of, right? Right? But I had like these paths, right, that I just extruded, right? And then you look at it from the side, and then what you want to do is you want to just grab one of these, switch it over to proportional editing, right? So what proportional editing means is that when you move your plane down or on a side or whatever, it'll actually affect everything around it, right? So you do that by holding, you hit G to move the thing around, and then you scroll, right? And then it'll move everything down. So then that's how you end up with like, yeah, O hotkey. And that's how you end up with like kind of, you know,
to enable proportional,
like a nice wavy, what do you call it? Like, terrain. So I was trying to say texture. I'm like, it's not texture. It's like you end up with a cool, like, wavy terrain.
You can do blocky road also,
you know what I mean?
Just use loop tools to relax the vertices.
Yeah, you can do a lot of different things, right? But like, check this out. I'll just open up.
Thanks, this is really helpful.
I'll just open up Godot, Blender, and I'll just show you real quick. Hold on. So I'm not going to mess with my current.
Just show him.
Yeah, I'll just show you. So what you want to do is you want to go add, and then you just want to add a plane, right? And then literally just go tab over into edit mode. So this is quite big. This is like a 2 meters. So I might go 0.5 just so it's 1 meter long. And then you literally just do this. You know what I mean? Like just create a path. You create your cool paths. Say it's E to extrude. Yeah. Just make a cool path.
The best part of the tutorial is he says right and gives you a break to pause. I also use the displace.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, there's easier ways to do this where you can actually draw the paths and do it that way. But let's say, like, I just wanted to have a really simple world like this. We just got one path that goes around, you know, like even like a racetrack or something like that. You know what I mean? So I'm sure doing this with like loop tools or something would be a lot easier, but I don't fucking know, dude. This is just how I did it. And the reason I did it like this is so I had a retro feel. Also because I don't know a quicker way, you know what I'm saying? So, like this. And then you can connect those two together.
Old school level design.
Right? So then, what you can do from there is you can grab one of them. Like I was saying, the proportional editing tool right here. And then let's say you want to go G, like to move it up and down. You can hit proportional editing and then scroll in and out to, you know, edit what's around it. Let's say we want this to be the high point of the map or something like that. Even want to even that out kind of thing. You can do that. Blah, blah, blah. And then in the middle,
that
you can go click
to be
one.
My issue. I don't know the fast way to do literally anything. I do it all
Hold
the hard
shift.
way. You can also
sometimes the hard way is the good way, dude.
Paint.
So you do this, you can fill it, right click, and then go, what is this? We go, okay, we've got to switch over to thingo mode, quad mode,
I'll
edge
stick
mode.
To my flat world.
So you can do like this, if you want, whatever. Or you can do what I do, which is we want to manually put those cuts in. So let's say, to here, I want to put them cuts in like this. Let's say probably from here to like here. Yeah, from like there to there. So manually putting the cuts in is good for a couple different reasons, but you don't have to, you know?
Grid
You
fill.
got to be careful though. Yeah, grid fill won't work for this specifically.
Appreciated for showing the process.
Look at this.
The fast
like
way to
that.
extrude the paths like that is Control right click BTW.
Control right click. There you go. And then we can do a bit of this. Oh yeah.
There is another way you get Claude Fable 5 by $60 worth of tokens. Generate a path for you in Blender 5 worth of tokens to spare.
So then usually I like to put like a line through it. So that's the other thing, is I just want to have like that central middle point in case I ever want to do anything else to it. Get bam. So it's really not that complex of like as people might make it out to be. To do terrain like this, it's really not that complex. It's just
I took a page out of Rembit Games. Instead of character body 3ds, I use Node 3D for my enemies, optimizing the FK out of it. I'm happy with that.
Damn
FPS
straight,
active
dude.
ragdolls.
Hell yeah, bro.
LOL.
So then let's say you want to color this one and make this one what, brown? Because it's not really. Oh, I'll make it green. Yeah. Assign that. Yeah, and then we can go select what, invert, boom. Then we can create like a path, right? Path, let's say we want to make this brown, something like that. Cool. And now we've got like the grass versus the path. Path versus grass. I'm sure there's a better way that we could do this. Select linked
I
material.
have never played GTA 5. Does it have actual nudity?
I'm not answering that. We don't talk about NSFW in this chat. So let's say I wanted to extend everything else out. I grab all of these outside ones and we can go extrude. I kind of want to extrude from the boundaries, but I don't know why that doesn't work.
Sprag your senses.
Sprag. Anyway, you guys understand what I'm showing. We can go like this. Yeah. Boom. Yeah.
Coming from my ass.
Boom, join those up. And, you know, you want to grab the things. Join them up. Yes, coming from my ass. You know, don't get too complex about it. Boom, 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 join them. But like really, you want to think about it in as much like dots, lines, and faces as you possibly can, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing.
GTA 6 leak. Have you watched the today leaked footage?
No, I haven't. I'm not really too interested in it either, to be completely honest. Not super interested in it. In fact, I don't really want to know at all, to be completely honest. I don't want like my
So did you do the
experience
water
to be
using the
ruined.
same
You know what I
place?
mean?
Plane.
No, so I've got a plane in Blender, but I've also got a plane in Godot. It's just easier in Godot.
I still
So,
haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2 SHH, no spoilers.
gray. We'll call this gray. So, actually, no, we want this to be dirt. Yeah? So we'll make the dirt this color. And then this here. Control L, and then you can use this to select how much. So you just want to select all the material. Control L, grab all linked. And then path, we can make like a gray color, right? So I mean that right there is like a terrain. You know what I mean? A little bit. A little bit. I'm just kind of focused, honestly. Thing is, I'm really trying to I really want this weather system to be good.
Cool.
So Control
Modded
L,
GTA the GOAT.
we can grab this, move this all up. You know what I mean?
GTA 4.
Grab this outside, and then we can go Z. So you go S for scale, Z. So turn off proportional editing, S, Z, 0. Resets everything to 0. Right? And then that there is like, it's almost a bit of a terrain that we could use, you know, in game if we really wanted. And then you just export that as a .glb. And then when you import it into Godot, you want to make sure that in the import window, you are adding your collision shapes there inside the import window. So when you double click, because then that means that you don't have to actually edit children and then create like static
You
bodies
should use
for all of
stylized
the
textures will give your game an interesting vibe.
we'll get there. I think at the moment, like what I'm going for is a PlayStation 2 realism vibe, which honestly isn't that realistic, but it's rooted somewhat in reality. So like the textures are like actual photos that people have taken. You know what I mean? Piss coming from my ass. Yeah, GTA 4 is great, honestly. GTA 4 is I'm not going to say it's better than GTA 5, but GTA 4 is fucking awesome, dude. OG Max Payne style. Let's have a look. Max Payne. Original. Yeah, that's like the straight up PS2 look, right? It's like it's PS2 realism. Whatever you want to call it is that. That's sort of what I'm going for, right? Where it's honestly not that realistic, especially like lighting wise, but like it's damn good, you know? It's all photos mapped to models. Yeah. Photo projection. I mean, like all of my textures are real textures. They're not like stylized textures, right? Except for, you know, things like the grass shader. I call it the Rocket League shader. The Rocket League grass shader, you know? So that's kind of what I'm going for, because I know that like at the moment it does look a little bit like mishmash of different styles, but that's because there's things that I'm avoiding that I know that I don't like. So you guys you guys know what Cinti is? So anyway, this is how you create a terrain with Blender, by the way. Your texel sizes are not consistent. You have to work on that. I honestly don't care, to be completely honest. I don't give a shit. I'm not going for realism. That's what you need to remember. I'm not going for realism. Now, I know some things are stretched and some things are warped, but like, I don't give a shit about that. And also, I'm not at the art pass yet. Right now, the art is kind of like, it's enough to pass, you know, but it's not the actual final art pass, right? So in the final art pass, I'm going to be adding a lot more high quality textures. But I don't want to make them too high quality or it loses its, like, you know. What generation of console was the PlayStation 2? Was that Gen 4? Gen 5? Gen 4? What generation of console was the PS2? 6th generation. That's it. So 6, yeah, I didn't think it was 6. Damn. So I want that 6th generation look, right? And like realism is what they were going for, but like, you know, you compare it to today's realism and it's like, it's very different. You know what I mean? But like, we're going to take a lot of like shortcuts, you know? So anyway, this is how you create terrains in Blender, you know? Pretty easy, right? And then, yeah, obviously, like the water is a plane too. I think you were saying that before. The water's a plane too, but then when I bring it into Godot, we just completely ignore it. You know, we don't even import the water plane from the Blender project. What I mean by that is this. So if we go to slum.glb, and then we go over to water, so I've just literally got skip import. We're just skipping it on import. You know what I mean? So we don't need to worry about it. Gen 5, which blender do you prefer? I mean, I've just got 5.2. I've just got 5.2. It's really good.
I got one from Kmart that's pretty good.
Shut up, idiot. So, I think I want more graffiti in the game, but like it's not really a priority right now to create it. We've already got the one wall, which is really cool. It's also part of the vertical slice that proves that if any of the walls are looking boring, we can just add our own texture to it. So like this wall here, if I want, I can just figure out the dimensions of that, create a texture that's pretty much the same dimensions, and then just like project that directly onto that wall. So at the end pass of the game, I am going to, and this is the thing about like texel density and shit like that, is like it really only matters when you're trying to do realism, right? Like nobody gives a shit about texel density when we're talking about like the stylization, because you know it might be cell shaded or something like that, and then it's like you get the density information from the ink and paint. You know what I mean? So when we're talking about like the texel density of like what my textures and stuff like that, it's like I'm fine if it's inconsistent. I'm totally fine if it's inconsistent, because what we're trying to do is not absolute realism like this here. Like even when we're talking about like the actual pixels on screen, you know, these pixels are different to these because it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it just doesn't matter. Constantly judging texel density for games. Yeah, exactly. It's like it really is, it doesn't matter at all. Texel density is something that people, it's something that you need to keep consistent for things like realism. You know what I mean? Like actual realism. So when you're creating something with real proportions, yeah, you're trying to create GTA 6 like 100%. Like you're gonna notice if things are like weirdly scaled, right? If textures are weirdly scaled and stretched and shit like that, right? But like in this project, it really doesn't matter. Especially, like I said, not now. Just eyeball density. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like here. There we go. Like here. Like, yeah. I mean, this isn't like final. You know, you can see how like this shit here is stretched. All of that sort of stuff. It's because I didn't really care about the exterior of the hospital. I mean, look, like it's not even finished. You know what I mean? Like... That's the game in general. It's just, it's not finished, right? Like this here, the UV is actually like, it's wrapping, like in a really stupid way. Don't worry about that. Yeah, art pass always comes last. Exactly. Like there are things that I won't change in the art pass. That's fine. But there's a lot that I will be changing. Like this. You see that stretch? Like that's not okay. You know what I mean? Should put all of sedated inside the hospital. You know what? There is actually some stuff that I want to add to the hospital.
You put like a little, you could put up like one level on like a little mini game or like an arcade.
A little mini game, dude. That would be kind of cool.
That would be really cool.
I wonder how much of the code I would have to strip out of the game to actually do it. It's totally possible. Like realistically, you know, remember that like computer tutorial that I made, how to make a computer? You could have any Godot game running inside that. Really, you would just have to import all the source code and then have it run through that viewport itself, you know, and then you'd need to abstract things like the global scripts and things like that. You would have to abstract, but
why does the game drop to 20 frames when I walk into the hospital?
Who is this woman behind the counter and why is she trying to kill me? So I think what I want to do is I want to add the flyer. This one. Begin your claim today. This one here would be like the first Easter egg we actually add to the game, which is it's a throwback to Unaccessible, right? But it makes sense in the lore of the game because we're inside the hospital, right? So I'm not sure where I want to put that, but I think if we just, you know, maybe I'll like put it behind the counter or maybe like in here somewhere. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I just don't want to be like restricting. Yeah, but also I want to put the desk from Unaccessible in here with the computer. No, sorry, with sedated. You know? Like, make it look like it's part of sedated. Put inaccessible island on the horizon. I wonder how hard that would be. The problem is the horizon is technically reachable. So I would kind of need to have all of inaccessible on an island. That would be so funny, but like the draw calls, see up the top right, that would shoot up so insanely unless I make like a really nice like LOD for it. You know? It's a fun idea though. It's just fun. It's a fun idea. So let's see if I've already got it in here. I don't. Let's import an image of the inaccessible texture images. Graffiti. It's not really graffiti. What if we go like ads, advertisements? Yeah, I'll create a new folder for advertisements. Advertisements, and then we'll put the flyer in there. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Is it going to be flooding? Probably not. I mean, if I can figure out a nice way to make the ground like shiny, because maybe I only want to do it to certain textures. Like this texture here. Fuck it, we're going to try it now, okay? We're going to try it now. First, maybe what I can do is actually add this in here.
I had my wok burner arrive. Can I borrow your whip?
Your what?
I had like my wok burner arrive.
Yeah, you can use the whip. Just chuck some fuel in it.
You know what, baby?
Where's my keys? I guess it's up near the front door.
Probably in the bowl.
Yeah, probably in the bowl.
Speaking of the bowl, let's chop up.
Let's fucking chop up, cunt. Yeah, your shout. So the flyer. Let's go. Do we have an organization? So somebody was asking about organization earlier. I mean, look at this. This is organization right here. Nodes. So we got hospital. So anything that's related to the hospital, we chuck in here. So if I want to add a mesh instance 3D, I want to make it a plane, and then we're going to shift G it in here. But now what we've got to do is we've got to figure out the dimensions. So it's 256 by 323. 256, 323. And this is a trick that I learned. 256, 323, right? And then we can add that flyer texture to it, right?
I'm Britney Spears.
Oh no, look out,
Yo.
chat. Yo, underscore
LJ. You know what, LJ? I gotta add you to the fucking wall. Bro, you're getting added to the wall right now, dude. This is like the fourth time you've raided me. Look, so we've got a wall here of like all of the ants that have contributed to my community in some way, shape, or form. Give yourselves a hand, okay? Everybody give yourselves a hand because, man, this is such a cool wall. So we've been adding people to the wall for the last like 2 weeks, and I'm gonna add you to the wall. All right, everybody give yourselves a hand job. All right, so here we go. Paint shop, there we go. Boom. All right, I'm gonna add you to the wall here somewhere. Where can we add you? Like over here, yeah, in this little spot here. Yo, it's LJ. Let's go. Thanks for the raid, dog. Watch out for Britney Spears, though, dude. Now, what color should we do? Thanks, man. No, I appreciate you, dude. Everybody, hands together for my boy LJ. Yeah, I follow you. I don't really watch a lot of Twitch, but, like, obviously, if I see people that I follow, like, streaming, I'll jump in and say hey at some point. But, yeah, this is something that I do once, twice, 3 times a week sometimes. Last week it was twice. Usually it's 1. I at least get 1 stream in. I wouldn't really call myself a streamer, but I do like to connect with my community at least once a week. So thanks, guys. Pats on the back. Let's go. Except some of you are assholes. Okay? Talking about you, Stone Python. He's not in the chat right now, so I can say that. Nah, not him. I've got a stalker. It was so funny the other day, bro. It was so funny because we were doing this like out of nowhere. We started like working on this, and he just joined the chat, and he was just like, "Yo, put me on the wall, put me on the wall," and I was just like, "Nah." This is why you got to be nice to the streamer, dude. Otherwise, you don't go on the wall. Yo, it's LJ. We'll do it right here. We're gonna use yellow and another color.
Alright, see you later, you know.
Catch you later, you dog. Make sure that you don't come home.
Oh, what if you know? Oh,
Piss off. Yo, it's LJ. How's that? That's pretty good. Hey?
Harry Slot has arrived. So she and Slot.
Oh, true. Shein. There we go. We'll stylize it exactly the same, alright? Yo, it's LJ. So what goes with yellow? Like a green? We can give you like a... Look at that. Down, down, down. Yo, it's LJ. Thanks for the raid, dog. Appreciate you, man. So then the way that I update this is not just by dragging it straight back into Godot like we used to. We actually have to do a little bit more work by dragging it into Blender. Drawing with a mouse clutch. You know what? I showed you guys this, right? I actually have a Wacom, like a tablet that I've had since I was like 12 years old. But therein lies the problem, that I've had this since I was 12 years old. So I'm pretty sure the pen's fucked. I don't know if it's like fallen and couldn't get up or something like that. But either way, when I hover over the tablet, it just clicks. And like there's nothing that I can do. Like, I don't know. I just can't figure it out. And everybody online is just like, oh, you need to get another pen or whatever. I don't know, dude. I'm hyped to join these legends. Draw me like one of your French girls. Oh, baby. Let's go. Someone was asking me about Malcolm in the Middle earlier. The thing is, I really like Malcolm in the Middle. Okay? I don't know if you're just asking me that because like you're trying to play the crowd and you know that I like Malcolm in the Middle. But I freaking love that show, dudes. Honestly, like one of the best. Nay. The best. One of the best shows ever made, I believe. Strongly believe. Incredibly funny. And I re-downloaded it. No, I didn't re-download it. I've had it downloaded since I was like 15 years old, which is crazy. Like, I've got really, really, really bad quality like videos on my computer from a very long time ago. Hello. This is Sav right here. Meow. And I just started watching them again. Let's have a look. So, oh my god. So that's Savannah. She likes to do that, dude. Just come smack the shit out of the camera. Dog! Here she comes. She's coming back. Yo!
At Michael Collins 6345 super chatted $10.69.
Thanks,
Bitcoin
Mike.
alert,
You're my boy.
Bitcoin had broken 80k. Buy Bitcoin.
It actually broke 80k. Hold on, we gotta go to Schizovision. Boom. 80k, look! Look at that, Bitcoin. It's above 80k right now. Thanks, Mike. Everybody, W's in chat for my boy, Mike. Let's go. Let's go, dog. We haven't done Schizovision in a while. And it's because I don't have any more AI credit. I don't have any more API AI credit for OpenAI, and I think the other one was DeepSeek and Gemini, right? And they would just make bullshit. It was actually a really cool system. It just sat here and just spewed bullshit out. It's really cool. But either way, I don't have any credits left for it. Man, Schizovision rules. We're going to get Schizovision back on the channel a little bit more. Thanks for the 15, dog. Appreciate you, man. Always a pleasure. So, Malcolm in the Middle, on my computer, it goes back to 2013. I downloaded it in June of 2013. That's crazy. And I think this was like me re-downloading better quality because the original quality I had sucked. Don't thank me, thank Bitcoin. All right, everybody, you need to buy now and hold, okay? Buy now and hold.
Bruh.
Yo, Cloby, what's up, dog? And Kudakushi. Yo, wait, do I have you on the wall? Are you on the wall here, Kudakushi? Because I think I've got to add you. We got Cloby. You've only got one E though, unfortunately. Kudakushi. I'm just adding people to the wall right now. Don't think so. Yeah, well, welcome to the wall, dude. So this is a wall in game, and I'll show you in a minute. We've just got to add you in here somewhere. We've got to find somewhere with a little bit of space. We can go over here. Yeah, we'll just start adding to the bottom section here. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Here I go again on my own. Kudo, yeah? You can have two lines. Kudo, Kushi. I've made up my mind. Ku. Yeah, Cloby is taken because I forgot my Twitch password for it from like a million years ago. Lol. I gotta love that, dude. Kudo Kushi. No, that's alright, man. You just gotta make sure you buy the game when it comes out now. Or I'll get rid of it. What do you think of lesbian space princess, bro? On the surface, sounds terrible. Underneath the surface, might be fantastic. I'm just gonna add a little bit of extra detail to it, alright? Boom. Okay. That looks good. That'll do. So then what I do is I save that as a PNG into this folder. And then I have to unfortunately open up the slums again, which is this here. We're going to close this. Open recent slums. Don't save this bullcrap. Boom. There's the wall there. Look at that. I'll show you in game in a minute. But then what we got to do is this graffiti BG. I've got to delete that connection, and then I have to clean up, purge unused data to get rid of that image, and then drag the new one in. I don't know if there's a quicker way to do it. I mean, there probably is, but I don't care because I know that this way is not going to double up on the images when I go to import it into Godot, right? So then I have to export that, slums.glb. And then bada bing, bada boom. We just drag the new one in here. Boom. I think I had to get an updated version of it anyway. And then look, Kudo Kushi right there. Let's go. Let's go. So let me show you what I've been doing over the last week. Hey, I saw you put Zepstar on there. Yeah, dude. Check it out, dude. Knew I had to put you on there somewhere, yeah? Even if it's just a pseudonym for the other platform, but it doesn't matter. You can rep it. You can rep it 2 times, bro. That's right. We've got all of the Patreon supporters as well, which can be you if you want, over on Patreon. Yeah, some of them look really cool, like Blake Brooks. Really cool. We've added people like Scatterman, who hasn't been in the stream in like a month, but that's okay because World of Warcraft is out or something. I don't know. We've also got the little Scooby. We added him. Very cool. We've also got the Waldo. Yeah, the Wally. Oh yeah, we got Spawns. big letters. I actually, you know what, Spawns? I had to make it the slightest bit smaller. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is... What have I done? Oh my god, that's right. It's like, why does it look like this? Because of this. I just zoomed out and I was like, oh yeah, we were halfway through adding this and then it just fucked off, dude. Classic. Okay, so this is the trick that I learned, by the way. So let's say I want it to be 100th of this. You just go divided by 100. Yeah? Divided by 100. Alright, so you actually input the dimensions of the image and then you just divide it. It's just easier than having to do it by yourself. So this still isn't small enough. So we'll go divided by 50. No, wait, divided by 2. And then divided by 2. Yeah? It's still a little bit big. So I'll go back and then I'll divide by 3. Oop. And then divide by 3. Keeps everything. Yeah. And then go Shift G and chuck it up on the wall. Boom. Good timing, dude. So now if we run that, you get in there. Imagine if the game gets sued because of the Scooby-Doo image. Yeah, classic. It's funny because this is actually a parody of a parody. So this is by a channel called Sick Animation, which, if you guys don't know who Sick Animation is, you guys aren't living. Sick Animation is hilarious. Now, one thing that I noticed is when I brought the image back in, I didn't change this over to closest. It's still linear. So I'm going to go to closest and then re-export, and then we'll just re-import it. Because, yeah, it's done in Blender. It's not something that you can do with ease in Godot. You can, but, like, there's really no point. Especially I'm going to keep getting rid of it, putting it back in, and getting rid of it, and blah, blah, blah. So SLUM's here. Re-import that. And then it's going to look a little bit nicer. There we go. A bit more blocky and pixelated like it should be. I haven't heard of Lesbian Space Princess. I'm still pissed off that old mate's Legos are still missing. Yeah, honestly, so am I. Does Godot explode if you divide by 0? Nah, it's got pretty good error checking. Not that I've ever tried, but we can try it now. I just don't know if it's really a smart thing to do, you know? What if we can't recover it? What if it corrupts my whole fucking project, dude? What if it corrupts everything, dude? Yeah, that's right. I'd be pissed, man. Hey! So the wall, we've got Big Mike. Look, Bad Mike. Oh, Bad Mike in chat. That's fucking Mike Collins. What's up? What's up? What do you think of... Yeah, now's a good time to get this back up on the wall. Donate $50 and I'll put your pet on the wall forever. Okay? Alright? Super chat, guys. Super chat. Let's get some super chats in there. You guys want your pet up on the wall? Yeah? Just like my pets. So cool, dude. We're going to put this in lightning mode. Check this shit out. Some of you guys haven't seen this yet. But we've got a storm weather modifier. Okay, the next thing I have to do is I need to make a weather menu, okay? Where we can actually change the weather, like manually, okay? So I'm going to write that down. We need to add a weather debug menu. Now, this is much better when you use headphones. I'll donate $50 if you come get the rats out of the wall in the sheds. Classic, dude. Alright, I'm turning this back on, and I'm going to hit this one time because it's funny.
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
You can hear that, right? You guys could hear that. I just need to know. You guys can actually hear that. Before I go. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
I gotta piss. Okay? But put on your headphones and enjoy the ambience.
I was crazy once. They put me in a room full of rats. I hate rats. I was crazy once. I'm happy no one from the community of Ubisoft id Software and From Software are part of that hate.
Yeah, Ubisoft really dropped the ball, dude. You know what's crazy about Ubisoft, bro? Is that, like, I really like freaking Far Cry, dude.
What happened?
I really like Far Cry, dog. Ubisoft is like... man, just look at the stock price.
The Star Citizen fuck up was hilarious to watch.
Oh yeah, I watched that actually. Watched them all like fighting each other and shit. That was so cringe.
Super excited for March of Giants for MUBA, but it won't come out till late next year at a guess.
March of Giants. The hell is March of Giants? Okay. Hold on, I'll look it up. Is it on Steam or what? Not sure.
New MOBA in development.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
okay. Yeah, no. I mean, I can look it up. Show it off. Oh, that was a big one! Let's make a weather menu. So at the moment, I don't really have a pause menu at all.
Not a turtle game. Anyone handing out deadlock invites LOL.
Deadlock invites. Can't you just get on it?
It's for
I've got-
gamers, not turtles.
I've got deadlock.
No pause menu that SA Padlin. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I was gonna
Drop
say
your
I got
Steam
deadlock,
ID.
bro.
Nah, it's invite only.
Ah. You sure? Wait, are they like re-releasing it or something? Huh. Has it always been like that? Wait. I got deadlock years ago.
It has always been invite only.
Okay, alright. Okay, I just don't remember. Yeah, deadlock honestly is good. It's just like I'm such like a I can't
There was
commit.
key drops and everyone who got a key can
You
invite.
know? Yeah, okay, alright. Interesting, okay. I got deadlock. We are our playtesters.
Deadlock is too sweaty for me.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty sweaty. Yeah. What's it called? March of Giants. Yeah, How to Fish. You know, good on him for selling 1 million copies in like one day, but like I really don't think I would get that much playtime out of it. March of Giants. I got like one play session out of Burgle and Gnomes. Like I think Friend Slops.
You should
It's
try
losing
the
its
new era of
edge.
Prince of Persia games and Immortals Phoenix Rising. No, you most try them.
I was never really into Prince of Persia, but 3D platformers, pretty cool always. 3D platformers, gotta love them. I don't know, I don't really play games on this channel though. Not that often, anyway. I've definitely done it. Can't remember the last game that I played on this channel. Yeah, jump into Discord, Zephyr Zero. You were in the Discord already, I think. Yeah, just contact Mark. Where is it? Here we go. Prefer to jork it. What is G-Wiz doing in the fucking jork it? Yeah, come and join the Discord if you guys aren't in it already. Alright? March of Giants. Looks alright. There you go. Yeah, Deadlock. It felt like Overwatch crossed with like Dota. And like very sweaty. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it is incredibly sweaty. Yeah. It's hard. It's really hard. But I was getting the hang of it. I just got shut on too often, and like I just didn't want to learn, bro. Geography games. Yeah, that's right. We did play GeoGuessr, didn't we? You know what? I actually started working on a little vibe coded geography game. You guys want to play it? Hold on. Fuck, what did I call it? Country Guesser? Check this out. So there's a little vibe coded game, because I tried to find one that was this, but it just kind of didn't exist. So this, Indonesia. Boom. This one here is Lesotho. Boom. Yeah? Okay, which one's this one? I think it's Uzbekistan, I think this one is. It is. That one there is shit, I can't remember. Nauru, whatever, dude. That one, Ukraine. Yeah, hit that thumbs up, boys. So this is some vibe coded bullshit that I made, but I actually like it. This teaches a lot about like where, except when it does this, how classic's that? Like some of them, like it's the anti-meridian thing. So like New Zealand and Fiji and a couple other islands, Samoa, Tonga, all that sort of stuff, kind of just doesn't work. Pretty cool. But yeah, hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube. That one there is Turkmenistan. Boom. Yeah. That there is, what is it, Scotland? Fuck, Wales? Shit, Ireland? No, Ireland's supposed to, oh, that's right. Okay, no, I'm just an idiot. Turkey. Yeah. Yeah, you're a real one, dude. That one there, Azerbaijan. That there is Guinea-Bissau. That is, oh, dude, Czechia. That is Nicaragua. Fuck. Is that Panama? Yeah, that's Panama. You guys like this? Is this fun? That's Oman. No, that's Yemen. You guys like watching me smash this shit out? Okay, I can never remember what that one is. Bosnia, dude. Tunisia. I actually really like this. It's fun. Except when it fucks up. Fiji, see? Fiji. Should make it the next Wordle. That there is, No, Eswatini, no, that's Swaziland. What's that one? It's not Algeria, is it? No, that's up top. Fuck. Never remember what this one's called. Botswana. It's got a weird ass name. That's Malta. Boom. That is Namibia. That is Paraguay. Boom. That there is Swaziland. Boom. France. Oh shit, what is that? Grants with a G. France. Yeah. Croatia. Togo. Boom. It's teaching me a lot about African countries. This is fun. I just sat here for like hours the other day, like doing this. Suriname. Okay. Oh, that is, what is it, Saint Martin? Nah, what is it called? San Marino. Always forget that. Canada, hey! What was it? It's not Romania. Albania, no. Shit, what's this one? Bulgaria. Nah, self-diagnosed only. This one here is Moldova. That's Qatar. That is Colombia. Boom. This is fun. I enjoy this. That's Palestine. Rwanda and I can never remember the name of this one. Burundi. Afghanistan. Malaysia. That is Zimbabwe. Boom! That is Taiwan. More like China, am I right, guys? Just kidding. Just kidding. There is Belarus. Dude, I love geography. If Stone Python was in here, I'd show. Dude, the hint button does nothing, honestly. I tried to get a hint button working. I tried to get a hint button working, but it didn't work. That there is Cuba, right? Madagascar. So what I want to do is I want to make this a stream game. So you guys can play it while I'm streaming. You know what I mean? So it'll, but like when it does stuff like this, I know it's USA, but US and A. So you guys can just sit there like, you know, putting the country name in the chat. Vietnam. Yeah, I don't know. I think as a stream game it would be kind of fun, right? Make a hint button that only shows images. Oh yeah, I forgot that I've got that up. Nah, no nerds giving me $50 yet. $50, but VOD viewers will know. If you're watching in the VOD, make sure you hit that like button, okay? You could have the hint show the flag maybe. That's a really cool idea. Very cool idea. What's QI ads? What is that? Is that like Queer Eye? Is that what QI stands for? It's targeted advertising, you know what I mean? It knows from your search history and stuff like that. Let's get these shits on, yeah? These are the cringest glasses that I could find. It was at a Red Dot. No, a reject shop, dude. Okay, so we need to make a menu. Have a white pair, yeah. Yeah, I found the most cringe pair that I could find, dude. Joe Jackson. So we set up some form of like of stopping the particles from getting through into places we don't want it to. I guess what I could do is I could increase the FPS, but I don't know how big of a hit that's going to have on the performance. So let's say here it's 122, 124 while I'm streaming at the moment. If I go to the rain and I reduce that number to 100 or whatever. Cool. Now we'll go 60 FPS. What does that do? Now, is that going to have less penetration, ladies? Penetration.
Bruh.
Prescription old people's sunglasses. Yeah, they do look like that, don't they? So, the rain isn't getting in here, which is awesome. So when this is open, look at that. This is at 60 FPS. So like the rain particles are at 60 FPS. Alright, so if I interpolate turn interpolate off. I wonder if it runs faster. We're not interpolating. Because look at that. That is like with 0 like width. You see what I'm saying? So like, you guys don't understand the problem. Like, I've been having this for a little while, right? This is that the rain is getting through. You know what I mean? So like, let's say this is the rain. So let's make it like a fillet this color. Like that. Let's say we've got the rain, right? And then we've got like our terrain. Yeah? Which could be doing anything. Right? The point of like what we've done and set up today is that it can detect where that terrain is, right? And then make it so it stops the water, the rain, when it hits that part. Well, it's like a height field or some bullshit like that. I don't really know. We tried a couple different methods. This is the non-preferred method, but it's working, and the other method isn't working. So I'm gonna need to dick around with that until I can get it working. But the problem is here that it's not exactly on the line. Like, we're getting like bleed through, right? We're having particles bleed through that, like the surface, like the threshold, right? And that's what that is. You can see that, right? It's bleeding through the threshold. So there's some width, right? There's some minimum width that we have to make this threshold. So we've got to either figure that out. We probably should anyway, just so that when we're blendering stuff, we can make sure that this border is thick enough to not ever let any of the rain through. But it also depends on the speed that the particle's moving and the FPS, right? Because if we've got a particle that's doing this, then it's going to have like these moments where it gets recalculated by the GPU. So let's say it's like this. When we get to about here, it's going to stop, right? And then it's not going to continue. Like, that's just not going to happen. But let's say the particle is moving like this fast, right? Then it's going to realize here. You know what I'm saying? So that is the FPS. And obviously, the lower the FPS, the longer this is. So if I increase the FPS of the simulation up to 120 FPS, then see that threshold disappears a lot more. Like, it's a lot tighter of a threshold now. But it's going to lag the game more because I've got 20,000 particles, you know, at 120 FPS. So what is this now? With the display capture off, it's 144. See, we're still not getting that big of a performance hit from it, but like, it's just, it's something I want to avoid, you know? So if I switch this to 15, then it should, yeah, like it's poking through the roof now, right? Because that distance is now longer between updates on the GPU, right? And also we can see the FPS. You can actually see how the FPS doesn't actually match the surroundings. You know what? That actually looks really cool. Like the stylization of that, like it looks like we're walking through the raindrops. That's kind of interesting, hey. Is this one of those things that's being overly thought out? No, like there's a reason why we're doing this, right? Like, so let's say we're inside this police office, right? Police station right here. You see how like these particles are coming through the roof? This is what we're trying to fix. Good shit, bro. Bark and butter. You just earned your place on the wall, dude. You just earned your place on the wall. Everybody, hands together for bark and butter. You just earned your place on the wall. I say, so the wall, by the way, is this wall here, where we've got heaps of names. You just earned your place on the wall, dog. Bark and butter. How are we going to draw that? Put me on that wall. Yes, look, Fox Army's happy because Fox Army's on the wall already, dude. Put me on that wall. Just got to choose like a nice Yeah, this was actually not a bad brush. It just was a little bit dirty. Yeah, no, let's switch over to a different brush. Soft, we'll start with a soft brush. While you're adding to the wall, you misspelled my name. Oh, it's Godot Kushi. Yeah, look, we'll just do that. Should have said that before. Maybe you did, I just wasn't listening to it. Who knows? Classic dog. There we go. Godot Kushi. There we go, dude. Alright. You fucking done complaining? Huh? You fucking done complaining? Done complaining? Yeah. Nah, you probably did. My bad for not noticing. Yo, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button on the video. It really helps with the metrics. Yeah? And if you're watching from a VOD, throw in a what's up in the comments if you're a VOD watcher. Bark. Bark. It's too late. Might have to put you over here. Yeah, we'll put you over here. We'll start on this side. Bark. And butter. It's very easy, guys. Be nice to the streamer. You go on the wall. Barking. Like that. Bark and butter. Watching this stream is part of my court-appointed punishment. Dude, is that funny or not? Thank you, I feel so honored. Dude, it's just a silly video game. Don't worry about it, okay? It's just a silly video game, you know? You guys either give me your names to write on the wall. See, here's the thing, right? Really wanted to make like a legitimate like graph technique. I mean texture, right? And the technique that I wanted to use to make the realistic texture is to have a lot of different people's names on it, because at the end of the day, that's pretty much what graffiti is. It's little doodles and it's people's names, right? I can't sit here and think of 100 different names. You know how hard it'd be to think of 100 names like in a row? You know, without somebody, you know, without any help? Maybe you go look at like lists and stuff like that, but like, man, you know, like bark and butter. I'm never going to make that shit up myself because I don't know what the hell it means, to be completely honest. But bark and butter is a perfect thing to put on a wall because to a certain degree, it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Sure, it does mean something, but not to the people playing the game, because they're going to ask me in the future. They're going to be like, you'd be like, Rambo, what the hell does bark and butter mean? You wrote it on a wall. And I'd be like, I don't fucking know, kid. You know? It's my game, bro. You've seen footage of it. I don't remember it, dude. Bark and butter. Let me just quickly look it up. Bark and butter. Oh shit, it's the skiing game. Oh bro, what's up? What's the name you use on Discord? Penguin something? Dude, this game looks so sick. Honestly, if you guys, I mean, you guys probably don't know about it. Go follow him on his Instagram. He's making a game that's like a, what do you call it? Dude, okay, look, I'm trying to shill for you, bro. I'm trying to shill for you right now, but I can't because of Instagram. Alright? But anyway, go follow Bark and Butter, okay? Because that game looks really cool. You know? Looks like physics. And there's not enough physics games, you know? There's not enough physics games these days. It's a physics skiing game, which honestly is really cool. Sup, Capata? How you doing, dog? What did you say you figured out? You put something in oh yeah, that's right, Mecha Chameleon. You figured out how to do a Mecha Chameleon. Yeah, it's crazy how many tutorials rocked up like immediately after that game went viral. It was just like, oh shit. You could do it in basically every single language, and everybody's been sitting on how to do it for a very long time. And then all of a sudden one guy gets mad famous from it. Dude, Mecha Chameleon sold like, I want to say like 15 million copies or some shit. Dude. Do a walking pad tutorial. Shut up, dog. So, look. The rain is coming through the roof. Right? And this is a really thick roof. Okay? So the rain's coming through the roof. This is what I'm kind of like stimming on right now. So this is at 15 FPS. If we switch that back to 30, which is like the default FPS for particles, and I think I've got the interpolation turned off, so it actually is, it looks a lot more like cartoony than normal. So this is with the interpolation turned on. You see how it's a lot smoother? I don't know how well you guys can actually see that. The bitrate might be like fully cooking it. With a cavity in the roof with sponges. Such a douche, bro. Clear rain, we need to have this set higher. Is raining, fog density, storm, clear. I feel like this isn't enough coverage for rain. It should be a little bit higher. And then this, we gotta work on this. Dude, I'm getting rid of that fucking... I'm getting rid of that thing, dude. I don't like changing my hat. Because then I've got to find it. How's that? Is that better, dude? So I think... Why do I look like I'm trying to hide my identity, bro? Have more creative redemptions or don't remove it. Nah, dude. What's wrong with piss, bro? Piss coming from my ass. Is that not creative enough for you, dude? So yeah, this light here, we have to figure out a way to make it not look like the sky is lighting up. You see what I'm saying? So Sky 3D, let's have a look here. The sun energy, is that something that we should be turning all the way down? Interesting. Huh. Can you add piss out of my ass feature in the game? Yeah, totally, dog. Add blood in my cum redemption. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Add some more rattle shit, yeah?
Piss coming from my ass!
There you go. Yeah, so like this is with it on. You see what I mean? Like it's... So sun energy, maybe that's something we got to turn, what, down to 0? This is regular rain. 0.25. 0.1. No. 0.5 for regular rain, right? How's that look? Yeah, okay. So basically what I'm figuring out here is that we need to have another thing for sun energy. Another parameter for sun energy. So if we go over to the script, I can go to weather condition, and then we can add an extra export here for the sun strength, right? So sun energy. Yeah. Should equal 1 for clear, yeah. So 1 for clear. For foggy, we can probably dick around with that. Storm, it was at 0. Heavy rain, I think, was at 0.2. Rain was at 0.5. And then foggy, let's say 0.5 as well. Clear is 1. Okay, so now we need to go into the script that actually loads these, the weather manager. Yeah, and then we can go guy 3D dot sun energy equals current condition dot sun energy, because current condition is we've just loaded the weather condition, yeah, from the list. So we load it, and then we dump all of the current conditions. We also make the current condition, which is a public variable, the current condition, and then we set, yeah, whether we're raining and storming. I think like storming without raining we could probably do, but we need to have another parameter for how heavy the rain is. But I don't know if we should make a regular rain lighter or the heavier rain heavier. You know what I'm saying? The movie show. So the sun should be working now. Now look, the sun energy is way down, and we're just being ambiently lit. But this is just regular rain, I think. Yeah, look at the shadow. That's really cool, hey? The different lighting conditions. So the next thing that I want to do is make it so that we can forecast the weather, like beforehand. So sorry, we make it deterministic, but I guess we probably should have some flow for the day by then. So I guess we don't really need to worry about that. Being able to interpolate between weather conditions would be cool. And then we've got to work out how we can make heavy rain seem heavier, but I've also got to create a menu for this. So let's create a menu. Guess we could do it here. So when I hit F2, instead of randomizing it, will storms and heavy weather create more trash around the island? I never thought of the function of the heavy rain and storms and stuff, but that's a really good idea. Huh. Maybe we could move the trash. Maybe. I don't know. That's a really good one to think about, though, honestly. That's a really cool idea. I've got to think about this first. which is the UI that we're going to pop up on screen when we hit the button. So when we hit F2, that's out of the main scene. Yeah, look, so randomized weather. So instead we can go weather menu. So we don't randomize anymore. Weather menu toggle is F2 now. So we can get rid of that because we're not. Yeah, so weather menu toggle. We want to flash something up on the screen. We're not doing that. It's going to stay as randomized weather. Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not doing that. A better idea would be to create a pause menu. So we kind of want to pause without needing the player to exist. So it should be in the main scene. This is where the pause menu should be. Shit. After a hurricane near me, debris is all over the place. Takes a while to clean up. Yeah, interesting. So maybe that's what can canonically be the reason that there's trash all over the island to begin with. I don't know. That's honestly that's a good one to think about, because we can make that, like, you know, part of the game. So it's not just, you know, one of them unspoken things, because we kind of want as little of them as possible. We want everything to have a purpose, you know? And it be, like, obvious. Yeah? And it should be obvious. Yeah. I'm gonna take this hat off. It's too much work, dog. Can't do it, brother. Get scammed. Don't care. Okay. Oh. You need to make a menu. So a menu for the weather. Okay. Post-natural disaster is good because it gives canon to limited supply runs and exorbitant prices. Yeah, interesting. I say that, like, you know, the supply chain's been cut off, and like you've got to help, like, repair it. You know, by like helping to like reset up. Be like, all these people have just been swept away, and you need to help them do their jobs now. Like what? Something like that. Randomized weather. So we can't do that. What we need to do is this input on the player? It better not be. No, I think it's in the main scene. It's not. Where the hell are you? If you're in the game manager or something. I'm looking for the code that gives me the... I think that's what I want to search for. Set mouse mode. Where is it? It's in player. Why the hell is this in player? Brother. So that should be in main scene, I guess. Yeah. So we do like this. And then in the player, this here. Why? There, it's this, right? UI cancel. Ah, shit. That's why it has to be part of the player. Because it also involves the UI. Ah, shit. It's just like, maybe we don't want that when the player respawns. Oh, probably. Who gives a shit? We'll figure it out later, dude. Who gives a shit? We'll figure it out. Oh, I just need to... Frick! This here. So captured. We can go... Visible. Menu. Toggle pause menu. True. Captured. Okay, so then we need a function called toggle pause menu. Or we can make it a signal. Signal, toggle pause menu, and then we'd go Boolean. So, all right. Dot emit. True, toggled pause menu. So when the player's in the game and spawned, and then we can work the rest out later because Dialogic's going to need a bunch of bullshit as well, I'm sure. Does main scene have a reference to the player? I don't think it does. That's crazy. I guess we never despawn the player. So if we never despawning the player, then we can just do that, right? What is this fucking song? Go away. How do you get that off the screen as well, dude? I didn't realize that was still up on the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, make sure you hit that like button, okay? Because damn, we need those likes, boys. Damn, we need those likes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just figuring out how to go about doing this. This is a little bit nutty. How are we going to set up this weather menu? Running with the devil. We can just make it part of the pause menu for the player. How's that? I don't want to attach the pause menu to the player. This is the problem. So we can't even really do this. So what we really need to do here is move this whole logic. I hate to do this, but if we move this entire logic over to the main scene, input event key. Probably just do this, right? So then we need to undo that, and then we need to get the player. So So if it's cancelled, then we find the player. So player's never going to change. It's just going to be player.inventory.ui if player is instance valid player this I think like that, I think. Yeah, that should work, I think. And then this, we can move to main scene on ready. Let's see if that works. Bada bing, bada boom. So then what we're going to do to check that actually worked is go over here to an inventory. Yeah, and then when we hit escape, it doesn't release. But it's not releasing. Okay, so this needs to... This is screwing up the logic. So I go if this is player and I don't know, that one's going to be a bitch to solve, but it's just as long as you're not pressing the start button when the player doesn't exist, then it's not an issue, but it will be an issue. You know what I mean? You can't just expect them not to hit the pause button when the player doesn't exist, but it might happen. And if it does, it's going to crash the fucking game. I wonder if we do that. Don't know. I don't know. We'll just leave it like that for now. Okay? So bam. We've got one item. Two items. Etc. This chicken is naughty. So we stuff something in there. We hit escape. It doesn't. Yep. Yep. So we drag something in there. We hit escape. It doesn't unfree the mouse. So it's not pause menuing. This is pause menuing. Yep. Unless we're in a menu and then it's just going to fuck the menu off. Yeah? For now. Okay. So we could probably have like another parameter in the player which is like is in menu in case like we've got something like a quest panel up or something like that, and then we could, instead of closing the chest, we could be like close menu. You know what I mean? So we probably have to update that at some point, but we don't need to worry about that now. Now what we have to do is essentially, now we've got main scene. Yeah, this is all sorted. So what we can do is we can add a pause menu to the main scene. So like I said, here's something important. You should put in a video or clip that I just realized again I'm new, but variables in Godot can literally be named anything as long as it's spelled the same. Had no idea. Yeah, so There's a difference between player and player. Obviously, you can't name things like var, you know, because it's functional. You know what I mean? You can name variables things like ready. You can do things like that, but I wouldn't recommend it because you see, like, you've got the same declaration, so a variable and a function can't be declared the same thing. Like, you can overtake things as well by calling them the same thing. Yeah, you just gotta be careful, dog. Scrotum pepperoni. Okay, here we go. Var scrotum pepperoni. So string equals mark. Idiot. Take that. Ah, idiot. Idiot. Stay away from that crowd. Oh! Scrotum pepperoni. Yeah, nah, never had a duff, bro. Never had a duff. So here we go. So the scrotum pepperoni, you're in the game. That one's going to confuse the people that do, what's it called? Data mining? That one's going to confuse people doing the data mining. They're going to be like, what the hell is scrotum pepperoni, dog? Is this tonight's show? You know it is. Let's go. Come on, everybody. Now, what I need from you guys is one thing, okay? I need you guys to hit that like button on YouTube. Why? Because, listen, we're making our way up the YouTube rankings right now, but we can't do it alone, all right? Hit me 2 times. It's up to you guys to actually hit those buttons, all right? If you guys don't hit the like button and the subscribe button, then how the hell is YouTube supposed to know? How the fuck is YouTube supposed to know anything? Okay, boys? Okay, you guys are the ones that control how the stream goes, how my channel goes, alright? I need you to hit a like button, okay, boys? Boys, ladies, everybody else, you know? Just hit the damn button, okay? Thank you guys very much. Back to it, boys.
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
I fucking love that clip, dude. I've got to close the blinds up a little bit. We're getting some weird lighting in here. So we need a weather menu, and then we need to smoothly change between the weather states. Yeah? That's what we're going to do next. Alright, so weird lighting at midnight. Well, it's not midnight here. You know? The world's a big place, dog. The world's a big place. Weird lighting at midnight. The sky is black. Yeah. So we need to create a canvas layer, I believe. No. A control. So we'll call this pause menu, and we're going to save this. I believe. We're going to save this. Pause menu, we go to process. Always, right? Because the pause menu is always processing. Otherwise, you pause the game and then the game is completely paused, including the pause menu. Can't do anything. Boom, soft lock. Idiot. Idiot.
Bruh.
So pause menu needs to have... It needs to stretch across the whole screen. Boom. And then we need to add a debug control. We'll call it the debug section. Debug container. Fuck it. And that debug container, where can we put the debug container? Probably top middle. Okay? Bitch cow. Rich girl. So up the top. Now let's see what happens when we add buttons. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we need to add container a VBox container. It's just called the weather VBox, yeah? Where we create the buttons on the fly. So debug container, I think what we're going to do is make debug container have its own script. Yeah. UI, because it is UI script. We're going to save this branch as a scene. Scenes, pause menu, UI. Boom. Now the pause menu, mouse should ignore. Debug container mouse should ignore. The weather VBox mouse should ignore. Now what we want to do is we want to have essentially like weather conditions here. Clear, cloudy, blah, 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 like windy, etc., right? But where are we going to have that pop up on screen? Debug container, so chuck it over here. Fuck it. Debug container, we've got the weather VBox. All right, so on ready, we want to go VBox. We want to go weather manager dot weather conditions, which is a dictionary. So dot keys for condition. And see, we shouldn't be calling things like condition either. Call it weather condition, which is a weather condition. It's not though, it's a string. A weather condition in keys, weatherbox dot add child weather button. So weather button is going to be a private variable. Weather button, which is a button, equals button dot new. So we're creating buttons on the fly. So no matter how many weather conditions we have, it's going to make a button for each one of them. Button dot new. And then we can go weather button dot name equals no, not even name. We'll just go text because it really doesn't matter. Dot text equals weather condition. Boom, because it's a string already. Add child weather button, and then we can go weather button dot clicked pressed dot connect. Then we can make a lambda function in here. Go update weather condition, no, weather manager dot change load weather condition. Boom, and then we go weather condition. Boom! Look at that. Ah, shit. Weather condition. Ah, fuck, dude. Weather button dot press dot connect. Ah, fuck, dude. Lambda function. I'm busy creating button. Yo, what's up? Yo, UHD Pixel, what's up, dog? And Cell Solo Droma, what up, dogs? Remember to hit that like button. Boys! Why is load weather condition not fucking working? Look, it should just be condition. Pressed.connect. That's not how you do it. So we got to bind. Yeah. Oop. Dot bind. Something like that, right? I think. Yeah, let's have a look. I wonder if it's just going to be on the screen. Boom. So if we hit rain. No. Can't click the buttons. Maybe VBox ignore was the wrong one. No. Okay. On heavy metal. Okay, what if we do that? How many years you creating your game, bro? This is a couple months worth of work. A few months. Honestly, I started like in March sometime, but yeah, a lot of it is just like learning. I'm still in a learning process where I'm learning what I need to do to actually create my vision. You know what I mean? So creating systems just one by one, exploring options, etc. You get it. You get it. So why can't I click on this? All right. You did create a world game. That's right. Open world, baby. So now I'm going to teach you guys something, right? When I'm clicking on these buttons, I can't figure out why the hell it's not clicking. What you want to do is you want to click on one of these buttons, right? And then you Alt-Tab back over into Godot. You go down to the debugger. You go to MISC. And it'll tell you the last control that you clicked. So in my case here, the last control I clicked was the player GUI inventory UI, which means that the inventory UI is blocking everything underneath it. So if I go to this inventory UI and then I have a look, go to mouse, of course, it's on stop. So I got to go ignore. Now when I run it, I should just be able to click it unless there's something else blocking. Maybe. So click, 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 click. Alt-Tab, go back to the debugger, MISC. Now the player GUI margin container. The hell is that even for? Oh, it's for like basically all of it. Yeah, okay. So then we go mouse, ignore for that as well. Boom. Can we click him yet? No, we can't. Alt-Tab back, debugger, MISC. So it's just player GUI now. So just this here. Mouse, we should ignore all of that. Now if we run. Boom, look. So we can click on the different things now. There you go. If you're ever wondering why when you press a button nothing happens, just do that, okay? Debugger, MISC, and it'll tell you what the last thing you clicked was, yeah? You figure out what's in front. Alright, boys? Good advice. I had to learn that one the hard way. By Googling it. Yeah, that's right. Screw Google, dude. Player GUI doesn't need any mouse input ever. No? I mean, let's actually have a look because the inventory does. Right? So if I go pick something up, fly over to my boat. Boom. And then I drag over into here. Look, that still works. Because the thing is, right? The thing is, right? See, even the thing that I'm making right now, the pause menu, with the weather VBox, right? When I click on those weathers, right? It's still going to detect that I'm clicking it, right? Because they're individual elements, right? But then if you look at everything that's in the tree up to that point, right? Debug container, ignore. Pause menu, ignore, right? Because these are the size of the entire screen. Like this is a container that's the size of the entire screen. That whole container is blocking unless we hit ignore, right? So that's like by, you know, design, right? But this is just the way that I do things. I make it so it stretches to the borders and then we can anchor things to that border. You know what I mean? as opposed to using like absolute values and stuff like that, you know? Well, I don't know. Because I think this debug container here, if we were to make it like that, and then go back to here, like it's in a different position. So we've got to make the debug container full size so that we can then go to the weather VBox and then pin it to the side. You know what I mean? Or pin it to the bottom, left, right, up, down. So we want to pin it to the side. So this container has to be that full width so we can actually pin to the side. Well, something might need it in the future, but like I said, if it's a button or something, right, it's its own individual element, so it's going to have its own ability to click or stop mouse or whatever. You know, you've kind of got to think it in, you've got to kind of abstract it into its sort of like layered, into its layers, I guess I could say. It's something that you've got to, yeah, keep in mind. It's just something you got to keep in mind, yeah. Oh, that was another thing, actually. So you can see the moon through the clouds. You see how, like, we fixed it during the daytime, so the light is getting obscured. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like, I'm looking for bugs. I'm searching for bugs right now. So yeah, we need to make this storm like a little bit like heavier, right? And also maybe not make it so bright when it flashes. Oh no, that's all right. That's cool. Yo! Check it out, dude. So we did what you said, and we're just going to do that instead. Let's check this out. So there are a few areas that obviously, like, the higher frame rate we've got, the less that it pierces through. But yeah, it's definitely working. Like, see this in here? Like, we get a little bit of bleed through, but I found that obviously if we go over to the rain, or is it the rain scene, and then increase the FPS up to, like, say 60 or 100 or something like that. I'm not sure how much of an impact it's going to have on the game, but obviously if we increase the FPS, then we get way less of that bleed, and that totally makes sense. I was explaining it here with this beautiful diagram of the way that the bleed works. But point is the rain stopped coming indoors, which I think is really cool. It's really adding like that level of immersion that we need. So cool. Like how the audio is delayed. Like, it is actually delayed based on how far away that lightning is. It's not to real world, it's real world divided by 4. So it takes 4 times as long to get to us as it would IRL. But that's only because I don't want to put, like, lightning. See that one? That one was cool, boys. See that? That was big. How many years of experience do you have? I started programming back in like 2018 or 2019. But as far as like Godot goes, I only started using Godot back in like 2023, I think. Yeah, so your system, Lilu, your system totally works. It totally works. This is the way that I'm going to do it. So the SDF, although they say it's more accurate, honestly, this is working just fine. Yeah. This common problem in rain, setting it at 60 FPS is fine, but it's also happening because in particle collisions is the center point of the particle, not the plane texture boundaries. That's interesting. Wow, that is really interesting, actually. That's something I've got to, like, burn into my brain. That's good information. Put some puddle decals with 0 roughness on the ground when it rains. Yeah, I actually was thinking of how we could achieve that. Yeah, 2D I'm not really good at. Did I use Unity or some similar engine before? I did. I used Unity for probably 6 months, but I wasn't doing any programming in it. I was just learning how to do like the art side of things, modeling, like texturing, the PBR stuff. And then using the asset store, honestly, like, and that's what a lot of, you know, Unity people fall into the trap of, just using the Unity store. Yeah. Heavy Rain store. And then also I used Game Maker. Looking good so far. Yeah, cheers, man. We've spent quite a lot of time on it, and really all we've been doing is setting this vibe up. Like, the fact that the rain's not getting in here is good. At 60 FPS, I just don't want there to be too much of a performance hit. You know what I mean? Wait, I'm going to add you to the wall, by the way. We're going to put you on the wall, dude. Lee X Lou. Put yours all on the wall. Such great advice. Such fantastic advice. Okay, L-E... How do we spell it? How do we spell it? L-E-X-L-U. So we'll go down here. Go better down there. Yeah. Purple color, yeah. L-E-X. Is that how you spell it? L-E-X-L-U. We're going to do the lowercase e. L-E. And then X. L-U. There we go. Put you on the wall. Boom. Yeah, it's cool, right? It's a good way to, like, you know, come up with, like, original things to write on a wall. Like, you know, the amount of random shit you see written on a wall, dude. It's like, well, I can't come up with all of that myself or it'd be obvious. You know what I'm saying? Do-do-do-do. Very cool, dude. Yeah, what game are you working on, bro? Save that in there. Where were we at? What were we doing? Yeah, it's the FPS, definitely.
We gonna wax him up.
How you doing, man? Good part of my boy. You see that? But that's fine because that is like zero, like, depth. It's completely zero depth. So once I add a roof to this hospital, this isn't going to be a problem anymore. So I think what I should do with that little Easter egg there as well is I really should put it back here so it's a little bit harder to see. Yeah, like this one here. Just put it back here a little bit so it's not so obvious, so people don't think it's part of the game, because it isn't part of the game. You know what I mean? We're like, oh, you can claim things? Nah. If people think it's part of the game, then we've done our job wrong. Nearest map. Very cool. I'm doing games in Godot. Start from zero. Really good engine. Yeah, I really like Godot, dude. Use a nurse from the Junkie game too or something. I mean, that might even be a little bit too obvious right there. Maybe make it like a little bit smaller. Maybe not the nurse. Just because they're 2D, like, I'm not sure how I would integrate it. They're 2D. Yeah, it's not really much of a bench either. I've got to make this more of a bench, like actually put a marble top on it, like I have at Crabs, you know, and like the other sort of businesses. Do I have anything in... No, I don't have anything in here either. I know it was... Oh, it's here. Here. I do it in here as well. So I should probably do that with that. Make it like a nice, like, countertop. Tabletop. Size of a postcard, yeah. What is this? Friggin' anime weeb music, dude. Weeb! Very cool. So maybe we should work on the indoor raycast. Because, like, raycasts, really, they're not that expensive. They're really not. $20. Meow. Oh my god, just line up. Am I that stupid, bro? Am I that dumb that I can't line these things up, bro? What is happening? What is happening, dude? That's all I was trying to do, was just do that. So, okay. Indoor check. Make the character lactose intolerant and put lots of cheese in the game. That is a great idea, dude. You have a weather system, men. I like it. Yeah, dude. It's pretty cool, right? I'm really enjoying it. It's adding a lot to the game for me. Meow. Why is moist critical bold? I just saw a new video. Are you sure it's not just a freaking... You sure it's not just a thumbnail? Clickbait thumbnail? You know what I mean? It was a bold wig. Yeah, there you go. Usojin, I gotta add you to the thing as well. I gotta add you to the wall. There we go, okay. Whiplash, dude. Side effect of 3D is the more you have assets, the more you need to balance. That's the flaws in itself is hard. Well, 2D is very hard. Not gonna lie, 2D, like I worked on that one project, is insanely hard because it's like you've got to draw sprites, you know? And like lucky I didn't have to draw them, but it's like, man, there's a lot of work involved just in doing 2D. You don't get those same things in 3D, you know? Like, yeah, there's a lot of assets, but like, there's a lot of animations on the internet that you can download as well. And, you know, with animating anything in 2D, you've got to create sprite sheets from scratch. You know, you're kind of screwed. You know what I mean? Lilo. We've got to add Usojin. Go over here. Uso. Jin. Like that. Very sick. Yeah, I get it. I've made more 2D games than 3D. Honestly, I have made fuck all 2D games. Golden Dragon, when I was working on that, that's where Mr. Lucky's from and shit. That was the most amount of 2D I've done in a long time. You know, like, I worked on Game Maker games when I was younger, but they weren't anything special. Do. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Boom. Go like this. That looks like shit. Okay. I'm just gonna stop there. Okay. I was working on getting through a 2D Godot tutorial, and the first hour was working on putting all the sprite sheets into animations, and it felt like hell. Exactly, dude. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. So 2D, it's just, I don't know. It's a lot easier for me to work on 3D stuff. You know? It makes more sense to me making 3D games, because like 2D games are cool and all, but like I grew up in the age of like 3D is the fucking future, baby, you know? Fuck 2D. You know what I'm saying? Fuck 2D. That's the fucking age I grew up in, dog. Wow, wow. Diddly doo 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 doo. Diddly doo 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 doo. You so Jin. Boom. I'll fuck around with that later. Just make it look a little bit more sketch, you know what I mean? Use that smudge tool, check this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Bet you didn't know about that. A fucking smudge tool, dog. Itch bay. Fucking gronk. Look at that fucking smudge button, dog. Oh yeah, look at that smudge. It's like a fucking horror movie, dude. Oops. Boom! We gotta turn that TTS back on. Yo, what's up, boys? TTS spam time. W's in chat. Let's get some love. Come on. Like that?
I'm applying AAA quality coder yap if I will lucky enough.
Boom. I'm applying AAA quality Cody yap. Just talk about, like, these days AAA quality is talk about MCPs. And fucking using AI for everything. Destroying a AAA company because you started putting AI and stuff. Dude,
Bring us GTA 6.
Crazy Taxi? No, what was the last one? James Pond? I don't know if you guys ever checked out James Pond. You guys are that old, right? James Pond. Accused of using AI in the trailer. I looked at the trailer. It's like, brother.
I honestly don't
It's
care
clearly
if the
AI.
microtransaction store is made with AI or not.
I mean, look,
Whoops.
listen. No one cares about microtransactions, and the people that are paying for the microtransactions probably don't care about AI either. Let's be completely honest. Otherwise, they probably just wouldn't buy a transaction anyway.
Surprised YouTube has TDS too.
Yeah, it's a program called Axel Chat.
Do you think AI hate will win, or do you think eventually all AAA will openly use it?
I think that
Yeah, they could totally use AI if they paid for it.
the problem is like it kind of defeats the purpose of AAA, because AAA is like it's mega high quality, right? That's the point of like.
I don't see a future without AI
You know?
in any field, movies, games, etc.
Like, using AI, it really cheapens shit. And the point of AAA is like, it's, you know what I mean? Like GTA. It's taken like, 10 fucking years or whatever to make, and it's going to be swag because they didn't use AI. Or did they use AI a year ago and then they were like, no, we need to like get rid of all the AI out of the game, But like the thing is, when you're in a private company and AI is available, people are going to use it because it makes their job easier, and they don't want to do any more work than they have to. You know what I'm saying? Those guys want to go home and they want to enjoy playing video games and shit at home. They don't want to be at work. You know what I'm saying? So they're just going to use AI to like, take shortcuts so that they can just sit back and fucking play on their phone while their like AI agent writes code for them. That's essentially the tech industry these days, right? But that's what Godot was trained on.
I
was
totally
like
vibe
software and
code
shit.
is best.
I doubt that many like models were trained on like video game code, I guess. Like it's very complex, like the reasons that you choose to do things the way that you do, like
Nowadays,
this.
it's impossible to know if you hire
It's
a
for
concept
the
artist
UX,
if they use AI or not.
like I don't know. Yeah, I vibe code too.
Yeah, they don't.
I was just showing off. Check this out.
I suppose, not sure.
Check this out. This is something I vibe coded the other day because it didn't exist when I tried to find it. I can't remember the name of that country, so we're just going to reveal. Look, it's DRC. Boom. So that country there is Thailand, right? Boom. So I really like geography. So this is cool, but I couldn't find anything that existed that was exactly
I'm just
this.
using free AI, totally cannot paid for it.
Peru?
I mean, it was a joke. Sorry, I have yet to try AI, trying to stay away for now.
No, it's alright. Like, you just gotta not give it too much all
I
at
work
once.
as a
What
graphic
is this
designer
country?
animator, and my workplace is
I don't
slowly
know, dude.
making up start to use AI for projects. It's soul crushing.
What's this one? Yeah, this is an educational thing. I think like anything that's educational with AI is net benefit, but like a lot of people are just trying to squeeze every dollar they can out of AI, and it kind of cheapens the whole thing. Is this Guatemala? Yeah, Guatemala. That is Finland. So this is for getting better at geography, you know what I mean? Like, I was playing this other game. I don't know what that is. It's not Bosnia. Albania.
Oh, I mean vibe code, as in all the code is written for you and you send it in without looking or checking errors, or spaghetti code.
That's pretty much what this is. I didn't look at the code for this. Cabo Verde. Oh, I can't remember what this one's called. Fuck. I can't remember. Andorra. I can never remember these ones. North Macedonia. Okay, that one's Macedonia. Look, and then you go like... Which one's this one? Sweden? No. Norway. It's Norway. That is Portugal? Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Is that Slovenia? Slovakia? What is that? Hungry, dude. Okay. Anyway, this is something I vibe coded the other day. So I'm not against vibe coding. Like, I think, like I said,
AI
anything
cannot
that's
still fix
educational,
spaghetti code, so you don't worry much.
actually educational,
lives
not
there.
just bullshit. You know what I mean? Because people are going to be like, oh, fucking, you know, buy my book. It's written by AI. I'm like, that's not educational. Like, something like that can be, like, used in schools, I think. Because, like, geography is hard, but, like, there's something fun about getting a streak, you know, gamifying it. It's not worth any money, you know, unless you got, like, 100 games like that. And you sell a subscription plan or something, you know? Okay, let's, got the lightning, the indoor raycast. So let's try and write a bit of code. That involves all of these. You see this? The set indoors. So we need to create a new is indoors.
What language is that?
This is our GD script. Is indoors is here. Okay, so let's go indoors. Float equals. So this is going to be the amount indoors.
Where do you
Amount
live?
indoors. In Australia, I live in Western Australia, best in Australia. So amount indoors is going to be a percentage.
What is your social ID, JK?
You want to know my physical address? Yeah?
Bruh, 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 bruh.
You guys know what I'm saying? Yeah. Another one?
Who's bad?
You know what I'm saying? Guys, stop derailing the stream, alright? You're starting to really piss me off. No, just kidding. You guys are alright. Nice one, boys. We gotta all work together to make sure that the stream is good. I usually would have stopped the stream by now, but like I'm really committed on this weather system and making it like as cool as possible. And part of that is going to be the percentage of indoors that we are. So is indoors set to true. Changes equals true. Look, so we go changes, recalculate audio, calculate indoor amount. So indoor amount should be amount indoors, indoors amount. You know what? We're going to switch them. Calculate amount indoors, and then we can move this to a function. Yeah? Where we return void. And then we can take all these raycasts and then go if is colliding.
Don't release beta in September. That's when GTA 6 releases and you will have to fight for players.
Yeah, no,
or
I
was
won't.
it November?
November. It's not going to be ready by then anyway, man. This one's going to take
Does
a while.
Australia friend with America?
Does Australia friend with America? Yeah, we're chill, bro.
Bruh.
We're chill.
Bruh.
Australia's a bit...
Yeah, be the
honestly,
bigger man
sometimes
when
can be
GTA
worse. You know what I
release
mean? Sometimes America can be worse. Sometimes Australia can be worse. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, everyone? Hit me 2 times. Thank you. Now, just so you guys don't get bored, we'll put up the Subway Surfers on the screen,
So
okay?
inventory and weather system, what is the game about?
Shut up, that's what the game's about. Just kidding. It's going to be like Schedule 1, but with fish instead of drugs. What is this, bro? What is playing? Nah, you're alright, dog. Indoors amount. We've got to figure out the indoors amount. So we just go indoor amount.
Fiest.
Amount indoors equals 0.
Yo, we doing raycast.
And then we go if. Yes, we are. Listen, look at this is what the pattern looks like. Right? And we can spread them out at some point, but it's more like we're not checking to see if there's anything near us left and right. We're really looking for how much, when you think about it, how much coverage we actually have above us. So if we're standing on the threshold...
Why we train running LOL.
If we're standing on the threshold, at least one of these is not going to detect, right? Maybe even 2.
Hitting the hey, great stream. See you next week.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Take it easy. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Everybody, hands together. W's in the chat for the regulars. Let's fucking go. That's right. Get the band in there. That's right, everybody. W production stream, right? W production.
Stick around, more family.
Left and right raycast could change volume of rain in stereo left and right volume.
That's a really good idea.
Winning.
That's a really freaking good idea.
Might not need
Honestly.
front and back.
Hey, thanks, man.
So what I'm going to do... Yo, welcome
Hey,
to the
thanks,
gang, bro! Welcome to the gang! Let's go. Thanks for joining, fellas. Yeah, when you hit subscribe, that happens, by the way. Sometimes it doesn't work.
And then if all 3 are hitting, then make rain quiet.
So is colliding. Yeah, we're just going to start with the minimum viable
Why do
product.
none of these subway carts have dangerous wiring on top?
It's not very realistic, is it? We need to see some of that, you know, third world subway surfing. That shit's hectic. That shit takes skill. Damn straight. So if indoor raycast is colliding, then we go amount indoors plus equals, let's say 0.2. You know what I'm saying? Because it's divided by 5, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, boom. So that's amount indoors. This is one way we could do it. I feel like that's pretty software of us to do that, though. But really, we should be chucking it inside a list of some kind. So I could go on ready var indoor raycast array. It's an array of raycast 3Ds, and that equals boom, 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 and boom, right? So then we can go indoor raycast array. Here we go. So 4x in indoor raycast array dot size. Do we have to do range, or can we just do it like that? For I in 3. Does that work? This isn't really gonna work. Fuck it, we'll try it. So, you know, like in Python, we usually have to go range. It's a range from, you know, 0 to whatever. You know what I mean? It's the range. 0, 1, 2, 3. So fuck it, well, that's what we'll do. Do we need 0 though? So size. Let's say the size is 5. This is going to go from 0 to... Yep, okay. That's fine.
One of
It's
my
fun,
all-time
boys.
favorite guitar solos.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Shit is it's pretty skits. So then we need to go var add amount float equals 0.2, but we calculate that by going 1.0 divided by the size. In size, yeah, so it is a function. So then we go indoors plus equals add amount. Now, no matter how many raycasts we have inside that array, but then how do we get changes? We should recalculate amount indoors. Set indoors. What is setting indoors? So recalculate amount indoors should happen constantly. Yeah, it's going to be a lot more sensitive if it's indoors or not. So here we go. If calculate amount indoors, we could actually return a value here. It's just amount indoors, it's fine. If we could just do this. This kind of sucks to have to do every frame, but we could probably make it every 2 frames. So if amount indoors is greater than 0.0, then set indoors equals true. And then, yeah, so that's calculate amount indoors 0, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Yeah.
You might be able to get away with 2 raycasts left and right if each one controlled left and right stereo volume. They work like ears.
Yeah, you're right. But the problem there is, like, if I'm in a room, it's not that it's a problem, it's just something that we have to consider. So let's say that we're in a room that's quite big, right? And then maybe there's another wall over here. So let's say we've got a gap here, right? I'm just thinking of edge cases, you know? So this is the player here. Let's say we've got one that's hitting there and the other one isn't, right? So this one's hitting and the other one isn't. Does that mean that the audio should be coming from the right? Probably not, right? You know what I mean? But even if it is like a small room, then like how would the logic work anyway? Because we could figure out which one was closer, but if none of them are closer, then we're sitting right in the middle and it's assuming that the audio is coming from inside. We kind of need to figure out a way to, and like without going too spastic into it,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You need that indoor check.
Yeah, that's kind of, that's an edge case, but it's one that'll immediately pop up. You know what I mean? Like, or really, it makes it like so about 50% of cases doesn't work, actually. Like, that's the honest to God biggest problem right there. So all that in mind, I think this is still going to be the best way that we can do it. Because at the very least, the thunder is... We'll explore it. We'll explore it once we've done this, okay? So calculate amount indoors. I don't really want to have to do this every single frame, but if we have to, then that's okay.
How does the rain work? Maybe audio could be familiar and it becomes muffled inside.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing. So let's turn off the Prodigy. So it seems like it's still what if we print indoors?
Wow,
Indoor amount. So at 0, so what are we there? We're still either going from 0 to 1, so something's going on here with the logic. So for X in range, yeah, okay, see, look, we're just using the same one every single frame. We haven't fixed this, so we need to change that to X. And instead of doing this, I don't know why I'm not thinking properly right now, but it should be for X in the raycast array and then calculate that way. I don't know why I'm doing it this other way. I guess you just have to use your imagination. So now when we stand on this threshold, right, we are 0.2. Here we are 0. We're at 0.2. We're at 1 right there. We're at 0.8. We're at 1. So we can kind of measure that threshold. But 1 should still... If only one of them are connecting, then nothing should happen. So the other thing that we've got to do is right now, anytime any of those raycasts hit something, we're assuming that we're 100% indoors. Any one of these raycasts, as soon as it hits, we're 100% indoors. So there's not just 4 of them, there's 5. There's one in the middle, just by the way. So we need to move on to the next phase, which is calculate indoors, calculate amount indoors. So we've now got a float that we can use in our audio cutoff calculation. So amount indoors, we can go to recalculate audio, and then we can work that number in here somewhere. So it's from 0 to 1. How are we going to do this? So from 0 to 1.
Does this mean if you stand next to a wall or pole, it thinks you're indoors?
Well, we've got to have like our low end of that, right? So amount indoors to 0.2 shouldn't do anything because only one of the things are connecting. So really it shouldn't affect the audio that much, right? So 0.2 to 0.4 is now 2. You know what I mean? So 1, 2, 0.6 is 3, 0.8 is 4, and then obviously if we add more, then this is not going to be a nice even division of the fraction, but that's our 5. So really it should be when there's 3, maybe 2. And I might make it so this like spins around, you know what I mean? So like the raycast will continuously change. And then maybe like instead of adding like 4 extra raycasts, I'm not sure if moving the transformation would be less or more performant, but it's still something that we can do. It's the amount indoors. We've got to work this out. So we've got to work out a target. So var target cutoff equals 10,500. So that's where it is by default. And I'm not sure
15
if...
raiders from ZA Shaw have joined.
Oh no.
Yahoo!
Look out, chat. Z.A. Shaw unleashed
Z.A.
the Britney
Shaw.
Spears in chat. She
What's
has
up,
15
boys?
Knives and she's stabbing
Alright.
people in chat.
Let me show you guys what we've been working on.
Stabbed.
Yeah, watch out for Britney
Gonna
Spears,
go, but
dog.
one last question: who is better, America or Australia?
I mean, come on, man. It depends what you're talking about. We're talking about, you know, Australia, yeah, versus America. Australia, I mean, both have their pros, both have their cons. But, you know, is what it is. So, we've been working on weather effects, okay? Boys! Welcome, Raiders. Let's go. Come on, boys. Hands together for the Raiders. Get a couple W's in chat.
Australia has better coffee. Show
So-
them the variables and strings.
Yeah, I'll show them the variables and strings,
no one
dog.
wants to see the thunder.
Look, we've got
Hello,
no
hello,
one
yes,
wants to see the
serious what you're
thunder. Now
making.
check this out. Look, so
WWW.
we're working on a weather system. We've got foggy, yeah. Can also go back to the morning, where it's going to be like kind of foggy in the morning. Sorry, that was the evening. You know what I mean? It's kind of that like morning vibe. We're setting up a weather system, right? We've also got rain, just like regular rain, cool rain. The heavy rain kind of brings it all together a little bit. I think we've got to add a little bit more coverage of the clouds in the sky, like so they're a bit more covered. Then we've got storm. Oh, storm's the cool one. That's the one we've been working on, where we've got like lightning and shit. Oh look, see that? The chickens? Are the chickens scared of the lightning? This one is. Look, these two? No, they've been hitting the bottle a little bit too hard, boys. You know what I'm saying? So then we go through to, let's say, nighttime. Boom.
Looks
Got
good.
our
I was
cool-
just playing the original Stalker, and this is kind of looking similar.
Dude, I love
Dead
Stalker,
chickens.
man. I freaking dead chickens. Yeah, eventually. That's what we got the butcher for, dude. Dicer and slicer. I really like Stalker. Honestly, like back when it first came out, it was one of my favorite games ever.
I heard
Like the
people
first
talk shit
Stalker.
about Stalker too.
Because it's so atmospheric, bro. That's what Stalker does well, is it does atmosphere well. And like I loved that game so much just because of the atmosphere. Like it felt cold. Like the game felt so cold. It's just no other way to describe it. And oh shit! Not a lot of games have done, you know, justice to their environment, but Stalker 100% did. It's so fucking cool. Get rid of that, so you guys don't get to see it. Was that blocking the view of the weathers? Yeah, look. So we got the
Atmosphere is
weather
so
on the
good I'm
right.
doing the trilogy, then playing the Stalker Gamma Mod.
Yeah, I didn't get into the release because people were saying that it was just like a piece of shit, and I was like, man, that sucks to hear. But like my memories of Stalker are so good, dude. Like I said, like when you find the fire in Stalker and the dudes are sitting around like playing the guitar and stuff, you're just like, the world feels just a little bit less cold. Feels a little bit less cold for just a second. You know what I'm saying? But man, that was only because it did like depression and rain so well, dog. Bar music, yeah. This is the club. So if you look down the bottom left, you can see the time of day, like down near the mini map. You see the time of day. So everything, all of the businesses have like open and close times, right? So if I fast forward to 3:23, it's past 3 a.m. Right? So now everything's closed. It's like the dead of night. You know what I mean? So I think the dead of night is going to be scary. That's when people will walk around with knives or something like that, you know?
No, my 3 a.m. drinking time.
3 a.m. drinking time. Yeah, you can do that at home. No degeneracy in the street past 3. Nothing good happens after 3 a.m., dude. Everybody knows that. Nothing good happens after 10:30. That's the real cutoff. So you see the shadow on the ground? I haven't messed around with the moonlight, but I don't want to mess around with the moonlight too much because it looks so cool at night. But let's have a look, okay? So you guys are watching that. I'm gonna mess with the moonlight to do what we did with the sunlight to make it a little bit less like sharp. You see how the light is really sharp, but it's nighttime. It's nighttime and it's storming. Like, you shouldn't really be able to see anything, right? From the moon. So just so we're all clear on what I'm talking about, I'll get rid of the HUD. And here, I can go moon energy. You see that? That's what we're talking about right there. That thing there. So this is where it is right now. You might have to squint to see it, but that's what it looks like. This is what it looks like off, right? But because it's storming, I feel like it probably should be off. Like, this is way more depressing right now, where like you can't even see the moon because the moon is obscured. Like, that's the moon there. You can, if you squint, like on top of that palm leaf, that's the moon right there. But the clouds are so like
Looks amazing with storms.
It does look cool, eh? It's looking really cool. But you know what I mean? Like, without the moonlight, it actually looks a lot more realistic or immersive, right? Because the only light in the sky is now, you know, the clouds itself, the sky itself. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Guys, get inside, hurricane coming.
Yeah, but it's looking really cool, hey. The game is definitely coming along. The fact that we can run this at like full frames, see up the top right, we're at 144, which is all my monitor can handle, is the main thing that I care about right now. Is I want to do as much of the legwork in atmosphere and shit like that as I possibly can, right? Before I have to like start adding other things like the NPCs and things like that. Like, I don't want anything to get in the way. Like, once we add the NPCs now, we can say, oh, NPC, if it's raining, you know, like, power walk. Don't just walk through the rain. Like, we want you to run because you're getting wet. You know what I mean? I think I remember that one. There's like a really recent one where the guy's like, he's freaking out and then a fucking tornado hits his car and it's just like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So, I want to remind you guys what it looked like before. Like that. So with the moonlight. You see that moonlight? I think it's a little bit more atmospheric without it. You know what I mean? Cheesy Michael, open up the door. So 0.2? 0.15 I had it at.
The original looks like a clear night.
Yeah, it does, hey. So what we should be doing now is we can go back to our script of the weather conditions and then we can add moon energy, right? Because that's what we're changing here.
Have it. What are you making?
Moon energy. Or can we potentially just discern that from the sun energy?
Cobbler moonshine.
Because sun energy is already a scalar value. So let's do this. We'll go back to the weather manager. You see here, sun energy, right? We're getting the sun energy, which already is custom. So what if we go sky3d.moon energy, moon energy, and then take 0.15 and times it by the sun energy. because on a clear day, the sun energy is 1. Now, if we run that in one line of code, we've fixed it. We've implemented that in one line of code. So if we hit F2, wait for a clear day, clear night, yeah? You see it? Now we've got the moonlight, the beautiful, beautiful moonlight, right? But then if we change the weather, it gets rid of that moonlight. And it depends on what kind at the moment, because you can see it a little bit, and that's because you can still see the moon through the clouds, right? Clear. But yeah, when I hit F2, it just chooses a random
details
thing, right? It's just like, it's a cool detail, and I guess it's like attention to detail to an extent, I guess, but I feel like you would notice if I didn't do that. You would notice, you'd be like, where's the moon? Why can I see the light from the moon? You know what I mean? Details, yeah? You see during the daytime as well.
To bed. See you next stream. You got me into wanting to program more.
Hell yeah, dude. Nah, good to hear. Thanks for joining us. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Welcome to the stream, dog. Always good to have somebody new in chat. Although I think you're in here one time before. I'm not too sure. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go, boys.
W.
Let's go, boys. Stick that back up on screen for you bastards. So this is daytime storm. That's clear.
Man, watching this stream makes me want to steal more bikes. I don't remember ever being here before, but glad to be here.
Yeah, dude.
Stick the pet bribe back up.
Stick the pet bribe back up. Yeah, okay, there you go. We should have like a little picture of like an example. Like this. Should be there. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna go take a piss, actually. I'm gonna go take a piss.
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
But actually, I'm just gonna keep this up. Yeah? I'm gonna make a coffee. And have a piss.
Is Bola short for Ebola?
Totally, dude. Caller is here. Bup, 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 bup. That's cola, not bowler.
Kinda rhymes.
YOLO.
Two Whoppers for $10.
Bruh. Stream can hear you, by the way, when you talk.
That's it. It's split, you know, huh?
Now become a problem.
Would be the SLUM off.
Yeah,
So that's not good, yeah. You think SLUM off the stream? Listen, slur.
Slurries, man.
My Facebook taken down. I'm good. Ask extra pickle, dude. Look, ask extra pickles and check it out. They gave me extra, but they put them all in one big pile.
Barrel.
Bunch of potatoes.
Alright, wild dogs. Ah. See, it shouldn't be this dark in the daytime. Even in the shadows. You know, clear looks really fucked now. No, man, look at that. I don't know. What do we do about that? Like, it looks good, but it's gonna piss you off. I don't want to have auto exposure either. I think auto exposure is friggin' cringe. Friggin' cringe.
I'm so old. When I was a kid you didn't have to lock your bike on your own lawn.
Now you do, bro. Just put a padlock on your letterbox, bro. I recently did that. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Holy ADS.
Holy 80s. What's up, Maddie? Did I change your name out here at all? You're on here somewhere. There you are. Boom! We made it so the texture is actually part of the wall. It's not a decal anymore, which is good. It means we can go all the way down to the bottom, all the way to the top. Oh yeah, sick as, eh? Looking real good. We got our cats in there. Cola and Sav.
What's up, man?
Hell yeah.
Paul. Hey,
Hey?
and Paul.
Oh yeah, and Paul. I meant my cats, okay?
Whatever, man.
So, that's not all. Over the last day, I've been adding, like, systems to the game, like a weather system to the game. So, if I go from clear to foggy, for instance, you see, like, things like the... actually, I think we need to change the light energy for foggy. I mean, what happens if we go from clear to foggy? Yeah, the light energy changes a little bit. Also got rain. Which we might potentially have to... Oh no, and then we've got the heavy rain. And then we've got storm, which gets rid of the light energy completely. Very cool. And then we've got lightning and shit like that as well. I'm doing a bad job explaining it, but it's because, like, I have food in my teeth. Oh! Look at that! So we've got lightning storm. Let's go to the nighttime. Boom. Yeah, we got the fucking crabs opened up. Yeah, look at that. That's some serious vibes right there, dude. Wait till we get the lightning. Boom! That's some serious vibes right there. Without my friggin' head in the way. Oh! So the other thing we've got to do is make it so the pause menu only shows up when we click the button. So where's
Cozy
pause
feeling
menu?
with the rain and lightning.
Yeah, it's nice, eh? The pause menu here, so when we initiate pause, toggle pause. So captured, this should be false. Toggle pause, and then here, toggle pause true. Then we've got to make a function for toggle pause. Void pause menu dot visible equals toggled on. Pause menu dot visible equals toggled on. So then what should happen is, yeah, pause menu should start off. And that's something that pause menu needs to do to itself. Yeah, like this. Visible equals false. So we hide it immediately. Although it's technically there on. No? What the hell? I don't understand. Why would that not work? I don't understand. Why does that have to not be on? What? This is pause menu, dude. No, wait, is this debug container? Oh my god, pause menu doesn't have a script yet. Duh. pause menu. There we go. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's like a cozy feeling, I'd say. Cozy feeling. But the phrase we came up with before was Gen 6 realism, or PS2 realism. Which is like, it's not realistic at all, but it tricks you into thinking that it is. You know what I mean? So like the lightning, for instance, is like, it's just a big illusion, but it's better than trying to do something realistic, like with 3D. You know what I mean? Like, we're taking a lot of shortcuts to get things to work, which is really cool, I think.
You should make it look like Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah, should I just increase the graphics?
Yeah, you should spend.
I'll just turn up the graphics.
$500 million on producing it and it looks like Horizon Zero Dawn. Then
I'll kickstart $1 billion and then I'll start working on it, dude.
16 times the graphics.
And then you start doing the story. Once you have $1 billion.
Alright. Class name equals... You guys haven't been able to see anything I've been doing. Class name is pause menu. Alright. Debug container. That's all I need to know. And then the weather VBox is here. So this pause menu. This is what I want to do, the func hide. Immediately. That's all we want in the pause menu right now. So we can go back to the main scene. And then when we pull the pause menu in, instead of it being a control, because we've got a name for it now, we'll pull it in and be called pause menu. So we're going to have a little bit more context information. Not that we need it. I mean, really, all we can do at the moment is like, what's a debug container? So if we go pause menu, .debug container, then we can pull out the debug container from that pause menu. But, you know, that's the power in using, you know, your own custom class names instead of just leaving it as a control, you know? It takes like 1 second to do as well. Boom. There it is, you know? Boom.
You ass! Damn it! I'd like a tit fucker ass! Your cat was an ass! It's a beer's ass! Fuck! Damn it! Ass!
Ain't that for true? Okay, now if we run that, pause menu turns itself off. We hit escape, the pause menu comes up. I also want to add like a horizontal slider potentially for setting the time of day, but I don't really think I want to encourage that kind of, you know, debugging, because realistically the days are only going to move forward. There's never really going to be a situation where we have to move back in time. It's good that we've got the tools to do it, but we shouldn't be debugging that way because it's not really how the game's going to flow anyway. For instance, like, it's going to be a lot harder once we get the NPCs in the game to just quickly debug the times of the day, because we're going to need to create a system where at X o'clock they change what they're doing and then they go. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Bell end. Texel size. Whatever, dude.
whatever.
So here we go. We're 100% in the indoors.
Yo, I must have missed a stream, but did
There
cows
we go.
attack the island?
Did cows attack the island? What are you talking about? What are you on about, dog?
Where all the grass at?
Yeah. Attack the shit out of it, dude. Fuck. Yeah, we don't want to encourage the time moving around too much. It's kind of where I'm at. Cool, so we got our weather menu. What was wrong with it? I think I wanted to like experiment with like higher cloud coverage. So I feel like the heavy rain doesn't really increase the cloud coverage too much. Wanted to make another one actually. We'll create a new resource, weather condition. We'll call this one cloudy. I'm just going to duplicate clear, call it cloudy, because it's going to be the same thing, but with high cloud coverage. So now if we run this, alright, we've got to add cloudy to the thing. Forgot it's not that easy. We need to add it to the weather manager. What did I say? Cloudy.
Off to bed. Have a great rest of the
We're
stream,
doing
Ram.
that,
Thank
are we?
you for what you do.
Yeah, man, take it easy, dude. Always good to have you in chat. Yeah, dog. Cloudy. There we go. So if we go cloudy,
Sleep well, friend.
that's what cloudy looks like. So what? Storm isn't even at 1. What is going on here? Yeah, storm should be at 1. Heavy rain should pretty much be at 1. Rain should be at 0.8. Cloudy. The cloud coverage can be like 0.25, I think, for clear. 'Cause clear is like... That's clear to me. Like, it can still be a little bit cloudy. And honestly, it helps with the environmental lighting when there's some clouds in the sky. Like, what's this? Is this heavy rain or just regular rain? This is regular rain. Heavy rain. We should have a different rain sound for heavy rain. And I actually have a different sound here. Let's have a listen to it. So in ambience, we've got rain. Now, rain loop is one that I actually recorded myself. I actually went outside with my phone, recorded that on my voice memo app, and then I brought it into Fruity Loops and I got rid of all of the like low end. But I had like, it was like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes of like just recording the rain one time. Sounded great. I reckon it sounded great. And then, you know, just pull it into Fruity Loops, loop it, have a little bit of, you know, variation in it. Just so it kind of sounds a little bit realistic. But then I've got one from somewhere. I don't know where the hell I've gotten this from. So that could maybe be heavy rain. That heavy rain, this not heavy rain. Can you guys hear that? Fucking hell, you guys can't even hear that. So this is the rain that I recorded. And this is the rain I've gotten from somewhere else. So it is a bit heavier. Guess that could work. So let's have a look
Sounds
at
good,
this. Yeah. We'll go to the rain scene. Now in rain, we're probably going to need to...
There was a
Yeah.
game called Heavy Rain. They never made the prequel Regular Rain.
At regular rain, of course. You're a psycho. Rain sound. Rain. Storm enabled.
Heavy Rain 2, it's just piss.
The rain here, it just plays the sound. Rain audio. Rain sound. On
Heavy Rain
visibility
2, the squirt
change.
gland.
Huh. So when you turn it on and off, just visibility, that's when it changes the sound. Whether it's playing or not.
Rain World has
Huh.
the best rain ever.
Change rain. Ha. Huh. So maybe I can go if current condition. No, if weather manager.
You would hope so with that name.
Dot current condition. Go var current condition. Is a weather condition. Equals weather manager dot current condition, and then we can go if current condition dot name. What was it? Weather name. Condition name equals storm. Oh. Heavy rain. That's the thing. Storm or heavy rain.
Indeed. It's raining dogs and cats.
Current condition equals heavy rain. Wait, those names aren't that. Heavy rain and storm. Okay. Heavy rain and storm. Gotta do it like this, in that order, or I'll forget.
Heavy storm.
Do I need to know the current, anything else besides the current condition name? Because I'll just do this. Condition name, and then we can just do this and not have to fuck around. You know what I'm saying?
Regular storm.
Then,
Light storm.
rain audio. What the fuck is going on? Oh,
Weak storm.
regular, dude. Okay, keep listing types of storm, dude. Keep listing intensities of storms. Rain World has the best rain ever. Would hope so with that name. That's honestly the funniest thing that's been said this whole stream. Not gonna lie. Great work. Great work. Great job. Fantastic job at being the funniest person in the stream. Great job, dude.
It's a low bar.
Incredibly low bar today. Rain audio dot stream. We need a set stream.
Midget only event.
How do we set the stream? So we go to the rain sound stream, playback stream,
Too
audio
late, we can see
stream,
that snack on your deck trough your lens reflections.
Steam. What are you talking about? Snack deck. Yeah, the deck. The stream deck. Snack on my deck. No, dude, I don't have any snacks. Rain audio. Rain sound. Duh. Rain sound. Man, I gotta stop being... Dude, I gotta push myself all the way over. This is getting ridiculous, dude.
Oh, never mind is something else.
Probably. There, that's a little bit less ridiculous of a spot for me to be in. That's a permanent move, that is.
Random thought, but when I look at this classic theme I think of something gummy like gummy worms or something.
Classic theme. You're talking about this theme, like the Godot theme? Plastic, huh? Is that what you're talking about? Set stream. Rain SFX. Else.
Yes.
Rain, what is a loop? So here we go.
They call their standard them the dark one.
Hear that? So we've got this audio. Yeah, this rain audio for just a regular rain, for heavy rain. We increase that shit. The storm, I guess we could go even harder. And then add some like wind and shit to it as well. Oh shit, what just happened there? We were halfway through doing the audio thing. So let's get back to that. Calculate amount indoors. Look, so recalculate audio. We need to go cutoff. Target cutoff. I don't know why I have it set to 10,500. It should be 2,500. $2,500. Amount indoors. Maybe it's just all of the like neon colors, you know? Like it's very neon and in your face and shit, you know? Target cutoff. So at 1, it should equal about 2,000.
That's what I was thinking.
So this is the target. The target cutoff equals blur if amount indoors is less than 0.5. Else to... Well, it should be a calculation, so we really need to work out how to like map it. It's 2,000, so we need to like map audio. 2,000. I mean, we can check to see if this works now.
What's up, Nonce Gamer? It's the Nonce Gamer.
Yo. What's up, nonces?
It's the Nonce Gamer.
They don't know about that joke yet. So, look, I'm indoors, but... greater than 0.5? See, it's not updating now. Are the raycasts working? That worked. So it's working there, and it shouldn't. Amount indoors is less than 0.3. See, but then it's... this is kind of annoying, honestly. Huh. Why is this not working? So the recalculate audio is only if there's changes. If amount indoors, yeah, is greater than 0. Okay, we're just not gonna do that. Set indoors. We don't want to do these changes. I'm looking at the code now. I'm trying to like break down the code, but I just don't think that we're doing things right. Like, it's only updating a little bit, and that's because I've told it like only update when there's changes. You see? But I think that's part of the problem.
I mean, since there is no door, it should still be kinda loud if you are close.
Exactly. And that's kind of what we're working on now. So at first we only had one single raycast, and it was just like in the middle here, right? Right? And then we added these extra ones to try and like add a little bit of like a little bit of to it. A little bit of you know? So the indoor amount is not updating. So it's so changes. Here we go. So changes is yep. So indoors changes is always true, basically. There we go. If toggled on is not equal, no, it shouldn't be toggled on. It should be if indoor amount, well, amount indoor is not equal to amount indoors, then it's a change because we've changed the amount of indoors that we're in.
Hi.
Hello. So I'm not recalculating the audio, Amount indoors is not equal to amount indoors, so we need to We gotta print the amount indoors. So we're at 1. How does that make any
May I
sense?
speak Chinese?
Speak as Chinese as you want, dude. Speak as Chinese as you want, dog. Being chilling. That's the only Chinese that I know, dude. So the amount indoors is being calculated properly. So the indoors amount is constantly being changed, okay? So if amount indoors is greater than 0.2, 0.0, then we set indoors. Of course. And then if amount indoors is not equal to amount indoors, see? That makes no sense. This should be like the last amount indoors. Previous amount indoors. So we should be potentially like we need to have like a change. Or we just do it every frame. Set indoors doesn't really mean anything. We're working through this issue, boys. We're working through it. If I just do this, then there's no issue. And obviously, like, I'm an idiot for not realizing that this was obviously going to equal this. I'm just an idiot right now. So stupid of me. I know, that's bad too. That's a bad one.
This confuses me, lol.
It's fine. It's confusing. I just need this set indoors. We're just recalculating the audio. May I speak Chinese? So you see how we're inside now. Here, I'll stop the music. We're inside. It's like kind of muted. So here are we at 80%? We are at 80%, so we should still be able to hear it.
And use distance and range to figure this out.
Nah, we need a dynamic system instead. See, the beauty of a dynamic system is we make it one time and it works for everything, right? With obviously some, you know, some caveats. But, like, this is okay for now. This gets the job done. At some point I might upgrade it, but pretty much all we're doing is we're just calculating an amount based on the ray casts that we've got in a list. We're calculating the amount indoors that we are. So yeah, now I need to apply it to this somehow. So 0.8, it should be not 2000.
What's wrong?
We're just trying to do a bit of math, that's all. Else 2000, it should really be like half, yeah, 2. Like if we basically
1,500.
we've got to clamp it kind of thing. So let's say if we go amount indoors, well, 2,500 divided by amount indoors, is it 20? Need to double check this filter. It goes to 2,500. 20,500. So divided by well, it should be times amount indoors plus 0.2, I guess. Well, it needs to be clamped, right? Amount indoors. Otherwise, like, because this is going to be too linear. And it's not really going to work because it's going to go down to 0. But you see that? Like, we've got, obviously it's backwards, but wait. I want to do it the other way around. Wait, what am I doing? Well, it's backwards, boys. How the hell do I reverse the polarity, fellas? What the hell? So I'm indoors and it's at 2,000.
It's raining indoors.
So we need to go 1 takeaway amount indoors, right? That's how we reverse the polarity. Yeah? It is raining indoors, exactly. See, that's going to go down to 0, and we don't want that. We want it to be within a range. So I guess I could clamp it. Times 1. We could clamp. And then we go to min, which is going to be 2,000. And then the max, which is going to be 2,500. And now it's at least going to clamp. But if we sit on the edge here, see, it's not going to be so. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. That's nice, boys. That's nice. If we go down to 1,000, we probably hear it even more. Now, if we angle these out a little bit more dramatically, we might get better results. So if we go from 20, what if we go to 30 degrees? Oh.
But have one building with holes in the roof where you don't fix the rain.
I wonder how that would work now.
It can be my house.
Blah 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 blah, talk, blah 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 blah, go back out. We should probably have more. Very cool. Nose to lurp.
Rain sounds can be added at the connection points between each building and the outdoors, allowing the sound of rain to be heard inside.
Boys, this is why you don't click buttons when you have OBS selected. Some crazy shit happens and you can't figure out how to undo it. Classic. And I want to thank you guys for tuning in to this episode of the Rembot stream, for lack of better words. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure that you hit that like button, okay? Lord knows that we need that support, and so does YouTube. You know, unless you press the button that says like, how are they even going to know that I'm a full-on and I know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm saying? So I need you guys to hit that button, alright? Give it up for the band. That's right, hit me 2 times. That's right. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Very cool stream so far, I think, boys. And we're gonna get back to it.
www.
How about that?
www.
Pretty good, right? I was setting that up over the last week. Now the amount indoors, see this target cutoff, we're tweening. We're tweening every single frame when we recalculate the audio. It's really a stupid thing to do. So we're only supposed to be, it's just bad. It's really bad form. Incredibly bad form. It shouldn't even be working the way that it does. To recalculate the audio, we should maybe just have it on a timer, I think, fellas. Like, I'm doing all of this bullshit to figure out if it's like, you know, indoors or outdoors or whatever the fuck. It's like, you know what? I think maybe we just recalculate the audio, like,
When was the last curls on stream?
periodic.
Does the man even lift?
Curls on stream? Shut up, dude. I do those off stream. I did 20 today, okay? In each arm already, alright? So we're going to go 0.1, right? 0.1 and then on timeout. Oh yeah, we're going to give it a name first. So this is going to be the recalculate audio timer. So we don't want it to be constant. I'm just literally doing this because it's just an easy cop out, and 10 times a second honestly is not that bad. But it means that we've got a constant amount that we can lerp. You know what I mean? So just recalculate audio. Look, bam. And so we've got 0.1 because this is happening once or 10 times a second. We can lerp over that 0.1 amount of time and it not sound fucked. Although I don't think it's going to be nice and smooth. But the more positions that we have, so the more raycasts that we use to figure out how indoors we are, the higher, I mean, the better this is going to sound, but... What if we take 2,000 from this number? $18,000, and then we just added 2,000 to it. To 0, so we don't clamp it. We'll just do that. I'm doing some math here. You guys don't want to see this. I'm gonna get a better effect doing it this way. Pretty cool, right? I actually really like that. Boys, hands together for that effect. That's really cool. Like I said, the more raycasts that we want to add, the more intense that we can make that. I think, let's, for instance, just duplicate the amount that we've got here, and we'll see what it looks like when we've got twice as many. So, well, maybe not twice as many, but you know what I mean. So, right here, I'm just grabbing the outside ones, because remember, our first one is going straight up. So if I do that and then I angle them 45 degrees, look at that. So we've got 8. Wait, we've got 9. Damn. Got 9 raycasts. There, like that. So then if we go in here and then we add these extra raycasts in, and then we add those raycasts to this list. None of that, come on. Add those raycasts to the list. it should take that into account, right? So instead of it being 0.2, because there's only 5, there's now what, 9 in there? Yeah, so it'd be like whatever 1 divided by 9 is. I'm not doing that math, dude. 1 divided by 9. Yeah, it's a bullcrap number. That's what it is. It's a bullcrap number. So now let's see what that sounds like. Right, if we come over to here.
It's 1. Or 7.
We should have a thing on screen that can tell us what the number is. The rain number. Look, we're just gonna add a label in the middle of the screen at the top. Debug label. And what are we gonna put in the debug label? We're gonna put the indoor amount. Indoor amount! We run that. Look at that. See how indoor we are. So we should potentially even make it shoot out further. But look, see, we're not indoors here, so it shouldn't be indoor there. The 0.3 is fine. Now when we get to about here, yeah, that's pretty cool. We've got a bit of a threshold. Now obviously this threshold size has probably got to do with like the angles that we've got the raycasts on, right? So what if we extend these ones out, these last 4? What if we expand them out a little bit, right? So it's a bit more of like a spatial system, and then we make this 10 meters long instead of 5. What if we do that? So anything under, like, we're trying to figure out our dead zone. It's probably about half, honestly. Half of them. Yeah, 0.555. I feel like we should add one more so it's not so fucking jank of a number. Like, look at that. Like, we've got a nice threshold, like, in that whole zone right there. That's so cool, hey? So where can we add that threshold of 0.5? Target cutoff this here. So if AMT just do this. So target cutoff equals 22 or 2500, right? If what? If it's here. So we go if amount indoors is greater than 0.5, right? And then having set indoors is like kind of redundant. We really don't even need to know if you're indoors or not. You see, like we're not even using it at all. So set indoors, we're not even doing that. It's fine. We don't need that. Because we're not indoors anymore. We are just working out a value of how indoors you actually are. Yeah? Maybe not 10 meters. Maybe 10 meters is a little bit overkill. Come on, let's open up. Let's open up Joe's. So Joe's needs a little bit of, That's alright. It's very bright in here. What the fuck? What the hell? Buggy, it's very bright. Indoors, huh? That's something I've got to work out. Very bright indoors when there's a lot of cloud coverage. Maybe I turn the cloud coverage down a bit during the daytime. Well, what is it going to be in here? Sky 3D. Cloud intensity, like that, you know what I mean? That's what it usually looks like. Damn, dude. Is that a little bit better? So what changes on a clear day with the intensity? Man, pretty much nothing, dude. I guess that's something I can change then, right? As long as it doesn't fuck shit up. Ooh. Interesting. Very cool, huh?
Hi Rembot.
Yo, what's up, Quandev? How you doing, dog? Remember to hit that like button on the stream. Yeah. Yeah, speaking of, the stream has gone on for too long already. I should probably end it. Oh! Just enjoying like making this weather system in front of you guys so you guys don't have to ask questions about how I did it. I mean, you can if you want, but I'm showing you. So cloudy. Cloud intensity. That's something that we need to play with. Interesting. Very interesting. So cloud intensity during... What is this? Is this cloudy?
Ivy already dropped a thumb up.
Oh yeah, thanks dog. Thanks man. Cloud intensity, alright.
Oh, real-time comment.
That.
Nice.
Hell yeah, dude. That's the best part of lives, bro. Get to talk to the man himself. The man himself. So it's cloud intensity. Float equals, it's 0.6 by default. And then we need to hook this up so the weather manager, no, it's just going to be Sky3D dot cloud intensity.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, I think it can, actually. I think it does it automatically. Current condition of cloud intensity. Cool, so now we've got to figure out cloud intensity.
Toy Thursday.
It says, I'll try. I'm not sure if that's right or not.
Oh hell, it's not.
Classic. Classic dog. So cloud intensity. Something that we don't really want to play around with too much. Cloudy? So for cloudy, what should this look like here? Nah, because that's nighttime, dude.
Could you make a FPS game with full body in Godot bro PLS?
What are you gonna learn from that? You know what I mean? What are you gonna learn from that? Chill out. Cloud intensity, look. Because, like, what do you mean? That's gonna take me like 2 weeks to make. For the full body, like a full FPS game, like, dog. It's not like something that you can just kind of do. That's why I'm laughing, dude. Cloud coverage 0.8, so we got 1. Sun energy. Sun energy 0.2. Sky dome energy 0.5. 0.8. How about that? We got to dial in all of these effects. I got to figure out why.
I watched many videos on YouTube, but have no tut video full body, just hand.
Yeah, if you watch my proximity chat,
I try to do it, but it's hard.
Proximity chat episode 2, on my YouTube channel, I actually go through how to do that. Just so you know, like, so when you look down, you can actually see your legs moving around, you know? Like full body. Why is that rain starting?
E2.
Rain enabled. Stupid freaking thing. Whatever. Whatever. So this is our nighttime. The nighttime cloudy. That looks good. Daytime cloudy. A bit bright, but that's okay too. So like here, the sun intensity probably shouldn't be as high.
If you can do a third-person game, you can essentially do first-person.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much. It's just all about
the camera.
Yeah, it's all about the camera. And obviously, like, they're very different in terms of how you set them up, but you know, like the tutorial that I'm talking about, like I actually do set it up in first person, and then I add the third person camera afterward. No, then I add the first person shit afterwards. So you start with third person, start with first person, and then you add the third person.
Oh, thank you, man.
I don't know, dude, but yeah, there's a video on it where I do cover that topic. It's just like, it's a bit of a niche video because I was kind of just talking about it, like making upgrades to the proximity chat system, the proximity chat player, controller, I guess it is. That's cool, the audio. So it's like gradually like dialing in the audio. Really cool. Really cool.
I like your shape key from Blender to Godot video, it new for me.
Yeah, shape keys are really cool. I'm not sure how much of that I'm actually going to use in this game. Besides, obviously, like the NPCs, like the sizes of their bellies and stuff like that. You know? The shack! Talking about this bad boy. How good's that spatial audio? Like, we can kind of tell if we are... I'll show you what
I will use shape keys for my dong slider.
Yeah, do it, dude. So, like, look, we've got our audio tester. Not sure why it looks like that. I guess it's on our camera, right, of course. So as we walk around, wherever the camera is, it's going to be testing from. So the second that we go above the roof, you see, it doesn't come from the player, it comes from the camera itself. And that's what that follow node is. So as we run around, yeah, it makes sense because that's not a... That's a back face. So it's not going to detect a back face. I'm thinking like maybe I should fan it out even more.
My English grammar not good, I'm not a native.
That's okay, man. It's good enough. It's good enough, dog. So, like, well, this is what I was saying to Fallout earlier, but maybe the solution is to just have them, like, poking out, like, real far. Like, here, if I go back to the rain scene, and then I take these final four, like, raycasts, and then, like, do this again, so you actually transform them out, so let's say 60 degrees. We might get a little bit more realism, even something like...
don't care, just go on.
45, let's say 80. We don't care. So, let's try this. It's kind of a little bit weird. Like, I can kind of hit it here. Yeah, so when I'm standing here, I can still hear outside.
I'm afraid you won't be able to understand me, haha.
Nah, that's alright, dog.
What inspired you to design the town?
PlayStation 2 games. Tropical environments, you know I love it.
Have every
I love
single
it, baby.
raindrop be a physics object.
Yeah, that's a hell good idea, dog. That's a hell good idea. About 70. And then I think
LOL.
these ones here.
Just for the lulz. The series Lost, he is just preparing an island for the hatch.
40. Hey man, no spoilers, bro. Dude, how fucked was Lost, hey? Lost was so fucked. You like that? It's gonna go crazy here because of these fucking poles.
You know, I liked season 1-2 of Lost. Why the hospital green? Do you get green stuff from hospital? The later seasons lost me.
Nah, the hospital is green because if we make it a red cross, the we kind of break in the Geneva Convention. So if you don't know, you're not allowed to put red crosses in your game. So generally, the acceptable replacement is a green cross.
If you make it red, you have to pay Disney.
Pay Disney. So I'm thinking this. What if I drop the detector underneath the camera a little bit?
Just like if you sing happy birthday.
Nah, the happy birthday thing was bullshit. Turns out they actually didn't own
Don't
the patent
wear glass
to it.
in dark room, it's not good for your
Or
eyes, man.
the copyright. They're full of shit apparently.
I've
that.
been claiming royalties on Disney's behalf for decades. Shut up.
Shut up.
I do think it's crazy hospitals can't use the Red Cross.
Well, they can, but just not in game. just not in game, dog. I think dropping it is helping,
Who shut
but
up?
it's not. Doesn't really make sense now.
Really? Why don't put the detector at the center of the player?
Because that's not where the camera listens from. The camera listens from the camera position. It doesn't listen from the middle of the player. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the problem I'm having now. Unless like
How's the
I
rain going?
don't have it all come from the middle point. Yeah, what's up, Fallen? I've actually got an idea when it comes to the rain. I kind of want to make the ground shiny just to see what it looks like. Okay? Just the ground. So I'm not going to do it to the walls or anything like that. But I think that if we create a standard material 3D, we call this one, what are we calling the floor? Like
They call the shiny ground a wet down in movies.
a wet down. Brick floor, that's what we call it. Brick floor. We're going to wet down. We're going to wet this shit down. Okay, so we actually have a thing for it. What did I... Brick floor. Brick floor! Here we go. Brick floor. Alright, everybody. Brick floor. Where the fuck
In
is
movies,
it?
any scene at night, the roads are always wet.
True. And then they fuck with the exposure, and then you turn all the lights on, so it looks like it's nighttime.
The greatest irony with Geneva Convention is that most people who shoot at Red Cross have never even played a video game around Syria, Libya, you name it.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so add me to that list.
Where there have been incidents.
You know what I'm saying? Now, yeah, we're just gonna hit play on this while we figure this out. Weathers. Hey yo.
At Matthew Pittman 5390 super chatted $5. I'm ready to see the giant chicken boss that sends giant eggs that roll towards you.
The giant chicken boss. Yo, Fallen. I got a task for you. You know them chickens that you sent me? Make a really, 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 really big one. No, I'm just kidding. I'll just scale one up, dude. We'll scale up a chicken, yeah? Make it a chicken boss. They can roll eggs at you, but because eggs are not like completely spherical,
Hey, thanks, man.
it'd be like really hard to predict. Yeah, thanks for the sub. It'd be really hard to predict where the egg goes. Wow, that sounds like a perfect diversion from what I'm doing. Honestly. Nah, thanks for that, man. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, my dude. What were we doing? Fuck. What was I trying to do? Holy shit, I just forgot. Oh yeah, that's right, the ground. The ground. So if I go to the SLUM here, and I find brick floor, what's it called? We might have to go into the Blender project. Brick floor, what's it called? Floor streets. Floor streets. So then we're going to add this to brick floor, like that. Alright. And then what we can do is, because this is only the floor, we can go to SLUM, and then we can play around with the import setting. So we'll go to materials. It's called brick floor. Use external. And we can go brickfloor.tres. Re-import. Now we're using that custom material for that floor. So if we go to brickfloor.tres here, and then we crank up the roughness, crank down the roughness, yeah, and then potentially add a normal map to the ground. Let's see what this looks like at nighttime with the rain. Oh yeah, it looks like shit already. Yeah, already I can tell. Looks like shit. And that's because we need to have PBR texture of some kind. So what is this? Floor streets. Floor streets 0083. I think what I can do is I can go and get a texture for that. A, what do you call it? A normal texture. Go get a normal map online texture maker. Text Jamaica. Hype map. So wait, did it just download something? Oh my god, it just did. Just downloaded me a normal map. Alright, check this shit out. So next to slums, I'm not going to stick it in slums, but in images, we'll just chuck it there. We've got a normal map now for this material. We're going to add to try and like make that not look so stupid. Yeah, because it does look stupid. So we're going to normal map, and then we're going to drag that normal map in. That looks wild. I feel like it would be a little bit better if it was just like the kind of the cracks. The roughness we can set up a little bit more so it's not so bad. But look at that. And now it goes to a PS3 game. It goes from being a PS2 looking game to a PS3 looking game. Look at that. Look at that. I'm gonna find another light. Another really nice, obvious light source. Oh yeah? Like crabs, dude. Look at that. Look at that PS3 game looking shit. Now, it doesn't really match the vibe of the game. And I think Changing the strength would probably be a little bit better. Can't tell if this is a video file or a video game. It looks so real. It looks so real. Look, it looks like Cyberpunk, dog. It's friggin' Cyberpunk, dude. But like that. You see what I'm saying? I think... just don't want it to be like that hectic. You know what I mean? I feel like maybe instead of a normal map, should potentially just be a roughness map. You know what I mean? Ah, not really. Yeah, Johnny Two Hands, bro. Johnny Stinky Hands. Stinky Johnny Hands. Look, like that. That's not the worst thing in the world, but it's just a little bit... it's a little bit jank, isn't it? Green. Yeah. Well, like, I would have to create the map myself. You know what I mean? Thanks, dude. I think so, too. Boom. Let's get a real proper storm in there. What are you using material overlay slot? I'm not. This is just in a material. This is, it's just a material. You know what I mean? Like this. Yeah, and then when it's not raining, it can be like... you know what I mean? I don't know. How do I make it like not... roughness?
Just so you know, I'm about to do a voiceover for my comic. So if you hear me screaming for the next like 5 minutes,
Alright, fair enough.
it's gonna be it's the one where the chicken is like in a domestic abusive relationship. So
That'll happen.
that's why the chicken crossed the road.
That's why the chicken crossed the road. Good old-timey classic. Fantastic. Nearest map. We also need to change this to nearest. Ooh, that's better already, dude.
Check it out.
What? Fuck off, dude. It's like that. Like, how do we turn that effect off then? You know what I mean? Because that would need to move with the rest of it, you know? The material overlay slot was used for wetness. You know what? Might be a way to do it. So, well, the thing is, it's also not a it's also not a mesh. You know what I mean? So it's literally only a slot. So, I mean, I'm gonna think more about how to do this off stream. All right, boys. So I'm probably gonna go. If possible, make it so that players can make changes to the graphics in game. Graphics like what? Like, I kind of want it to look a specific way, so I'm not too sure how much customization I'm going to let people have of it anyway. I might make it so it runs better on shitter systems or something like that, but that's probably it. See, it's the clear coat. What if we add the clear coat as the roughness? And then we can use this. See what I mean? And then we can just use the roughness. Yeah, you want me to add motion blur to the game so you can turn it off? Classic. So like that is a little bit, So roughness, a little bit more rough. Maybe just a little bit while it's raining, you know what I mean? A little bit of clear coat when it's raining. So it kind of looks like things are wet. You see what I mean? Just the tiniest bit. And then when it's not raining, clear coat off. You see what I'm saying? Now we need to figure out exactly how many textures we do this to first, because like, how do we add mud texture? How do we make the mud look wet? You know what I mean? Like this. Well, we can very easily change this. You know what I mean? But like in the future, if I want to add things like ripples on the ground, like wet water ripples, I'm trying to imagine how I would go about doing it. So add more reflection from the mud. Yeah. I mean, we've got to figure out how to actually do that before we can do that. You know what I mean? Like, if we had like a UV2 that was world coordinates and noise. I'm not going to be adding planes to the game all over the place. I want to just make the mud look wet. And we can experiment on this. So if I go, it would need to be like UV, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't want this shit to be like triplanar. Wait, what? Oh, it's the UV2, right? Of course. Like, I don't want to be resetting the UV for it, because that's not really good. Detail map. When was the last time you heard of a detail map? I forgot those even existed, dude. Like the albedo, and then we've got the mask. Gradient. Whew. Detail UV map. Yeah, UV1. We're just adding like a noise texture. You see what I mean? It's like adding a texture to the texture. What are you spamming? Detail map. Yeah, I know what a detail map's for, dude. I just haven't thought about it in a while. Interesting. It's so weird. Generate movements. This is what I want. Seamless here. So that's our map. We could make that the map. Yeah. Oh, I mean it is, right? Make it the mask. Yeah. And then an albedo. We can add like the chicken feeder texture. There you go. You add our detail map into the ground. We can do that quite easily. Yo, the game is basically Schedule 1 but fish. I just haven't thought of a detail map in a while. Forget that they exist, hey? Pretty cool. Exactly, it looks AAA all of a sudden. Oh, wow. What if we turned SSR back on? What do you reckon this would look like? World environment. Yep, it doesn't do shit. Of course it doesn't do shit. Look at that. So the game, we've kind of been working on a weather system. Kind of why I'm working on making the ground look a little bit wet. And now, kind of would want to add a little bit of metallic to it as well or something. Now, if I was to fork off all of the ground, it would be a lot easier to do this. Because I could just do it as like a next pass, right? On the material. I mean, on the mesh. So we'd have all of the inbuilt stuff. But honestly, just having it on this one texture is pretty nice. Shows you that it's like kind of wet. What about if it's daytime? It's just regular rain. Pretty good. Storm. That's not what it looks like. In clear, huh? In my opinion, focus on mechanics because your game not focus on graphics. You know what? It's a good point that you've made, but when you stream and all you're doing is coding, nobody gives a shit. What people care about when you're actually streaming is something visual, just that they can gawk at, you know? That's just the way that it is. So although you're right, I would say it's not really fun to stream things that aren't like visually cool, you know what I mean? Yeah. But you are right. And a lot of what I work on is like code outside of streaming. But it's kind of the fun things I like to work on stream. Nah, you got a good point. But yeah, streaming is got to show something off, you know? Now, there's a bug in the game, I think. Let's see, lightning. It's the default skydome energy. This is what we need to add. It's that default skydome energy. So when are we setting that skydome energy? that's it there. But then we actually need to set. Okay, we are. No, we're not. Skydome energy. Like this. So the weather manager. See this here. We're setting the default Skydome energy, but we're not setting it immediately afterwards. So this should be current conditions. So I thought that there was an issue. Like it's acting really weird when we switch weather. That's better. Much better. Clear, foggy, cloudy, rain, heavy rain, storm. We're going to do it in that order. I'm pretty sure the order that the buttons are going in, yeah, is like the order that we've got them in the dictionary as keys. So we need another rain sound effect for storm. That's maybe something that we can do before I go. Pixabay. Sound effects, storm. We need to get a storm sound effect. So the thing about storm sound effect, we need to add a lot of wind to it. That's too much. So we want like a heavy storm. Yo, Godot game. What's up, dog? How you doing, man? What about do dynamic water for the sea? If you will add boat, it will be good. 100%, dog. 100%. It needs to be more intense, so... That's pretty cool. What about heavy wind? Because we can maybe just add that in. We can go into Fruity Loops and then just take our sound effect, our rain sound effect, and then add a bunch of wind to it, you know? So SFX, rain. Rain SFX, pull that into Fruity Loops. So you guys can hear this. Yeah? So that's our heavy rain, I believe. Rain loop. So how would we make a stronger version of this? Well, we could immediately like increase the low end a little bit. Bass boost it. Unironically, because it adds a bit of like wind, like lower frequencies, which is like the wind and shit like that, right? Analog radio static. No. I'm gonna add, like, we're just gonna try and layer sounds. White noise is a little bit too, it's too muddy. We want to embrace the transience of Foley sound. So what I mean by that is... What's this? like how it just cuts off. Real nice. Probably from a step that I've done earlier. Already processed it once. So we don't want to add too much. Especially shit like that, whatever the fuck that sound is. Something like this. We built this city. What the F is that? Must have hit a button accidentally. Needs to be heavier like that. Fantastic game dev, I know. We need to have like more wind. Oh my god. Just be lucky you guys can't hear what I can hear. This shit is so loud through that friggin' website, dude. So I'm gonna re-EQ this. Add an EQ to this one. This we really want to reinforce the midsection. And then this one here, we want to bring out the low. We'll get rid of everything else. And low frequencies. You don't get from anything else. We don't want to make it annoying. You know what I mean? Get rid of that. Live to 100. What's up, dog? Fantastic, and then we loop this. Boom. There we go. And then we loop it. Fantastic, boys. Let's go. Yeah, it's loud as fuck, but we're doing audio work, dude. It has to be loud. so you can hear every fuck. What's up, dog? This is the storm audio, so we've got to save this. The storm loop. Export this. Storm loop. Wrap remainder, that's right. But we don't have any effects, it's just in case. So then we go back over to Godot. Ambience, we've got our storm loop. So we need to check that box right there. How loud is this? It might actually be a little bit too loud. There we go. ODG is storm loop. That's what's up. Yeah, I think it might be just a little bit too loud compared to the other rains, and like we don't want to have to like diddle with this levels of the rain sound in game, like only for one of them and not the other two, because that would suck. So storm loop, make sure it's looping. Cool, and then we can go to the rain. Where is it? Rain. Then we can import storm loop here. Fantastic, and then
Hey, thanks, man.
Yo, thanks for the sub. Subscription. LF storm rain sound set stream storm loop. There we go. So heavy rain, go rain SFX. Otherwise, LF current. Fuck it, we'll just do this. Rain. Yeah, because it's like normal rain. So we got rain loop, storm loop, and then rain.
Oh, behave.
Anthony Top
Hey.
94 makes me groovy, baby. Yes.
Welcome
yes,
to the
yes,
stream,
yes,
my dog.
No.
Hell yeah, free sounds, bro. That's what's up. Okay, so rain, heavy rain, storm. So we need to make storm look heavier as well. Might be a little bit. Storm. How do we make it look more intense? I think what they do in GTA is they've got like... Nah, more fog's not going to do that much. We can, but maybe it's the depth. The depth of the fog we've got to change, you know? So it comes in a little bit more, but I don't really want to... Yeah, I know, but I don't want to change the visibility, you know, too much, because it's already kind of like at levels where I think it's acceptable. You know what I mean? I don't want to change it too much. So let's play around with the particle system a little bit, right? The rain scene. Okay. Now, in the rain scene, we could obviously just like 2x the amount of particles, right? That's one thing that we can do. It's just 2x that shit, although that's a little bit... Yeah, some debris, a little paper and trash floating around. That's a really good idea, honestly. could make the particles thicker. We could. I'm not sure. Oh shit. We could make them thicker. So we can increase the amount. At the very least, we can increase the amount. And it doesn't look like it's messing with too much. Very nice. Feel that ambience? Feeling that ambience? Look at him come through the wall. There's not much we can do about that except for make this wall thicker. It's already an incredibly thin wall. That's fine. It's cool, right? Good vibes. You might want to stay indoors. You was getting wet. Classic, dude. Oh! Beautiful, right? Beautiful. So let's see, 50,000. It's quite a bit more rain, but it does look heavier. And realistically, we should be making it faster as well. I think this is what I was doing yesterday to get more of like a storm effect. Faster falling rain. Could have worked out how to do ripples on the ground like you were trying to figure out, Mel, but I don't know. Should make it rain and stuff, you reckon? You reckon I should make it rain? Yeah? What do you reckon of the thunder though? It's pretty atmospheric, right? The audio might be a little bit loud still. Needs more flying plastic bags. That is true. So the thing is, right, how am I going to do that? I want to make it look like it's coming from the ground, but actually, now that we've got our... Oh my god, boys. I forgot. Now that we've got our, we're detecting where the ground is, like, what if I switch the particle system to bounce instead of hide? Boys, look at that. Oh! Oh, shit! Yo! So this is how we could potentially do things like bags and stuff like that. Okay, so if we only got 100, like look at that. So we could have like little plastic bags and little bits of debris flying all over the place by using the physics, like bounciness. Where on an island does that mean hurricane? Like this? Oh! That's so cool, honestly, boys. That is so fucking cool. Dude. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and marvel at how far you've come in a day. Look at that. Bouncing that's crazy. Yeah, right? So like we can use this to make debris look like it's flying everywhere, right? Like, so we can replace the particles with things like little bags or little bits of paper, like little newspaper and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe we should just add like a bar, like just a straight up bar, where it's like a dive bar as opposed to a club. We should add like a dive bar to the game. Where should we put it? You know what? We should put the dive bar like down here. You know? So it's like an underground, you know, bar or something like that. That'd be cool. We gotta add you to the wall. Wait, Dottie. Oh yeah, I did add you to the wall. Look. Dottie, you're right there. Look at that. Oh yeah, dog. On the wall. Yeah, subparticles. That's the thing about like yeah, right? And the fact that like there's no rain, like how cool does that look, boys? Like how far we've come in like one fucking stream. I'm not gonna keep the particles like that, but how cool does that look? Like that's pretty fucking funny. Yeah, the audio. So it can figure out like right here, it should be a little bit muted because we're only hearing it from like one angle, right? Or like, you know, a strip of angles. But then when we're in here, the audio goes. So up top, that's what the debugging number is. It's like how indoors we are. So right now we're 0.6% indoors. Well, 60% indoors. Right? So it kind of like, yeah, right now because like we're up against a wall. It's at 30%. Oh, it's so cool, boys. Look at that. Look at that shit. That's crazy. Dude, look how much these fucking chickens love that shit, dude. So base collision size, look. So I can increase the collision size too. So that's going to help it from not like going through walls. If I set it to 0.1, it's going to make it so it's going to be a lot harder to go through walls, right? Oh, that's so cool, dude. Wishing the chicken would get blown away by the wind. That could be pretty funny. Cool. It's gonna be, it sucks to have to switch this off now. I think that's really cool. Where is it? Bounce. Look at that. Collision rigid. Look, the friction. That's kind of cool. And maybe I could make like the length of the particle be like velocity based. You know? But also, I don't know, it's kind of, yeah. Some goblin running around tagging Dottie on shit, wasn't me. Sure, dude, sure. That's what they all say, dog. How cool is that? Like the friction is actually stopping the particles and making them like drip down on the edges. That's so cool. Making it like drip down walls and stuff, dude. That's pretty cool, hey. I'm gonna have to play around with that effect because like honestly, so like part of this feels very like 6th gen. It feels very like it's so cool that they would have figured out a way to implement it into the game, you know? Such a good feeling to know you created this, right? That's right, it feels like GTA 7. Fucking oath, dude. It's, yeah, like, your hard work pays off, right? But, like, all work pays off. You don't even need to work that hard, dude. You just gotta keep at it, you know? All work pays off, eventually. It's so cool. So if I turn the bounce up, we're gonna get bounce off the ground. Fucking hell, look at that. Looks so silly, dude. So use scale. I think we do want to use scale, right? Friction. Say we just want to add a little bit. No, we want to add a lot. And then just the tiniest bit of bounce. And then what I'm wondering is like, if we can change, how funny does that look, bro? Look like frogs hopping. Yeah, it looks so funny, dude. Like, if there's a way that we can somehow keep this effect in game, That would be so fucking funny, hey? Because, like, it really does add, like, look at that. This is what I mean by, like, it feels 6th gen because it's, like, it's some wacky physics technology that's, like, it's so interesting that they would have figured out a way to keep it in-game, you know? So I think, and, like, even little things like this, you see how it's, like, bouncing down off the fucking, the chook shed? Whatever you want to call it. The chicken shed. It's just like we need to make them not so long when they've lost all of their speed. My fingers smell like garlic, dude. The hell? Hold on, so if we can go to a sub emitter. Amount at collision. I haven't set a sub emitter up, but we could make like a ripple or something like that. Got some chocolate from Audi? Dude, Audi rules, man. Ain't fucking with that Cadbury shit. No, you shouldn't. It's gross, bro. I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't anyway. Look, scale over velocity. This pass here. So I can make them bigger, I can make them smaller, etc. I can change the way that it looks. But can I link that to the velocity, you know? I've eaten garlic all my life. No way, dog. No way. Like a regular, normal person. I'm Italian, so I get garlic in like every second meal that I cook, dude. Hell yeah. Have I been called a vampire? Don't worry about it. Oh shit, look at that. Holy crap, look at that. That's a storm right there, dude. The transparency is actually down quite a bit. This is what it looks like with no transparency. So we were talking about that before. It is definitely transparent. So section length. This is what we need to change based on how fast it's moving. So once it hits the ground, it can turn into like that. You know what I mean? And then if I'm walking around and it looks like that looks fine. You know? That's just like little drops on the ground that you can barely see. It kind of looks like hail. It's really cool, actually. It looked a lot like hail. Fuck, that's so cool. Like bouncing off of the like the roofs and stuff. So cool, dude. You change the raindrops roughness. I can. Yo. Okay. Wondering what that smashing of the door is? Check this out. You got particle collisions.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's cool.
So we're trying to figure out how to keep it in the game without it looking too weird.
So without having it like instantly despawn. Is this for like hail?
No, but that's what I was just saying. It looks like hail. This is actually what the rain looks like, right?
But if it was rain, then rain wouldn't stay on the floor and bounce around. It makes no sense.
It doesn't.
It hits the floor. You just need to have an animation that plays and it hits the floor. It goes like whoop, and just disappears. You know?
That's pretty much what it was doing before, right? So
right now it looks like it's raining. Like
yeah. Look, this is what it does. This is what it looks like. right? This is
Yeah,
the
that's
regular
good.
rain. Yeah, that's what I thought, right?
But it should be.
But then we
like,
switched this to rigid, and it's like, maybe there's a way that I can keep it in the game where it goes really small when it hits and then dies soon after or something.
Yeah, but it shouldn't bounce. That's the thing. Rain doesn't bounce. Like the moment that it hits something, it should disappear.
That's true.
I mean, this could be a quality for like hail.
Yeah, I was just saying for hail, like
kind of like that's like a hail.
like this, right? If it's just like little tiny bits like this. But the thing is,
that's cool.
if it's,
that looks like hail.
but you don't see it coming down because it's so small. So if it starts like this, and then it hits, and then it turns small once it hits, then potentially I could keep it as like an interesting effect, you know?
Yeah, I don't think you need to see it falling down that much though.
I don't think so either.
Maybe you can just say when it's hailing, just make the sky a little bit brighter.
Oh yeah, because it is, yeah.
Like when it's hailing, the sky's a bit brighter, so you can see or make it a bit wider, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Like a snow color.
It looks so cool, hey.
You want to see this quickly?
What do you got? I like that. I remember the first time I saw that. You see the little chicken just in the corner, like the chick. So funny, dude. It shows up better when lit. Yeah, that's it. Like it gives that volumetric sort of feeling, you know, when you can like look in the distance and you can see a little bit of it like lit up, like in the light. And also, yeah, like when it thunders, or when it lightnings, I should say, you should be able to see the particles a lot clearer as well. Just for a split second there. But yeah, I mean, it's all about like just fooling you. You know what I'm saying? What is it?
Sandboy chicken. They're like the most chickeny chips ever. Oh,
it's kind of feral.
Huh?
It's kind of feral, not gonna lie. No, it's kind of gross, dog.
We're coming from the guy that did his kids.
Nonce!
Come on straight, you can't call me.
Fucking nonce, mate!
My life. You're ruining my life.
You have ruined Britain's biggest. It's not funny.
He's a nonsense.
You're ruining my life. I think what we need to do here is we've got to change the amount of particles as well. The rain particles. So in the weather manager, that's what it's called. In the weather manager, when we load a condition, yeah, and then we decide, oh, it's in the rain, isn't it? Is it in rain? Yeah, like this here, the current condition. So heavy rain, we probably want particle count. You know what I'm saying? The amount, that's the one. Amount equals so heavy rain. 50,000. 50,000 was good. Storm is also 50,000, and then rain, I think 25,000 looked good. 20,000. Audio is struggling. Oh, really? Classic, dude. Yeah, my stream might be freaking out. Who knows, man? So this is going to change the amount. So on rain, we got 25,000. Heavy rain, we've got the 50k. And then storm, we actually want to increase. What the fuck? Why is it that when I hit escape, we're shooting back down to 60 FPS? What the fuck? Has that ever happened before? Look, we're at 60 FPS when I hit escape. What the fuck? That doesn't seem right. What a strange thing. Don't know. I'm gonna chalk it down to Godot being weird. I don't know, man. The sub emitter. Should we add a sub emitter? Where do you actually add the sub emitter? Okay, you add it there. How does sub emitter work? Does a sub emitter kill itself once it's done? In game? Is that how sub emitter works? Sub emitter. Path to another GPU particle 3D node that we use as a sub emitter. See? Sub emitters. Sub emitters can be used to achieve effects such as fireworks, sparks on collisions, bubbles popping into water drops, and more. When sub emitter is set, the target GPU particle node 3D will no longer emit particles on its own. What? How did you make the mini-map? I have a... Yes! What's up, Fanny Slam? How you doing, dog? There's a tutorial on my YouTube page on how to do it. How does sub emitter work? I've never even thought about sub emitter. It's a very interesting thing. Let's go GPU particles 3D. We'll call this sub emit. Yeah, and it's not going to be on. Actually, no, it'll be on for now while we dick around with it, okay? So sub emitter, we're just gonna make like real simple. Just gonna be a sphere mesh, incredibly tiny. Yeah, and make it so the material is just an unshaded explosion. Yeah. Accelerations, no gravity, thank you very much. And the linear acceleration, what are we doing? We spawn direction velocity with a tiny bit of velocity. So 1, yeah, 0.5 and 2. Yeah, I've done sub emitters in what is it? 3ds Max a very long time ago, but I haven't thought about it in a long time. And it was a really interesting effect actually that I went for. It was like basically I was like 12 years old and I wanted to make it so like arrows, like a bunch of arrows shot, you know, like Lord of the Rings style, like a big wall of arrows just like shoots over, and then when it hits the ground, it was like it spawned another sub emitter that, I don't know, sparks or something like that. I can't remember. It was like a very long time ago, but that's what I used the sub emitter for. I haven't used it in a very long time. Sup, dog? Oh, the ambience is gone. Yeah, I'll put it back on for you in 1 second. I just need to see how fucked this is going to be. To be completely honest, I want to see how fucked this is going to be. Because we're now going to use a sub emitter on the rain, and there's like a gajillion fucking rain particles. Is this going to work? Sub emitter at collision. Yeah? And then we can make the sub emitter a one shot. One shot, right? So what happens if we run that? Nothing. absolute. Oh wait, look, they're popping up. Look, they're popping up all over the place. You see that? How do we get more of them though? How the hell does sub-emitter work, dude? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Sub-emitter at collision. Let's see, here we go. So what if we create a shitload? Shut up. Jog on, mate. Jog on, you prick. So look, they're kind of showing up all over the place, but not any rhyme or reason. I can't figure it out. Turn the sides down. What do you mean? What are you talking about? See, look, at collision. Constant amount at collision, keep velocity. So if we go to the sub emit, fooling. Yeah, what do you want me to change it to? Fucking 4x1? What are you talking about, dog? It's already low. I just want to know how to do the sub emitter. I just want to know. Look, so they're spawning. But because there's like a kajillion billion fucking particles, like it's not going to spawn all of them. Alright, well, I was curious about that. Yeah, I don't actually give a shit, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And then in sub emitter, I'm just going to get rid of that because I don't care. I just wanted to know if I could make like a ripple or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. That was like the first thing I did. So limit in settings. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So look, we've got the shiny ground, but it should only be shiny when it's like wet, right? So we've got that set as a clear coat, I think, on the ground. Brick floor. .tres. Clear coat. Yeah, it's a clear coat on the ground. So we can just turn that down and then turn that up when it gets wet. Let's just do that now. Fuck it. Fuck it. And then, like I said, like we're gonna do all of the whatever, dude. Whatever, bro. I don't give a shit. You know what? Brick floor. Cool. Whatever. Actually, no, we want that in the weather manager. That's right. So we go here. Brick floor. Then we want to go brick floor dot clear coat. Yeah. So if it's raining, if rain particles, rain enabled dot is raining. Here we go. So is raining is here. So brick floor dot clear coat equals 0.15 if is raining, else 0.0. There we go. How the fuck are you still alive? What are you talking about, dog? We hanging out. We're being swag. Yeah, constant brick floor. Oh shit. What if we make it a variable, dog? So I want to edit the fucking the shits, dude. Look at that. That's what I'm trying to get at. Look. Yeah, it's a little bit shiny. Maybe we make it like 0.1. I don't know, dude. I actually was going to stop being live like over an hour ago, but I've just gotten like really hung up making this weather system as swag as I possibly can. And I don't know why. Maybe you can... add some insight, but why the fuck is it that when I hit escape, we drop down to 60 FPS, even though all I'm doing is like bringing up the pause menu? It makes no freaking sense. So what I'm going to do instead is I'll bring up the pause menu manually. See, that's got nothing to do with it, bro. What the F? Nah, what the F, dog? Fuck you talking about viewport, unless I'm losing focus somehow. You know what I mean? Yo, Botello, what's up, dog? I don't know, man. I've just never experienced it before. Find out where you have UI cancel. It's right here. Yeah? All it does is it turns on the pause menu. So pause menu.visible equals toggled on. Once that's toggled on, filter ignore, that's right. So it should all be ignoring this bullshit. So this here, ignore, and that's pass, propagate up. Because that's where you open up input, captured to visible or contained. Yeah, that's right here, dude. I'm assuming the wall has been finished. No, it hasn't. We're going to add some more crap onto the wall as we think of more things to put on the wall. But, you know, there's no point rushing it. There's no point rushing through it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why this is happening. So I'm just going to chalk it up to Godot being weird or the fact that I'm streaming. Who knows? So in your input settings is UI cancel. Let's have a look. Can you crap on the walls? Dog. Dog. I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the accessibility UI cancel would be running that maybe. Okay, so what I might do just to make sure that that's not an issue is... Yes, coming from my ass. We're gonna add a input action called pause. So toggle pause. Pause toggle. Yeah. Then we're going to make that escape. Fuck. Then we're going to make that escape. Boom. Pause toggle. So now we can get rid of that UI cancel bullshit, right? And then just make a pause toggle. So we'll see if that's ruling it out. No, it's still going to 60, bro. What the fuck? It's so weird, man. I've never experienced this before in my life. This is so strange. Tabbing back in and out doesn't fix it. Hitting tab doesn't do anything. 10, F11. Okay, changing the windowed mode is apparently doing it. It's at 135 now. What the fuck? Is that not the weirdest thing? Is that not hella strange? UI mouse mode captured, UI mouse mode visible. So what is... Huh. What a strange thing, huh? Does escape change your resolution? It does not. Rembot, do you want me to send you the video of me drinking 4 raw eggs earlier tonight? I mean, if you want, I'll show it to chat. Go on, send it. Psycho. I'll put on Eye of the Tiger as well. Rid of this heavy wind blowing. Oh my gosh. So I think out of Fruity Loops as well, you make this a little bit quieter. It's a little bit loud. I know it's a storm and all, but it's a little bit loud. I was thinking maybe we can add like howling wind sounds and shit, but I kind of want that to be based on how indoors you are. You know what I mean? Because like we're already detecting whether you're indoors or not. So we could just add like another sound, which is like the wind sound, like the, you know what I mean? Are the different weathers default or did you make them custom? Man, none of this is default. None of it at all. Like all of it is programmed except for the actual skybox, like the dynamic skybox with the clouds and stuff. But even then, like all of the weather conditions, everything, it's all custom. It's all custom. What? So check this out. I'm getting rid of the mouse mode. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the overlay. It's got to do with setting the mouse mode. So setting the mouse mode to visible is, for some reason, changing the FPS. Oh shit, look at this. Hold on. Oh no. Okay, wrong one. I don't know, that's weird, right? Have you thought of adding hail? Yeah, actually, we just had a look at adding that before. Okay, here we go. Here's your boy. Do we need audio for this? We're gonna throw the audio on anyway. Here we go. There's your boy G-Wiz smangin' raw eggs. Yeah, let me just get out the way of these eggs real quick. Look, like that. Look, like this. Yeah, there we go. Look, over the top of the eggs now. Why don't you just cook the eggs, bro? Dog, just cook the eggs. You know what I'm saying? Just cook the eggs, bro. Oh, gross, dude. Oh, wrong one. Oh, dude. Oh, come on. Oh, dude. Do you have ice in there? Are you drinking with ice? That's just straight. Oh, brother. Dog. That's feral, dude. Give it up for G-Wiz, boys. Give it up for G-Wiz, bro. I love your vids, G-Wiz, but that's nasty, not gonna lie. You know? Underneath his G-Wizzy persona, he's just a regular dude. A regular dude that eats eggs, man. You know what I mean? You never really know what your favorite Godot influencer is doing on their time off screen. Cause Rocky, I should have put on Eye of the Tiger, but you're not gonna hear it on YouTube anyway. Fucking gross, dude. Well done. Everybody, well done. Well done for my boy G-Wiz. That was the most disgusting thing I've seen today. Without a doubt. Now the thing is about eggs is you still get the protein when you cook them up and eat them. So I don't understand why you didn't just do that. Maybe there is some sort of benefit that I don't know about. Who fucking knows? Give it up for the band. Yeah? Come on, everybody. Give that band a little bit of recognition. Because right now, this is the soundtrack to my disgust, to be completely honest. I still haven't completely gotten over what I've just seen. I kind of feel sick to my stomach, to be completely honest. Absolutely disgusting. But well done, dude, and we congratulate you. Here at the Rembot Games live stream, we congratulate you on a job well done. That's right, everybody, come on. W's in the chat for my boy. W's in the chat. That was absolutely disgusting. Thank you very much. Now back to our regular scheduled broadcast. No chance of salmonella. Look, I'm not the one taking the risks, so I'm not the one doing the research. But I'm going to have to say that there's probably something unsafe about what he just did. And then I'm going to rescind that and then add on top. I don't fucking know, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking know. And also, you know what? Take that back, add on top. Who gives a shit? Okay? Who gives? Nobody gives. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I don't know what the deal is with mouse visible making the game. I feel like this is probably some sort of bug. I reckon this will go away if I just restart Godot. But like, that's not to say that somebody playing the game is going to experience this, because they probably will at some point. So I'm not sure why that's even happening. Maybe it's because it's on the very top of everything else. Let's try it again. No, it's still going to 60. It's so strange, man. So strange. Incredibly strange. I don't know why. But I'm not going to sit around and try and figure it out because, to be completely honest, I don't care. Okay? What I do care about is if you are watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you guys very much. Because we need that like. We need them likes. I need all of the likes that you guys can give. Because YouTube needs to know one way or another that we are worth your time. Okay?
Stick around, more Family Guy coming up.
Great progress today, I reckon. Definitely great progress. I mean, look. The main thing I wanted to do was just nut out this weather system a little bit more. Not, ladies? And I think that we've done that pretty well with, like, modulating the amount of light that is coming from the sun and the moon. You know, depending on the weather conditions. Because obviously all of this is... You know, like old mate was saying in the chat before, none of this is default. All of this is custom written, right? Like all of these different states that the game has to be in is like, I've identified that these things need to be, you know, parameterized and then created like a structure for that data. Okay, and that structured data is called a weather condition. So if you guys have a look at this, right? Pretty much all of the weather can be described with these, what is that, like 8 parameters, right? Now, as we find that we need more, we add them. And I think there was another one that we wanted to add as well, but I can't remember what that was. But we had some interesting effects with it. I just can't really remember what it was. So that and the audio, the storm loop, just going to bring in the new version. Not sure if I brought in the perfect version of it yet. Perfect. Oh yeah, hey, also check this out, right? So we actually kind of figured out how we were going to implement hail, right? Snow, I can't really, like, speak on because I've never really actually seen snow in my entire life. Growing up in Western Australia will do that to you, you know what I'm saying? We don't have snow over here. So getting rid of all of the stuff on the inside is really cool. But if we want hail, we need to make things bounce, right? Bounce around like hail does. So this is what we figured out. If we switch from hide on collision over to bounce on collision, we get a really, really interesting effect. Check this out. Ready? Rigid. So you might say to yourself, that looks dumb as shit. And honestly, it does look dumb as shit. Everything bouncing around like crazy. But if we change the size of the section length, like look at this. This kind of looks like hail a little bit. I don't know how well it comes across on camera. We also probably need to increase that friction quite a lot. So main friction up, a little bit of bounce. Look at that. Now does that not look like hail? You know what I mean? That looks like hail. That looks straight up like hail. I don't know how well you guys can see it. Obviously the bitrate is a problem when it comes to, like, you know, stuff like this. But yeah, this is how we could achieve hail, right? Hail Hydra. Yeah, okay. That's the only thing we'll be hailing in this chat. Okay, boys? Alright? Relax. Okay, fellas? So why is that happening there? Look, it looks like it's touching something. I guess that's probably the player, because that's the initial spawn point of the player. Hail Mary, calm down. You're already pushing it too far. Nice, dude. Just finished school. Just in time to give this video a like. You know what I'm saying? So snow probably won't take that long to implement. It's just that I only have one. I've only got one emitter at the moment. And so I'm thinking of making it so this emitter actually changes. You know, so you can't have snow and rain at the same time because it doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? Exactly. So you boys better freaking calm down, okay? It already looks similar to snow. You say that, but then if I change this, so this passed, maybe I can save this. So raindrop ribbon trail mesh. So mats T-res. No, it's not really a mat. It's a resource, isn't it? Any interior that you can go into, you'll be able to open the door. Any interior you can't go into, the player will come out, or like the person that inhabits the house can just spawn in front of you. You know what I mean? So this here, the ribbon trail mesh, the raindrop ribbon trail mesh, if I fuck that off for a second, and then I change this to a quad mesh, 0.1, 0.1. Yeah, this might be a little bit harder than I think. Not that it's gonna be super hard, but like... I basically, like, I would just replace the raindrop shape with just like a little circle. You know what I mean? Your Godot tutorials are my salvation. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I know I haven't uploaded a tutorial in a while, but like, I'm just kind of gearing up for what I want to do next with my channel. You know, a little bit more about this, a little bit more about like general Godot stuff as opposed to just like straight tutorials. Yeah, no, I'm glad that you're getting some use out of it, because I did put a lot of effort into making them, so I'm glad that people do get use out of it. Sometimes it does feel like you're pissing straight into the wind, and, you know, it's just like, gone. So this is one I maybe want to talk about, is what I've learned today about like, what do you call it? Like interior spaces. So obviously like the water's getting in because this doesn't have any thickness, this roof. Are you going to add thunder for the intense storm? Check this out. Already got it. Already got that shit. Pretty cool. I need to edit that sound. It's this one here. Yeah, it sounds a little bit like, it just sounds a bit too, can't put my finger on it. This. It's just a bit much. You know, so I keep needing to like punch out different versions of this, and like each time I'm making it just a little bit less intense each time, because I don't want it to like completely cloud like all of the other sounds. that are happening. And so one of those sounds is like the actual thunder clap. Yeah. So check this out. I'll chuck it back on the storm. And so what I want to do is I want to increase the velocity of the particles as well for this intense rain scene. So where is it? So this is what it usually is going to look like. Well, 1.5, like the initial velocity, and then like this is going to be the storm. So 1.5 initial velocity. So we can actually set this up right now. I suppose we're already doing this with the weather manager, so maybe I can just continue to do this, like the different types of like storm. I'm not doing it with the weather manager, am I? I'm doing it with the rain system. This here. Yeah, so that's fine. So heavy rain, we want the processed material. Because we want to have here the processed material, so var processed material. Okay, it's already being defined. Cool. So we go process material dot initial velocity. We can grab this. So copy property path. We can't. Process material. Yeah, I know it's a process material. Dot. Yo. What is it? Velocity? I think we might actually have to have a look at this. So the process material. Ah, it's only material at the moment, so we're not going to get that good. We'll call it the proc mat. Proc mat is a particle process material. We can go proc mat dot. Yeah, here we go. Initial velocity. Initial velocity minimum. Perfect. Equals. This is for heavy rain. Let's just go 7.5. For storm, it should be 10. And then for rain, it should be, what was it, 1.5. So maybe we can set this to something more like 35,000 for heavy rain. The 50,000 for storm. 10. There we go. And then we don't have to make it like actually part of the weather condition. Although at some point probably will have to. Change rain. Okay, so the proc mat. Ah, right, we're not actually declaring it. So the proc mat is the process material. Boom. And then if we run that, so regular rain, it's kind of like nice, it's flowy, etc. Heavy rain is a lot more heavy. And then storm should be like faster and heavier. Might even chain that to like storm. We could set that to like 15, make it a little bit more hectic. Average summer in Queensland. Yeah, it's still live, dog. Still live. The rain here, I've got to make sure, yeah, it's set to 1.5. I don't have another hat to put on, dog. Freaking hat, yeah, I'm not your jester, okay? I'm not your monkey. I'm not gonna dance unless you pay me. You thought about adding random trash on the ground that gets more blown around? Yeah, actually, we were talking about that before. And the way that I'm probably going to do that is with a particle system like I was showing you with the hail. Except we can have, like, little bits of trash kind of, like, touch the ground and then, like, continue to fly around and stuff like that. So let's actually have a think about that. So let's go GPU particles 3D. We're going to call this trash particles, right? The trash particles can be quite big, not that big. Where is it? The custom AABB. Custom AABB, paste. So we can times 0.2 times 0.2. Just want to times 0.2 all of this because it's not going to be as big. Yeah, it's not going to be as big. Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? Why is that so big? Alright, it's because it's like a big ass thing. Okay, whatever. It's not the AABB we're worried about. It's more like the emitter size. So if I go to process material and then I go to velocity. Oh man, adding new particles sucks ass, dude. So we can have one pass. All right, we'll just make like tiny little planes. They can be like 0.1 by 0.2, you know, so they look like little newspaper bits or whatever. Like tiny little newspaper things. And then we make it so there's a little bit of gravity, not too much. Gravity, so negative like 1. One of the pieces of trash is the insurance rejection paper. Oh, dude, actually. That's an insane idea, bro. That's insane. Crazy. Look, we're just going to put this in here. Boom. Claim rejected. We can add that here. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Classic. So if we want it to be big, that's what she said, ladies. We want the spawn position to be a box. And the emission shape size can be like, what, 20 by 20? Is that how big this is? The emission shape? I actually don't know. Emission shape. 30 by 30. 30 by 10 by 30. So this can be 20 by 10. Shape scale. Yeah, okay. Alright. Maybe a little bit less. We can make the lifetime something like 20 seconds. Yeah. And we'll put them on visual instance layer 10. And then we'll make it so on collision it bounces. And the bounce is going to be a little bit high. Let's see what that looks like. Obviously, it's not really going to have any velocity at all. Because it's not connected to... Can't see shit. Is it because it's only showing one side? Unshaded. Calm mode disabled. Oh, I just seen one, look. Oh, those are tiny. Those are tiny. No, they're gonna be bigger than that. 0.2 by 0.3. Yeah, look at that. Little bits of GTA newspaper, dude. Check that shit out. Lovely. Now we need to add some, like when we change the wind and shit like that. Where am I actually changing the wind here? Change rain. That's not it. Wind manager. Wave manager? What was it called? Where are we actually setting the particles' direction and intensity? It's not from here. That's for sure. So wind direction, here we go. Wind direction. So we need wind direction. We're going to figure out where we're setting the particles' wind direction. Are you a pro game dev? How long have you been using Godot? A couple of years. A few years. G'day, Godot. Oh, wrong stream. Hello anyway. What's up? Yeah, I'm not, oh, shit. What's his name? You know the one. I know his one. I know the guy. Shit, what's his name? Hypnotic. That's the one. Yeah, we're not Hypnotic in this. We're very close. Floating head guy, yeah, that's the one too. That's it, we're very close. Very close. I'm probably from a different side of Australia than him. But we are close enough. All Australians, all the same. You guys know what I'm saying? We all have access to a limited internet, that's for sure. Okay, so we are somewhere in here. We're setting the wind, the direction. We're setting the direction and the wind speed of the particles. You know? Rain. Where are we doing this? Dun 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 dun. Rain particles. Oh shit, hold on. No. That's not it. So weather manager, we set the sky, we set the rain particles. Oh, do we set the rain mat? Rain mat direction. Here it is. Here it is. Apply wind to rain. So it was in here. Now what are we trying to do? Wind intensity. Rain direction. So we also want to set that to, you see the rain? Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. We've kind of got to move this entire thing over to the rain. Ah, shit. You know what I'm saying? Who the hell is Randy Feltface? That sounds like an insult to him. Not me. You can't insult me, dude. I'm stronger than that. I got thick skin. Mostly. Rain direction, the tilt. Not far from vertical, so we got the tilt there. Normalized. Direction. We kind of need to apply this.
Oh, behave.
Yo.
Pot makes me groovy, baby.
Omnipot.
Yes.
What's up,
Yes.
dog?
Yes.
Oh,
No.
what's up, dog? If we go to the... Yo, what the fuck was that? Yeah, we're at 240? Hell yeah, boys. Come on. Let's celebrate. If you're watching on YouTube, especially if you're a VOD watcher, make sure you hit that like on the video, alright, boys? Randy and Sammy J were a popular Australian comedy duo before each of them started a solo career. Randy Feltface is a puppet character played by Heath MacGyver. Highly recommend. Man, I'll check that out. It doesn't ring a bell at all. Not gonna lie, dude. Doesn't ring a bell at all. So what I'm thinking is, you see this rain. Where is it? Rain. Oh, dude, I'm getting so confused here. The rain mat. We've got rain mat, but the only time we use rain mat is like... Rain particles equals rain. You say, I feel like we should be doing this inside the rain system. So we'd need to send the wind intensity and the wind direction. You know what I mean? So if I apply wind to rain, it should be apply wind to rain. We should really just go rain particles dot apply new wind or something like that. Like we create a thing and say rain particles here. Okay, it is rain system. So rain mat we really should turn off. And then rain mat here we don't need. And then the rain mat here we don't need as well, because it's just part of the process material. So when we set the rain, we're just setting that. This might be a little bit hard to understand at the moment, but it'll make sense when I'm done here. So inside rain, I'm going to add a new function called apply new wind. And that's going to have two separate things. We're going to have a wind intensity, right? Which is going to be a float. We really don't have to do this because I'm pretty sure it's part of the auto load anyway. It's part of the weather manager. Apply new wind, see the wind intensity and the direction. But just to make it a little bit easier for us, wind direction is vector 2, I believe. It's a vector 3, damn, okay. So wind intensity and then wind direction, which is a vector 3. It's going to be our input. And then we're just going to go pinch that bit of code, this one right here. Oops. Whoops. Pinch that little bit of code. And then apply that to the wind this way. So that's fixed there. And then inside rain, we can go bam, apply all of this. So then the rain mat, which is essentially just going to be our process material, I believe, is rain dirt. So we don't even need to get the apply new wind. Oh, that's right, because we need the wind intensity and the wind direction. Boom. So this should, yeah, it should just work. So if we hit F2, it's going to randomize the direction of the wind for everything, including the ocean, I believe. Just need to know that we're going in the right direction. Yep, so the waves are all moving the same direction as the wind. Very cool. And so the plants. Yeah, plants are moving. Same direction. Very cool. Wow, it's really light at night when it's clear, hey? Wow. I think this is cloudy. In this game, you're the only one on the island. Yeah, at the moment. At the moment, yeah. Spatial audio is so cool. So cool, dudes. It's so cool. Very, very cool. The island with all of the people, exactly. And look at that, the ground goes wet. Yeah? And then when it clears up, no more wet ground. Oh, it's so cool. Obviously, like, we need to have like a transition to new weather. That should be something that we do. But we'll do it next stream. I think this stream's probably going to end in a sec. Just kind of checking out what we were able to achieve today. Honestly, really cool. Oh, look at that. Very cool. Oh yeah, so the other thing that we wanted to do is see when we apply the wind, to the rain, we're applying new wind to the rain particles like this, right? So what we should also do here is, because now we're inside the rain scene, we've also got the trash particles, and we can apply it to the trash particles too. You see what I'm saying? So, if I'm not mistaken, this rain and everything should move around. It should. Yeah, it should. So we can go trash particles dot process material dot direction equals reindeer as well. You see what I'm saying? So then what we should get is we should get that trash. Where is that trash? Look, check it out. With the trash just like wisping around. I mean, it's dodgy, but it's kind of cool. It's stupid and it's dodgy, but it works, right? So these trash particles, what we can do is we can make the box maybe 5 meters from the player. Let's make it 800 so we can actually see it working. You see this? It actually shouldn't really be that high up. So what if we go 2.5? And obviously we're going to need them to move around, and because it's a particle on layer 1, I believe, it means that we're going to be pushing it away just like we do the fish when we walk up close to it, I believe. No, wait, why does that happen? It's only supposed to work on fish particles. Where's the attractor? It's only supposed to work on the fish particles, dog. What the fuck? Excuse you. Alright, I guess it happens to the rain as well. That's so strange. I never even realized that. This is only supposed to happen on the fish particles. I guess we can turn off interactions. That'd be fine. So we turn off. Where is it? When you're in a high traffic area for say $20, lol. How much for some ad space? Ha! $20 what? $20 for what?
For $50, I'll put your cat on the wall.
How about that? For $50, I'll put your cat on a wall. That's the one deal that we've got at the moment, dude. That's the one deal we've got. Let's start selling ad space in my game. How I made $100 without even selling my game. I sold ad space. Okay, so if we... Get the rats out of my wall, dude. Ah, that's a good idea. Yeah, we're gonna add NPCs in pretty soon. Pretty soon we're gonna add some NPCs in. I need to add like this spinning around. How the frick do I make it so it spins around? Look. Is that better? So it's on a random angle when it spawns in? It's not though. It's not on a random angle. And also it shouldn't be bouncing. Why isn't this direction and intensity working? Look at this, it's just like bobbing on top of us. That trash particle system was supposed to move. We're supposed to be moving. Look, times... Oh, right, because... Material direction. We need to add a velocity. Yeah, 1. 3. Now the shit's gonna be moving in the same direction as the rain, I believe. Yeah, look at that. So really it should be spawning away from the player and then moving towards the player. But this is like an initial... You know what I mean? It's an initial... pass, I guess. Use as albedo. Anyway, boys, that's gonna be it for the stream, unfortunately, for you guys. I did say I wasn't gonna do any like 9-hour long streams again, but this has been an 8.5 hour long stream. How crazy is that? Yeah, thanks for sticking by it, boys. Thanks for hanging out. It's always a pleasure. I think we've done quite a lot of cool stuff with today's stream. Quite a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna continue working on these trash particles and figure out why the hell the fish move around but nothing else does. I'm gonna do that off stream, I think. Okay, let's... Fish school. Here's the fucking fish school. Let's bring it over to us. Yeah? Where's that fish school? Where's that friggin' fish school? So I'm gonna bring the fish school over to us and we're gonna work out... Here we go, here's the fish school. So I'm pushing the fish away, right? But I'm also pushing the rest of this crap away. I only want to be pushing away the fish. You know what I mean? I see it's pushing everything away. So these fish... are on visual layer 5. Right? Is that how it works? And then the attractor... should be for visual layer 5 too. Does that not make sense? Dude, that's just something that I just don't understand. But don't affect 5. I just don't get it. I'm too stupid to understand what the hell is going on. It's really fucking with my system right now. We're gonna just put the fish school right here. Yeah. Maybe push it out a little bit. Yeah, that's where we're gonna put the fish school. Why is it so strange? Okay, this is supposed to be set at Y0, that's why. Okay. Boys, I'm just wigging out right now. Okay, thanks guys for hanging out for the stream. That's right, I need to go take a break. I need to go fucking eat something. I don't know, dude. Just take a break from this. Thanks guys for hanging out. Appreciate every single one of you dudes. I think we've done quite a lot of cool stuff this episode. That's right, boys. I'll be back in a couple of days. Alright, a day or two. I'm not sure, but I will be back. Because the idea is that I'm not doing 9-hour long streams throughout the week. Even though I just did one today. Yo, Meadow the Legendary, just make sure you hit like. Make sure you hit like. The VOD's up. The VOD is going to be super duper interesting, honestly. Just start scrubbing between random timestamps in the VOD. You'll find something that you like. Alright, boys. This jazz is so fucking loud. I don't think I can have it that loud. When I'm trying to talk about cool things and end this stream nice and amicably, you know? Yeah, exactly. Alright, catch you later, YouTube.